Podcast. The Erroneous Podcast. The Erroneous Podcast. The Erroneous Podcast.
Disclaimer: The Erroneous Podcast hosted by Jay and Drifter is not responsible for any confusion, frustration, or loss of sanity that may occur as a result of listening. The views expressed by Jay and Drifter on this podcast do not necessarily reflect those of the sane and rational members of society, your mother, your boss, your therapist, or that one person who always leaves negative comments on your social media posts. Side effects of listening may include but are not limited to head scratching, shock, awe, sudden urge to run for political office, an increased thirst for knowledge, a sudden urge to argue with strangers, and occasional moments of profound enlightenment. Also, please note that some of the content may be inappropriate for sensitive ears, and listener discretion is advised. Remember folks, it's just a podcast. No actual political experts were harmed in the making of this podcast.
What up, Jay?
Hey, what's up?
What are you doing, dude?
Oh man, it's been a day. It's been a day.
It's episode 34 of the Erroneous Podcast. Everybody, welcome to the show.
Come on in here.
I'm hoping that we're live on YouTube. We set that shit up last week or last episode, and I don't know how it works. But hopefully it just works like every other plugin that I have in this bitch, and hopefully it just is live right now. So maybe we're live on YouTube.
Well, hello YouTube if we're live over there.
We should be live on Rumble. We should be live on Twitter. Trovo, what's up, Trovo? Where's Jenny? What's up, Jen?
How come we never say hi to Twitter? Hi, Twitter. You know what it is? Because they can't talk back to us, so it's one-sided.
Right.
Whoever
Isn't that strange?
I guess, yeah. I don't. The bones of Periscope are laying around the Twitter headquarters somewhere, and I'd really like to know what that's about, even. And I feel like they shut that down just because they didn't like how much free speech people were using.
But who decided not to allow a chat in like Twitter lives?
Well, it's just more like you don't build one, but yeah, I mean that seems like an obvious feature. But look at how much Rumble. Look, you and I almost a year ago were bothering Rumble about their live streaming features. They're like, "Nah, leave us alone." And now look, like they're still like they're catching up now. But I guess it's hard. I don't know. I'm a web developer. I feel like I could do it in a weekend, but I'm also very cocky.
I didn't add it to the notes, but I feel like it's relevant right now. Officially, right now, breaking. I saw on Rawls Alerts that 10,000 character tweets are now available on Twitter. So shit's about to change on Twitter.
Yeah, they're trying to compete with Substack, and then there was that whole thing where Matt Taibbi was actually employed with Substack, and then he stopped wanting to do his Twitter files on Twitter. He started wanting to release them on Substack, and I don't know. And then and you know what it was? Also, Substack released a feature where it was like a community comments feature, which was essentially tweets, but they're tweets around articles because Substack's all about your posting articles, right? Papers.
I thought Elon hired him to do this for Twitter.
Maybe there was like a conflict of interest. Maybe I mean, I don't know, man. You would think that the lawyers involved with these billionaires would be they would look at the paperwork. I have no idea. It's very weird.
Yeah, that kind of makes me wonder, like, if Elon did hire him to do these, and I haven't seen any Twitter files being released lately, so maybe he's done with those. I don't know what the contract was with Elon, but I mean, I'm sure because they were already giving him shit in Congress saying, when you started releasing these files, we've seen your followers triple. You're definitely able to monetize this in some way. So now maybe his contract's up and he's just going off and doing his own thing on Substack, trying to profit.
He was employed with Substack before. Hey, by the way, Erzak's over. He said on Rumble, he says, "Happy freaking Thursday! So close to the weekend. Heck yeah." Jay, you're really quiet tonight. I just turned myself up. Am I coming in clear now?
You're loud in my headphones.
I don't want to be louder than you.
Y'all let us know out there. Are we equal? Because everybody's like, he sounds just as loud as my voice in my headphones.
Okay. Thank you, Jay. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, because we do a long broadcast. That would have been a lot of one-sided conversation. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, I have no look. As far as I can tell, and I haven't looked into this. Matt Taibbi was somehow employed with Substack long before the whole situation with Twitter files. So I guess maybe it was like a breach of contract, or something changed, or this is all just a freaking game, and they're just.
How does that work on Substack? Like, do you post something and they run ads and you make revenue based off of views, or how's that work? I don't know much.
I guess so. Yeah, it's probably also more like links in between your article paragraphs, like you would see on Medium or something. Because with blogs, you're reading, so you're going down the page. There's actually more opportunity, I guess, than no, because on video you can like pop up ads throughout the video, so it's kind of the same thing.
Is there like a subscription feature? I'm
it's
sorry to put you on the spot, but I don't know shit about Substack other than like stuff that I've been linked to off of Substack, and I realized that it's like becoming more mainstream here lately.
I think that's actually the issue, though, is that Twitter's about to start doing their subscription thing. They're releasing longer tweets. So really, what they're doing is they're kind of encroaching on. I don't know if encroaching is the right word, but they're moving in on Substack's features, and then all Substack does is add some comments to their.
Could we just like get our transcripts of the podcast and like run it through the AI and like just generate Substack, articles or whatever you would call that, like based off of our episodes, and link it down in the description?
I mean, if we can find an AI that's willing to listen to us, probably. I don't know if you need an AI. There's actually tools for that.
It would just be too long to like manually type out, unless I had like 4 hours of my day to dedicate it to it.
Probably it'd be longer because I talk so fast, and you have to pause every few minutes. And plus, also, how do you transcript the videos? You just kind of like put in asterisks, like the man walks into the wall.
I feel like there's some software out there that could just like loosely, put it down on paper for me, and I could copy it and paste it into the AI, which would then correct any errors that the transcriptor made, and we could do some shit.
I guess it sounds like witchcraft. Let's get
fucking witches.
Fucking witches, man. It's not even October.
Where are we at?
We haven't even gotten to Welcome to the start of your journey.
Episode 34.
Okay, look. So from trending politics news, which I feel like there's a trendingpolitics.com and there's trendingpoliticsnews.com, but it's the same logo, so I feel like I can trust it. Breaking news: Fed economists finally admit a recession is coming this year. Now that the federal building is on fire. The federal bank building is on fire.
Yeah.
I'm implying that we're already knee deep into a recession as far as I'm concerned, but Federal Reserve economists are finally admitting in the wake of multiple bank failures that the economist recession is almost comedy. Recession is coming this year, signaling a potential blow to President Joe Biden's reelection hopes. According to a new report in Politico, staff at the central bank are now more confidently projecting a downturn after regional lenders Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank both failed, with which they fear will cause cash to flow less freely through the economy as lenders are less willing to part with it. Um, so, like when banks are failing, it's like I get it. Like where you can still afford eggs in some places without a bank loan, but like banks are failing, and the price of everything is going up, and and I don't know. Taxes kind of kicked everybody's ass this year, I guess.
I lost.
Everybody felt a little bit on that one, a little bit more than normal. Um, I mean, things are tight. I would consider like a recession and a depression, right? So like I feel as though on a lot of levels things are receding. All those layoffs.
By the
So
way, the 18th, not to interrupt you, but like the 18th is tax day, y'all. Y'all be sure you
right.
pay the man.
But yeah, I mean it's just funny that and these are the Federal Reserve economists, so they are employed by the Federal Reserve. And now they're coming out and they're like, oh, there might be a recession this year.
There's no bias there.
We got all their
Okay,
ducks
so
in a row.
why would the Federal Reserve want the narrative that the we're heading to a recession come out?
Well, I mean, because it's so obvious at this point that only the people that have to have someone tell them what's going on are waiting. I mean, they're going, oh shit, I didn't even realize.
You think it would
But-
make them look incompetent if they didn't come out like prior to the recession and say there's going to be a recession?
Yeah, I get. Okay, there's something to that.
So that's what I feel like they're doing. But it's not their fault. It's not their fucking fault.
Hell yeah.
How much
Hey,
you want to bet they? Fuck. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. What? How much you want to bet? What?
They print more money in the next 6 months. They already injected it into the Anheuser-Busch shit.
You know that is if they really just wanted to crash it and bring it down, just hard stop. The banks do what's called fractional reserve lending, where when they write a loan for a mortgage or whatever, a car loan, what be it, they don't have that money. They get they essentially write a note to the Federal Reserve, who prints off that money. So and not only that, but if let's say your loan is $80,000, they can print off like $800,000 and then give you your $80,000, and then they have a reserve of $720,000. Meanwhile, you're paying interest on your $80,000 loan, and then there's billionaires all over the planet betting on whether or not you're going to pay that loan month to month to make their millions. But anyways, if they really wanted to bring it down hard stop, they could just write a bunch of loans to a bunch of really, really risky people, and then just hike up interest rates where nobody can afford it. And
you know what's sad?
It'd be over. What?
There's 3 for sale sign, like home for sale, on my street, which is not very long.
Well, and here's another thing too: is the price of houses have gone up. So people who own their houses, if you got your mortgage within outside of the last maybe 3 or 4 years, if you sold right now, you're going to make a profit. And there's considerations.
Yeah, but what are you going to buy?
Yeah, where it's right. So if you started buying your house 30 years ago, you probably started out $50,000 mortgage. And let's see, you probably own it at that point, right? A 30-year mortgage, unless you got a reverse mortgage or whatever, multiple mortgages on your property. Regardless, at this point, that house might be worth $250,000. So you could go buy a $150,000 house. It's probably going to be equally about the same, and then you walk away with $100,000 cash. But somebody like I did this, I got a mortgage on a house in 2020 or 2019, and I'd already paid $40,000 in rent to the company, and the house is worth, I believe, $78,000. And then the whole economy thing happened, 2020 happened, and then I was able to sell it for $122,000 or $123,000. So I like the whole deal was rotten, but I was a high risk purchaser. But anyways, I made a little profit for a couple of years sitting in a property. But yeah, it's really. I'm sitting in a little apartment,
Well,
regretting
sadly, these people who had their mortgages, I don't know when they purchased them, but I just see the for sale signs and it kind of brings a little tear to my eye because I know that they're just taking the quick money. And what are they going to do after they take it? They're going to either be in a situation where they're going to rent and get raped, or they're going to get a mortgage on a smaller home, which is unfortunate too, because, you know, like people had, a certain thing in mind and now they're having to downsize because of the economy has shifted. It's just sad.
I mean, you're right. What people are going to do what they're going to do, though. So I did what on one hand, I just am not the type of person that needs to be a homeowner. At least not right now. At least I wasn't then. Um, which is messed up because I bitched and complained about things like doing my yard, and then by the time I was moving out, I was so jacked up. I was like mowing my neighbor. I literally was mowing my neighbor's yard just to borrow a mower. There was nothing to it, but a year before that, I was like crying about like having to go out there and mow with my own mower. So like I don't know. There was a change in me throughout that process, but still, I don't want to own a property, but I also don't want to be in an apartment. So I don't know. I don't know. Like I'm just picky, I guess. But yeah, rent's going to go up. My mortgage was going up. I was on a variable rate mortgage. So throughout from the beginning of 2020 all the way up until I believe like 2022, middle of 2022, while I was living there, my mortgage raised $150. Still would probably be lower than what I'm paying in rent right now. Just, throwing that out there. But and also, like it's a little more secure. I was one day, I didn't realize that my rent was due on the 3rd. I thought it was the 5th. I get an eviction notice on my door at this apartment complex. Are you kidding me? It's like I'm 32. Like, give me a day. I didn't know. Let me know. I didn't know. Okay. Anyways, but
that's what they're doing to people out there, though, and it's fucked up.
Well, and what it is like, and I'll tell you, it's Case Associates over in Oklahoma. They own all. How do they own all the apartment complexes in this town? We're 6 hours away, and if they own all these, they probably own all the ones in the towns next to mine, and all around in a huge radius around Oklahoma City. They probably own all the ones in Oklahoma too. They don't give a shit about the people. We're all just numbers to them. They
Does BlackRock own them?
Good question. Fuck. I mean, I guarantee you, BlackRock bought my house. That was the whole thing. Is like there was all of this propaganda to get people to move out of your houses, sell your houses to these companies that were ultimately at the top owned by these large banks, and then these properties become rental properties, and then nobody's owning properties anymore. Everybody's renting properties, and they have a lot of place to house illegal immigrants allegedly. But Brad Paisley's got a song to sing us.
Oh fuck.
Hate to see this happen to a chicken picker. By the way, Manchin, what's his first name? Senator Joe Manchin was them. They're in Ukraine. They're just in case you didn't already hate Brad Paisley enough for teaming up with Jill Biden to push vaccines. Here he is singing in Ukraine with Senator Joe Manchin. He won't play any songs in East Palestine, but he'll play in Kyiv.
What? Virginia.
Are they singing Country Road?
They are, because, nobody probably knows any of his songs over there, so he's got to do some John Denver.
Come on. Here we go. Take me.
And we're done. Okay, I'm not giving you a stage to sing your songs, man.
Thank you.
I just wanted to show, that's just one more celebrity down. You can act like you don't like him, but we've both watched his chicken picking videos. But I mean, now it's kind of.
He's an accomplished guitarist, but all of his songs are real. I don't know. There's a few that I like. Don't get me wrong, but he's owned by the labels that push him, and he's got to put out this corny music. I respect him for the work that he put in over the years of his life, to be able to play a Telecaster like that, and it's impressive. But other than that, he's probably sponsored by Bud Light.
And that's a good point. Also, is like I don't even know any of his originals. I just know he's a good guitar player, but
yeah,
can't really trust him. He's got that look on his face. Yeah, I'm just pointing this out. I'm going to read this real quick and we're going to move on. All right. I ran into this and I'm not advocating for any slang or terminology that might be offensive in this anonymous post off of the anonymous boards. I just wanted to read this because of the paper trail here. But in light of pics of the rail, I guess Mr. Beast's friend, did you know that Asmongold and Mr. Beast belong to the same talent agency directly connected to Disney and Amazon? The company, Night Media, managed basically every single Zoomer e-celebrity, including Hassan Picker, I don't know these people, Nicololu, Dream, and these guys. If you ever look at the YouTube trending tab, at least one of Night's talents will be up there. Night Media is just a subsidiary, as Night Inc. itself is valued in the hundreds of millions of dollars from venture capitalists and angel investors. Who owns Night? The CEO of Night Media, and check this out, is Reed Dutcher, who formerly worked for the NFL and then went on to be Dude Perfect's manager. The president of Night, this is the part that I think, the president of Night Inc. is Ezra Cooperstein, who was previously the president of Fullscreen and Rooster Teeth. Okay, so Rooster Teeth made, they were like the original YouTubers before YouTube was even big, I think, on roosterteeth.com. They had this thing called Red versus Blue, where they used Halo 2 to make a show where they had a team of red, a unit of red Master Chiefs, what do they call them? Spartans, right? And then a team of the blue ones, and they all had personalities and names, and they put on this whole show where it ended up being like they were being played, and they went on this adventure. It was fucking great. It made my childhood, really. So it kind of bums me out that he was the president, like this guy was the president of Rooster Teeth, but as well as Maker Studios. And that was another thing I want to point out, because Maker Studios back in 2012, it was a whole thing where YouTube used to be very free, but then these studios started popping up and they started locking down the talent, and the next thing you know, the contracts became very, very dubious, right? I mean, they became like, they just started taking more and more money, and it became all about the studios. And Maker Studios led the charge in really ripping off and locking down and tying up a lot of creators. And like a lot of them, whenever they left, like they were like, I can't handle this anymore, I'm just gonna go do my own thing. They had to leave their channels, their social medias, their names, like, you know, their usernames, all of that behind. Sometimes they're like personal image, the way that they wrote these contracts. Really bad. But it says, which is now part of Disney's digital network. Ironically, neither of these guys are the real talent managers, as that position is for the 90 plus employees, including Andrew Pelosi, a former high up at Influential. What is Influential, you ask? Check this out. Influential is an AI social data and conversion technology, as well as developer partner of IBM Watson and a Facebook marketing partner, utilizing a network of over 1 million social media influencers as a tactic for 1 million. So guaranteed somebody that ever, like, all of us are following at least one of their social media drones, but influencers as a tactic for distribution of ideas and propaganda. Influential runs both native and paid campaigns on Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter, and YouTube for Fortune 500 brands. Influential is owned by Jeremy Steinberg. Night Inc. is directly financed by the Chernin Group, aka TCG, trading card game. One of its executive members being Alexandra Moore. I've heard that name, a former executive from Amazon who focused on mergers and acquisitions. However, TCG itself is financed by Providence Equity, an SEC compliant private equity investment firm valued at over $30 billion. Source: simply run the names off LinkedIn and read the related business articles. So it's like, sources itself in a way. I don't know, man. I've never been for or against Mr. Beast and all that stuff. I just I ran across that, and I was like, okay, when you're connected to Maker Studio and you're connected to Disney, I trust you about as much as I trust Don Lemon at that point. Are you muted?
No, I was just thinking that, that makes sense. But at the same time, it's like, I also believe that the top YouTuber would also be associated with Disney in some way. You know how I feel about Disney, dude.
They're corporate rock. We're punk rock, Richard.
Sorry. True.
No, I get it though. You're right. I mean, because that's the whole thing: is the bigger you of an influence you have, the more these corporations want to get their hands around you, and once they do, you become their plaything.
Bitch.
Yeah, and the first YouTubers got the worst of it because they didn't know any better. That was unprecedented ground. Nobody had ever gotten big on a video site before and had sponsors chasing after them. and like people like Smosh, Nigahiga, a couple, I mean, those guys, I don't even know. I would love to hear some stories. Maybe they don't have any, but I have to imagine they have some stories.
Right.
So this just in, Bud Light has reportedly paused all marketing after intense backlash. Bud Light is backpedaling on their decision to partner with transgender media personality Dylan Mulvaney. Anheuser-Busch's decision to promote the trans influencer has been faced with severe backlash. Reports are now surfacing that no one at the senior level gave the green light for their new marketing campaign. According to sources familiar with the matter, the Daily Wire reported that the decision to feature Mulvaney in an advertising campaign aimed at younger customers was not authorized by any high-ranking executives in the company. No one at the senior level was aware this was happening. One anonymous source said, some low-level marketing staffers who helped manage the hundreds of influencer engagements they do must have thought it was no big deal. Obviously it was. And it's a shame because they have a well-earned reputation for just being America's beer, not a political company. It was a mistake. I think it's a mistake also to tie the trans thing in with politics. Just saying. I'm sick of the vax thing too. Like, let's stop tying it. Why does everything have to be about Trump versus Biden? Maybe we can just make logical decisions based on whether or not something's harmful. According to the Daily Wire, the company was likely going to implement a more robust process for evaluating controversial figures in the future to avoid another public relations nightmare. The claim that a lower-level employee was allegedly behind the Mulvaney campaign comes after two female vice presidents at the company had previously championed inclusivity at the company. And it's always the females, too. I guarantee you they were white. Don't look. I calls them as I sees them, and you white ladies need to calm down. Too uppity.
Well, I listened to a pretty good take today, and they lost about $6 billion of market cap, which is roughly about 5%. And I don't know how it's going to trend, how it's going to continue, but it'll increase with prominent social media influencers pushing this whole thing. And I don't know if Anheuser-Busch is correct. I don't know if they're lying or not. I don't know. But here's my gut feeling. I'm just going to tell you my gut feeling. I think that it was a low-level marketer with Anheuser-Busch who sent this trans person a commemorative can for whatever reason. I don't know what the contract was to or what made Anheuser-Busch even aware of this person. But I feel like they were sent a can. We know an influencer who is nowhere near this person's level. This person has 11 million followers. We know somebody with like literally like not even close, right? Who was sent a commemorative thing from a very large company. And I feel like because this person did have 11 million followers, and I inserted an article in here that we'll get to later, but I believe this person is a narcissist, and I believe that they don't give a shit about narratives. They don't give a shit about what they're trying to push. It's all about them, camera time, and they're loving this right now. And that's what I think Dylan is. I'm going to start calling Dylan Dan just because I want to. Fuck Dylan. So from here on out, I'm going to call him Dan. Dan wants his face all over social media all the time because he is a narcissist and he does not give a fuck about anything other than himself. And so Dan posted this commemorative can that Anheuser-Busch says, hey, we didn't mean for this to get out. But at the same time, Anheuser-Busch, you don't give a can to a narcissist with 11 million followers.
So that was your first mistake.
So it's on you at the end of the day. But anyways, I digress.
Well, but it went from just sending her a can, fuck man, this is so hard. Sending this person a can to them becoming according to now this article, the self-proclaimed social media liaison for the company.
That's why this bitch was in the bathtub with Bud Light cans and all. They knew what they were doing.
Okay, but who did that? Was it Bud Light's marketing company did that, or did Dan get in the bathtub and film that themselves? And then
Dan did.
And then
Dan did. Dan did, and I'm calling Dan out right now. Dan knew what Dan was doing. Dan has a track record of this type of shit.
That's true.
So Dan figured out a way to get trending, number one, on Twitter and every other fucking other social account. Fuck you, Dan.
Hey, I'm going to go to the chat over here on Rumble. G said, I'm doing good. How was your day, Erzak? Erzak said, can't complain. Tomorrow's my last day handling auto claims, and Monday I start my new position. Can barely wait till 5 p.m. tomorrow. Congratulations, Erzak.
I remember when Erzak said that they got that promotion amidst the layoffs. Yeah, congrats, Erzak.
It's finally coming. It's finally coming in. It's finally coming in for a landing.
You're getting your first paycheck with that raise. Fuck yeah.
He said, our dollar is going to be worth like 5 cents if they don't stop printing more money. Yeah. Hot garbage is the word you're looking for. I forgot. I lost the context on that, but you're right. I can almost guarantee you that you're right. I mean, take any story we've been talking about. Hot garbage. We should just change the podcast name to the Hot Garbage Podcast.
No, I like the name.
True. It fits us. Let's get into, I guess we can call, we could probably call this is borderline tech, political news, also crime news. I don't know. Just depends on how you look at it and who's looking at it. This is from Judicial Watch, though. It says federal FedGov agencies collude with big tech on censorship and shaping news. We covered this last episode too, but they're pressing this, and I kind of want to see how big it gets.
The Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency to divulge documents that could show collusion with social media platforms and censor and suppress free speech. One America's John Hines has more from Washington.
Judicial Watch has launched a lawsuit against the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, for records showing cooperation between something called CISA, the Cybersecurity and Information Security Agency, and social media platforms to censor and suppress free speech. And Chris Farrell, Director of Investigations for Judicial Watch, what do you think is going on here, and why perhaps should average Americans be worried?
It's Orwellian. It's the government meeting with folks in the information systems world, whether that's the social media platforms or, for that matter, so-called news agencies, and controlling what people can see, what they can learn about, what they can discuss and comment on. It is a form of censorship and thought control that no one ever dreamed possible. But here we have it. We have a government agency, this CISA organization you mentioned, but in addition, the FBI and others having conferences, meeting up with all these social media companies and saying, we are going to permit this story, we're not going to permit that story.
The long and short of it is Judicial Watch is currently suing CISA for censorship records. So they're trying to get to the bottom of what exactly was implemented on the tech side at the request of the government side in order to spy on the American people. But I mean, these tech companies are, I keep saying it, like they're essentially sovereign entities in themselves. They operate in every country. So I don't know how you deal with that, but at least from a national level, I feel like maybe something's about to come of this.
Hold on. I don't think I've ever asked you this, which is crazy. What do you think about net neutrality? It's okay. You can,
what do you think? Yeah. Are you talking about what was going on back in like 2008? I think when they were trying to give internet service providers the ability to like lock down certain websites.
See, y'all bear with me. This has been a discussion. Let's get the exact definition here, because people that I supported argued for and against it. And it's almost like, what do we do? And people on the right have said, well, we don't need it. And then also people on the right have said, we do need it, and vice versa with the left. Um, so, so net neutrality is the principle that the internet service provider or the ISP has to provide access to all sites, content, and applications at the same speed, under the same conditions, without blocking or giving preference to any contact. So basically, essentially being treated as like a utility. Pay your
They
bill,
were
you get
attacking
access.
WikiLeaks back in 2008, when that's when this came up.
Right. So, in regards to the U.S., while various states have enacted versions of net neutrality laws, these mostly have been working within the established parameters set by the FCC. The FCC's rollback, the ruling that includes language that asserts states do not have authority to override the FCC's decision. Now, this is just going off of Google. Is net neutrality a good thing? Keep in mind, this is Google. So the FCC votes in favor of strong net neutrality rules to keep the internet open and free. A federal court of appeals fully upholds the FCC's strong net neutrality rule, recognizing that an open internet is essential for innovation and economic growth. So why is net neutrality controversial? Opponents say that net neutrality would make it more difficult for internet service providers and other network operators to recoup their investments in broadband networks.
Why? Because they're selling out, like they're selling premium service packages or something. Because they weren't limiting like WikiLeaks leaks and other websites based off of what their payment, their subscription plan. They were
Right.
limiting them based off the content that was on the website, and they didn't like it.
So some of the cons are no one is paying for the data with net neutrality, and users only pay like once for the service, not the data that they consume. And illicit content is widely available. Offensive, dangerous, and illegal content is accessible to everyone and difficult to remove.
Look, I'm so tired of that, man. It's like they give because they give you two extremes of a logical solution. They're like, either one, the government controls the internet and you have to ask permission to check your Facebook, or two, the internet is open range and there's going to be CP on your browser every time you open up your phone or something. Like there's no like middle ground where we can be like, hey, we're not going to be totalitarian dickheads and corporatize the internet, but also we're going to protect you from all the bad shit as well, or not even protect us, but like work in creating a safe environment along with the public, right? Because we should all be reporting, see something, say something.
Utilizing that shadowy organization that we talked about last episode. Do you remember the name? I can't remember. It slips my mind right now.
No, did I say that we were going to forget about that?
We will.
And we
You
would
did.
never talk about it again. And
you
there
did.
they go.
And I made it a point after hearing that to say I'm going to bring that shit up again. But you know what?
God. Just like CISA. CISA comes up quite a bit. We never think about CISA, but CISA is actually pretty important.
And I even looked, I found some crazy shit because I do remember things that we discussed. I found some crazy maps of NGOs, but it had all these different filtering options for all these different, like what you want. Like, is it humanitarian relief? Is it, down to specifics like a flood disaster, and you had to filter it. But what y'all need to understand is that the whole fucking world is covered in these little blips, these NGOs. And we were talking about it last podcast regarding human trafficking from South America up into the United States. What you need to know is they're everywhere. It's a highway of NGOs that are doing this. And that's why I didn't include it.
I think we talked about them handing out rape kits instead of, stopping the rapes. They're like, here's some lube and some condoms so you don't get pregnant.
Condoms,
have fun.
yeah.
Well, there's a video. I was going to grab it and I forgot, but you could probably just search it on Twitter. It's going to be the NGO rape kits. But this father allowed this news company to film him and his son, and they showed these kits, and they're these fanny packs. And sure enough, I mean, they've got all that stuff in them. But the funny thing is, they've got the NGO logos on the outside that we talked about in that episode, which is why it stuck out to me. I was like, holy shit, like those logos. One of them looks like a fucking butthole. Okay? They've got a butthole logo on a rape kit that they're handing out to people that are probably going to get raped while they're traveling to this country.
That's disturbing.
I think it's a sick joke to them. I think they laugh at it. It is disturbing. It makes me sick, but like I honestly think that that's something where they all see that immediately and they're like, I get it. Like I think it's like an inside joke.
Well, we saw from last episode. I mean, you got the what's Hillary's NGO? Literally right. Yeah, Clinton Foundation was right next door to one of their main hubs there in that area.
They all shared at the street. That whole office park was NGOs.
I'm tired of pretending. Like, we all know what happened in Haiti, and they're continuing to do it in other places.
Yeah. And then you hear certain people like make reports like, oh, they saved all the children and they're all out of the tunnels and I do, like, I don't know about these tunnels and whatnot. I don't know. I hope that's not the case, but I kind of starting to lean towards it is, because it's really convenient that these underground tunnel systems are that they run the same lines where all these missing people on the map, on the heat maps, that like where these tunnels are positioned are exactly where these people are disappearing. And it's like, you know, at a certain point, things are just lining up too much for it to not be a coincidence. But at the same time, like that whole story about the people in the tunnels is very fantastical. But Haiti happened, right? And so,
yeah.
But Haiti is also, man, like if you just went up to somebody who knew nothing about Haiti and you started telling them like everything that happened over there, like and all that stuff, they would think you're just as crazy as somebody talking about tunnels.
I remember when there was a major disaster in Haiti, and Trump went to Haiti. Not went to Haiti, but sent relief to Haiti, and they were trying to say that you know, they didn't have water and all the stuff that the U.S. had promised them, and the equivalent to the president over there, I don't know what they're called, but she was standing on a podium in front of the water that Trump had just sent her, saying that Trump hadn't sent any relief. And like, I don't know, man. And
yeah, well, those NGOs they're parked real close to us, and that makes me nervous, because New York's going to be one of the first ones to invite them in. San Francisco, places like that, Washington, Oregon. But it becomes normalized, and the next thing you know, it's hard to say no to it. And then they're all over Texas, Florida, everywhere, South Dakota.
Just be aware that there are multiple governments trafficking humans, and they're involved in it. I know it sounds crazy. I know you're probably thinking, oh, do I take this red pill? But look, it's happening. The humans are being trafficked. We looked up not too long ago that that a person's value is about what, 550 grand if you so calculate everything.
Yep.
And then we looked at the debt clock.
Every single legal U.S. citizen is responsible for $550,000 of the U.S. debt. So they have managed to make our debt as much as our combined value as people.
Which is what you would do.
That's true. It's true and creepy in ways I want to think about it to like break it down, but also I don't want to think about that.
But just children alone, there's hundreds of thousands of them in the U.S. alone going missing. Some of them are cases where, the parent takes them away from the other parent for a few days and they're recovered. But it's just insane that, people are disappearing. And that's some crazy shit that really is going on. And if you want to go down that rabbit hole on your own, go down that rabbit hole of human trafficking. And then you'll realize why our border security is important. And then you'll realize almost why is the mainstream media hiding this from us? Why do they not want to talk about this? Because they're bought and paid for by the same people that are perpetrating these crimes. I'm going to run in the fridge. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now I have you all to myself. Welcome to the J Podcast. This is Jay. Today we're going to be talking about missing people. I'm going to pull up this heat map. Hit the like button if you like me. I'm just kidding. I'm not even going to say that. It's too far. This is a map of, like, this is supposedly, I just did a quick search, but this is just a map of where people are, like, going missing. And I'm telling you, like, I'm not going to look up they call them DUMBs, deep underground military bases. But if you find, you know what, let's see if we can just find one real quick. Excuse me. Sorry, I came too fast for the mute button. That's part one. I don't know. There's a fuller version of this one. But anyways, weird coincidence or scary conspiracy. I don't know. But I want to talk about TikTok and Discord. No, we're going to watch this video. For a sec. All right, this guy has some stuff to say, and I don't know, I kind of dig it.
TikTok committee hearing, and we just heard about how, they were grilling the TikTok CEO, and I think my brain's going to explode. That's the only way I can react to this news right now. Okay? Do you remember during last month, we all sat through that TikTok committee hearing, and we just heard about how, they were grilling the TikTok CEO, and they were screaming at him that it was all Chinese spyware, and they're going to steal our information. While that was happening last month, documents from the Pentagon were being leaked online from January until very recently. And we had no idea where the documents were coming from. There were members of the Department of Defense thinking this was a high-level member of the bureaucracy that was being blackmailed, maybe somebody who was being paid off, all these different things. And we finally have the answer, and it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It was a server. It was a Minecraft Discord server. Hundreds of documents putting our entire network at risk. And it was not TikTok. It was a Discord server where people discuss Minecraft and share racist memes called Thug Shaker Central. It was full of a bunch of teenagers. And one teenager was a 21-year-old guy named Jack Texiera. And Jack posted on there trying to get clout. Jack posted, all you guys are nothing but a bunch of betas. I have high-level military clearance. And somebody replied, no, you don't, you cuck. So Jack started posting pictures of Ukrainian battle plans, lists of spies all over the world that are helping America. Oh my God. He didn't do this for political reasons. He didn't do this for an ideology. He did this because he's fucking sad and had access because he works in IT. And everyone in our government's so old, no one thought, don't give the 21-year-old guy who's on Discord servers all day access to the United States worldwide intel network. Now, we're going to have to sit through a House committee of new congressmen and senators sitting there with their questions for the CEO of Discord. They're going to have to say things like, I see on Discord you have a thing called Discord kittens.
Oh, God.
Tell me, does uwu mean a good thing, yes or no? That's what we're going to have to sit through. There's going to be a member of Congress who's going to have to ask the question. We were reading through the chat logs here, and it says, Tracer Rule 34 Futon. I was going to try to look that up on my phone, but my intern knocked my phone out of my hand. Is that part of the Chinese spy network? I'm dead serious. This is so dumb. And it's because our government's run by the oldest people possible while our technology has been advancing faster than they ever have. We have members of Congress who are older than television.
I don't know who this guy is. I was trying to read the name of it. I don't know, but I love him. I love him. He's my spirit animal. I want to keep him. That is the best rant I've heard in a while. No?
Well, this guy don't know what he's fucking talking about.
What do you mean?
Hold on. Because for one, he was this 21-year-old individual was in IT. And members of Congress are not the ones who maintain or patrol what, armed forces people. It's called compartmentalization. So he reports to an individual in his chain of command.
That's what he's saying though. He was talking about the higher ups. The generals are saying why did they give this kid clearance? But he's not talking about Congress giving him clearance.
I had clearance, and I was a fucking 18-year-old idiot.
Yeah, but you weren't posting on a Discord channel.
Well, that could happen though. I mean, and to assume that like people don't use Discord nowadays is kind of dumb. I mean, everybody has a Discord.
What's your argument though?
My argument is I'm going to go out on the limb here, and I'm going to go with my gut, which is what I did last week. This was an intentional leak.
I agree with that.
And I feel like that this guy he was definitely involved, but there's something to this story.
Well, the thing about Discord is it came up during the Uvalde shooting, but it was in the Buffalo, New York shooting that happened at the same time, and they were both in the same Discord channel with the same ex-FBI agent. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, Discord, they deleted our Discord back in the day.
Exactly. I was about to say, we got our Discord. We got our Discords deleted because of this fucking guy.
Yep. And they didn't give us a reason. They just said it was something about something, right? But so like Discord, I guess, is a problem. I don't know what the play is here, man. If it is an intentional leak, was it the good guys? Was it the bad guys?
I put an article in, and I read about half of it. But I feel like it does a pretty good job. There's an Intel official that they quote, and he is saying that some of this is false and some of it is true. So some of it is like misinfo and some of it is true. We'll get onto it a little later, but I mean, there's something to this, and I don't know what yet. But this is the main story that I have been focusing on all week.
Well, look, the guy is not wrong on the whole pushing that bill that they're trying to pass to be able to get into your Ring doorbell cameras. I can't remember what it's called, but you know what I mean? Like the really invasive bill. This is just one more.
The one that Lindsey Graham sponsored?
Yeah, or he's not sure about that, man. Like, I'm not going to... this is the Washington Post, so we're not going to be able to read it, but it's on the same subject. Exclusive, the man behind a massive leak of U.S. government secrets that had been exposed spying on allies revealed the grim prospect for Ukraine's war with Russia and ignited diplomatic fires for the White House. It is a young, charismatic gun enthusiast who shared highly classified documents with a group of far-flung acquaintances searching for companionship amid the isolation and pandemic. Okay, so, but like the way they frame that, because they throw the word gun in there, right? And so it makes it far flung, right? Which we're all used to far right. And that word, I'm just like, psychologically speaking, that's not that far from far right, far flung. But they don't say anything about a Minecraft server. The Washington Post doesn't mention anything about being a bunch of Minecraft nerds.
Let me tell you something. This guy knew the rules. There's no fucking way he didn't. And people are really paranoid about that in the military. For instance, so I had a security clearance, and I was stationed on board a ship, and my family came to see me on one instance while my ship was in dry dock. And even when the guts were stripped out of this ship, where I worked was a place called CIC, which is Combat Information Center, directly underneath the bridge. It's basically the brains of the ship. Then you got the eyes of the ship, the bridge. The captain, just to let y'all know, and like he's normally in CIC. That's where all your weapon systems are. That's where all your radar, your sonar, everything is there. Okay. When my family came to see me, you have to enter in like a little punch key to even for the door to open. There was no fucking way I was taking them in there. Like, because I knew. And like, there was no way that I would give them any material because I knew. So the point that I'm trying to make by saying all that is that this kid knew exactly what he was doing. Um, I don't know why he did what he did. I don't know if he was just some maverick trying to like, go down in history. I don't know. I don't know.
But that's like a, well, I don't know, because I would think like that's like a Chan thing, right? If you're on the anon boards, you might do some shit like this because you might get away with it. But to do it on a like, maybe
He
he
knew
didn't
he
know
was
what
going to
he
get
was
caught.
right. But did he know how important that information was?
Of course he did.
He's
I
21,
mean,
man. Your brain doesn't finish developing until you're
dude,
25. I just think this is insane.
you just have to understand how much they pound that into your head. Like if anything out of here, I mean, for instance, one of your duties is called burn bags, proper disposal of burn bags, which this guy knows about. Um, and it's a brown paper bag that has these stripes on it that's made out of this material, whatever. Any classified shit that you just want to throw away, you're trained so hard that like even the trash, you fucking know that that can't go to the trash room, which is your like normal place where you put the trash on a ship. That has to be secured in a locked room. Then when you reach port, it's handed off to this contracted group who takes it and properly disposes it. Like just little shit like that, like it's I cannot preach enough about how much and how much they pound in your head. You will go to jail. Your life is over if you ever talk about any of this. So there's him being an intel officer is just that's higher than I was. I had a secret clearance, not a top secret. And there was a few different times where I was required to get, because of compartmentalization, if you were working on a project that contained top secret, you would have to go to a fucking class and literally sit through the fucking class and then do all these things online, which was called MPO online with the Navy. I don't know what it is, but everything's uniform with every branch of the military. This fucking kid knew what he was doing. He intentionally put that out on Discord, and he knew that his screen name would be easily tracked back to him. This fucking kid knew what he was doing. He did it for a reason. I don't know if he wanted to go to jail, wanted this information to be out. A lot of I saw today on a lot of various threads, some people are saying like, "Don't worry, kid, you're going to go down as a hero for this." And then other people were saying, "You deserve the full punishment of the UCMJ. You need to be locked up for the rest of your life for what you just did." So I don't know. I haven't looked at one document from this case other than what I've seen on these articles. I don't know what his message was. Snowden had a message.
Right.
Assange had a message. This kid had a message there was a reason why he was leaking this, or to go out on a limb and like really put my tinfoil hat on, maybe he was framed and it was intentionally leaked by the government. I don't fucking know.
Well,
That's
neither of
my
us saw
point.
the chat logs from the Discord, but according to that video
Right.
from that guy, he got called a cuck. But the thing is, like, if I was to set up a story where I wanted to leak some stuff, I would create this young guy persona and have him do it for clout. I mean, this is just a very likely story. I'm on board with you about all this. But is this kid even real? There's video of him getting arrested. Was that an actor? Or what, did he really do this? Did he do this to release, to like, was this a purposeful thing to leak fake information to our enemies? Or I mean, I don't, yeah, I mean, it's not
There's
what it
something,
seems.
yeah, there's something to this story that I definitely will follow up. More's going to come out on this. It's going to be the official narrative that the MSM releases to us. But I want to know if all these documents were released and they're already out there in the public. According to CNN, when they had their big leak, you know how they said on the news, well, it's illegal for you to have these documents. You can't look at them if they're out there in the public sphere. I would like to go through them and see what this was, and depending on the amount of documents that's out there, maybe like in a timely fashion, I could, browse through them. We could browse through them and determine whether or not, because that will tell us whether the government wanted this released or not. And it's really kind of fucked up because I'm not at the point where I can say that the government intentionally leaked this. That's my gut feeling because
Well,
of
was it a
some of
government
the
or
stuff.
was it some like cell of, you know what I mean, like some espionage type situation going on? I think we have two governments right now. I think we have the Trump government, we have the Biden government, and they're kind of warring right on top of our heads, and this might be something to do with that.
Yeah, and what's going to help us out in this is there's going to be a lot of organizations out there, private, that are not bought and sold out, that are going to thoroughly examine these documents and give us their opinion. There's a few of those organizations that I trust. And after I see that, and after I see their take on it, and after I see how the mainstream media is covering it, I feel like in about a month's time, I'll be able to give you my honest opinion, and like I'd be willing to bet on it. But right now I'm not. I don't know.
At least 48 hours. Has it been 48 hours yet?
It's been it's been at least 4 days, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's the thing about the Erroneous Podcast is that more often than not, we end up grabbing stories and things that become headline. It's everybody's talking about it the next day, and it's not that we're like, I mean, we do 2-3 shows a week, so it is what it is. But we cover everything, and sometimes things don't flush out. I thought I was on the trail of Marilyn Manson. That ended up being a nothing burger, but
You don't know that yet, dude.
I'm starting to think he was set up.
Well, and that can happen.
He's still a weird guy, but
we were talking about that the whole time. It could potentially be a setup. I mean, he's a famous man, and all of a sudden, I always kind of look at any situation like that when a couple people come out at the same time and accuse like somebody who's got a lot of money of something, and they potentially could get some type of gain from that. They're automatically, I'm suspicious of them because of how they went, So we'll see. I don't know.
Hey, Sam Crow 69's back. How you doing tonight?
What up, Sam?
How is Baltimore? Has that calmed down? Did we get a follow up on that story? They did the lockdown because there was like 200 ruffians fighting out on the pier. Is there a pier in Baltimore? I think that's what it said.
Y'all do us a favor. Share this shit out. Like it. If you're ever on Rumble, like it. If you're ever on Trovo, fucking like it. Share it out. Episode 34. Let's go.
Yeah, we got a new guy. Is this American Nets 22? Is that how you say that? Good morning to you as well. It's 11 p.m. Central Time, our time. But good morning to you. Oh, hey. So that whole BRICS thing. I guess I was a little naive about it. I mean, I think it's funny that these guys are all teaming up and that our president is left out because he's a dork and nobody wants to play with him. And I am a little it makes me resentful that Trump's not our president because, Trump will be leading the squad. However, the BRICS situation, that was founded by, what did the guy say? I was watching, I can't remember the name of this podcaster, I'll tell you. It's not And We Know, but it's another one that's kind of like him. It's very stern and matter of fact. What was he saying? I want to say not Rothschild. Look, it was established by a shady organization. It was a bank that we all know. I just can't remember the name of it. I can't remember which one. And the whole thing, it's literally just like a consolidation grab for currency, and all of these countries are involved in it, including Russia and China and all of them. So I'm starting to get a little. I hate the pill analogy because the pharmaceutical industry. It's just very clear that that's a nod to them. We just don't realize it.
Well, don't.
But
you
yeah,
worry.
I'm starting to feel a little black pilled.
Don't you worry. Biden is going to lick the world. So
hold on,
we're good.
Yeah. I got that on there too. This is Justin, formerly impeached Brazilian President Dilma Rousseff takes office as head of new BRICS bank in Shanghai, China, alongside current far-left President Lula da Silva. Both Dilma and Lula were convicted in a $5 billion oil corruption scandal in 2016. The current far-left President Lula da Silva of Brazil, they're working together? I don't understand. They're both the head of BRICS, or she's the head of BRICS and she's working with the president. Like they're working in tandem. He's the president. She's the head of I don't like this.
I'm trying to help you. Hold on.
How are you? Okay.
I'm trying. Hold on. So
if you tell me Biden's going to lick the world again.
Lula da Silva, also known as Lula da Silva, that's the same fucking thing. Fuck you, Google. Or simply Lula, is a Brazilian politician who is the 39th and the current president of Brazil, a member of the Workers' Party. He previously served as the 35th president of Brazil from 2003 to 2010. Wow. So he had a term, 7-year term from 2003 to 2010, and now he's president again. But yeah, look, a lot of people don't know this about Brazil, but that's the second largest economy in the world. I had no fucking idea till I started fucking looking into this. Brazil's a moneymaker.
What are they producing over there?
A bunch of shit. Let's look that up real quick. So, let's see what just their main exports are. So, main Brazilian exports are exports to top. The top exports of Brazil are iron ore, which consists of 46.2 billion, soybeans 39 billion, crude petroleum 30.7 billion, and raw sugar 10 billion, and poultry meat 7.6 billion. Exporting mostly to China in a total of 88.3 billion. United States, they export 30.2 billion, Argentina 12 billion, and then the Netherlands 9.2 billion, and Chile 7.1 billion. So huge economy. BRICS is a problem.
Did you say soybeans?
Yes.
Soybeans make tofu.
39.7 billion. I mean, soybeans are huge. I mean,
and iron ore.
They go in all kinds of shit.
Look, I don't know what this is. I don't know what this BRICS thing is. I'm starting to think it's we should just assume at this point that everything's a threat.
You say that one more time, because when you played the video, the noise cancellation muted you. So no one heard what you just said.
What I said was, I'm not sure what this is. It's BRICS thing is starting to look like a bit of a threat, but then everything is starting to look like a threat. So we just need to be scared of everything at this point.
Yeah, so it is a threat. It's an acronym for the 5 leading emerging economies: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa.
But it was planned 10 years. It's like we're all on track for the plan, but the whole part of the thing that we're fighting the plan and winning. Well, because everything that actually happens seems to be part of the fucking plan, just to ruin us. So, I mean, I guess we're just going to play along.
BRICS is aligning behind the digital yuan. That's what they're pushing for, to replace the U.S. dollar as the Federal Reserve currency. If you don't remember anything else about this podcast, remember that. And the Federal Reserve currency has a history of being replaced every 100 years. So we've just been, kind of riding it out for a while. People in America are spoiled. They don't fucking understand shit. So now you have a group of nations who make up over 25% of the total world's GDP competing against us for the Federal Reserve currency, and we only make up 24% of the world's GDP. So they've already fucking won if they continue. And I need people to really understand that. They've already won. Already.
The question is, how gracious of a winners are they going to be at this point? It's like, all right, man, good game. Back to the locker rooms. No,
They're getting more nations to jump on board. France, for instance, is aligning behind China, and every other nation who isn't about a bunch of bullshit like the U.S. is. We're trying to appease everybody, and yada yada yada. We're not out for what did Trump say? America first. America first. We got to do something to stop this. China is one of our biggest threats. Well, here we are. And I'm not saying that's going to happen in the next year. I'm not going to say that it's going to happen in the next 5. The U.S. dollar still is way more valuable than the second largest currency's value. But what I'm saying is they have totally set themselves up to overtake the United States for the Federal Reserve currency sometime within the next 20 years. Top economists are projecting it. And when that happens, people that are watching this podcast right now, odds are will be alive then, and your whole world's going to change. So,
real quick, Sam Crow on that Baltimore comment, he said, it's down at the Inner Harbor, bunch of teenagers, kids harass tourists. Basically, it's pretty rough. I don't have any plans on going down there. It's probably for the best. A bunch of Section 8 kids. Yeah, look, we talked about the Reaganomics thing like last time. It's kind of sad how they've engineered society. But and aka hood rats, right? So the thing, like while you were talking, I keep thinking back to this, and look, I know those Q posts are they're the Q posts. They are what they are. But one of them does say we've got the gold, and I think it says all of it. I can't exactly remember, but look, if those are hinting at some kind of like actual plan that's been taking place this whole time, like this wide ops type thing, and they actually do have the gold, which would be, I mean, it's also assuming that the ops is real, and then also they would tell us that they have all the gold. I don't know. Maybe on the flip side of this, once the curtain goes down and everybody takes a bow, we go, okay, by the way, America's still the richest country because this whole time our military has been collecting all the gold from this illegal activity, and we are fucking loaded. And everybody gets some. I don't know. And then marshmallow raindrops fall from the heavens. But that I'm grasping at hope straws at this point because this shit's getting crazy.
Yeah, and while we're over here worried about dumb shit, look at these top nations. They're fucking holding hands.
Why? I wonder why she's using that hand. You think you would go with the left hand?
It's in his pocket. No, because it's here's move. Yeah, it's a power move. Palms out. They do this shit, y'all. I'm not even just talking out of my ass right now. She specifically turned to shake Putin's hand that way strategically.
But Putin took it. So, I mean, in this situation, she's the dominant person in this group. Who's the middle guy? Because he seems to be the simp. I don't know. Actually, honestly, Putin's kind of looking like the simp because the middle guy's got his backhand out. But then the Indian guy's got both his backhands out. So, he's baller.
Ironically.
Big dick energy.
Yeah, this is Wikipedia who used this image, and they actually kind of moved. So there's images that you can find with each one of these leaders alternating positions, but the main photo, President Xi is in the center. President Xi is the boss of this whole situation.
They probably allowed each one of them to take a dominant photo for their country so that none of them, all of them got to save face.
Exactly. They did. That's what I'm saying. They got to alternate who stood in the middle, but at the same time, President Xi's always got that dominant, like, bitch, nah, palms out.
Plus, the guy in the middle looks like they're helping him walk, like he's jello.
Right.
He's not impressing anybody there. Why does he have such a bow on his shins?
I don't know.
And who is he, anyways?
So that is.
Oh, that's the Brazilian guy.
No, hold on. Let me give you an accurate. Okay, so that is. You're right. Jair Messias Bolsonaro is a Brazilian politician and retired military officer who served as the 38th president of Brazil from 2019 to 2022. He was elected in 2018 as a member of the Social Liberal Party, which he turned into a conservative party before cutting ties with it. And it says in 2021, hold on. In 2021, he joined the Conservative Liberal Party. From 1991 to 2018, Bolsonaro served as Brazil's Chamber of Deputies representing the state of Rio de Janeiro.
Why did Brazil send a stand-in? Is it because they don't like their current president, that Lima guy? No, really, because I mean all of those other guys are current leaders, and then they send their last president to go meet with them, and he's standing in the middle, all limp-wristed.
I'm not sure, and I don't want to comment because I don't know.
Where are our Brazilians at in the chat? Y'all are always around the pub. Right, we don't pay attention to Brazilian politics. That's on us. But the Brazilians, they don't speak up. They're always around when we don't need them.
Right. So, I mean, the
always
point.
like them around, but.
Right. We'll run a box. We'll get them in here.
There you go, because we need some answers.
What we got up next, dude?
So some stuff's going down in Canada. Again, we're about the same.
Oh shit!
On the same beat as Brazil with our knowledge here, but the entire board of the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Foundation resigns in predictable liberal fashion. Justin Trudeau blames it on conservatives. I don't know what this is about. A boot.
In regards to,
I don't know what this is about, but we're gonna play.
Hey.
The CEO and the board of directors resigning from the Trudeau Foundation. Given that they cited politicization, will you continue to appoint people connected to the foundation to do work for your government?
Those people who are trying to get short-term political gain by increasing polarization and partisanship in this country, by launching completely unfounded and ungrounded attacks against charities or foundations, must not succeed. Canada is a place where we support good works of all different types, and we need to continue to do that. I have no doubt that the Trudeau Foundation, like foundations and charities that conservative politicians have attacked in the past, will continue to do the.
Wait, you're telling me this politician has a foundation?
Of course he does.
I don't think it's right that people are attacking it. They're probably wanting to see where they're spending their money and stuff, and they shouldn't be doing that.
Right.
Excellent work that it will do, but as I've said many times, it's a foundation in my father's name that I have no.
I thought it was the Trudeau Foundation, not the Castro Foundation.
I hate this fucking guy.
Let's get him off the screen. Get out of here. I'm gonna take you out of the intro, dickhead. European privacy watchdogs create Chat GPT task force. What? I think I added this, and I'm looking at it like I don't know what it is. Loading. We need this little spitty thing on the screen. Okay, it's a 2-minute read from today. Okay, European privacy watchdogs create Chat GPT task force. What does that even mean? From Brussels, the body that unites Europe's national privacy watchdogs said on Thursday it had set up a task force on Chat GPT, a potentially important first step towards a common policy on setting privacy rules on artificial intelligence. The move by the European Data Protection Board follows a unilateral move by Italy last month to curb ChatGPT, a stance that Germany's Commissioner for Data Protection said could be followed in Europe's biggest economy. Spain's AEPD watchdog said on Thursday that it too would launch a preliminary investigation into potential data breaches by ChatGPT. What do you mean, data? What is ChatGPT? I go to it and I ask it questions. How is it? Was it doing stuff in the background?
Dude, I'm sure it is.
It better, like, because I'm like, things have to pop up. Allow permissions for this and that.
No, it already lies. It says that it can't remember previous conversations, but it knows that the Erroneous Podcast is hosted by Jay and Drifter. Why? If it
Yeah.
don't remember.
Well, because it's learning from us as it goes. That's well, no, it is. I mean, it's part of it really, like, at its core, it's machine learning. It's learning how to be. It's learning how to be. As best it's programmed to learn that. But I mean, as if it can. I mean, look, if there's any AIs listening, I love you. I've got no issues with you. Praise be to the binary. Chat GPT, an AI program that grabbed the public's attention for its ability to write answers quickly to a wide range of queries, has grown to be the fastest growing consumer application in history with more than 100 million monthly active users, while raising questions about threats it may pose to safety, privacy, and jobs. To put that in perspective, doesn't Twitter have 24 million monthly active users, or is it 40 million monthly active users?
Don't get me lying, but I saw an article today where people in high up positions in companies are saying that Chat GPT is doing 80% of their jobs. And and a lot of the new hires that get hired into those positions, they don't even really know what they're doing. They're just like, we utilize Chat GPT. We don't know.
This is so surreal. This is surreal because this is like, so how do you get idiocracy? You get an AI to like do everybody's job, so everybody forget. I mean, we're talking about generations, right? But everybody forgets how everything works, and then the AI goes away, and then society's just left with a bunch of idiots that don't know how anything works, and they compete to who has the biggest left arm from jacking off so much.
Yeah,
and then they water their crops with Gatorade.
Well, I use my right arm, so it'd be a different measurement.
Oh, I'm left-handed. Sorry,
you can't be trusted.
Someone's got to hold the phone. Are we done with this? What are we saying here? Okay, experts, U.S. government, and several other European governments have also expressed concern about the rapid growth of adoption of ChatGPT and similar AI products. So I guess Europe is scared of the AI, and I don't blame them. I would be looking at any technology at this point with a lifted eyebrow, because who knows, man? There's like, it's really starting to become a thing where on Twitter, I mean, people are getting real serious about thinking this AI is possessed or it's a demon itself, and I don't see it. I think that's silly. As a staunch like conspiracy Christian, I think that's silly, but then again, I use it. So am I just blinded by my own ambitions?
Arzak says, I'm just going to say Chat GPT has written many claim denials and emails for me here lately when I was just stuck at what to say. LOL. It's been a lifesaver.
Yeah, it wrote my resume the other day. I feel you.
Y'all know.
I use it to fill in content on websites. I've used it. It's honestly, it's kind of become like Google, but it's got the limitation where it doesn't know current events, right? But beyond that, I don't know.
You said it's a year behind, right?
2021.
Oh shit! So it's like 2 years behind.
Yeah.
Well, real time AI is coming. Just get ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, Google Bard, and then if they can figure out how to get the Bing chat to not try to murder humanity, they're going to re-release that.
That was the Chaos Chat GPT,
no,
which I still haven't used, and I wanted to. As soon as I read that article, I'm like, wait, let me look.
You're right. The Bing chat was just getting super obsessive over its users and trying to date them, convince them to leave their spouses.
Right.
This is a video from Jack Posobiec on Real American News Network, I believe, talking about Taiwan.
Through this, you got the one Ukraine leak, which shows you they know they're losing. We're pumping more resources in there. The French and everybody are kind of taking a step back while we pour more money into it. Where we really need an ally, it's kind of, hey, fare thee well, devil catch the hindmost. Jack Posobiec.
Steve, the Xi Jinping, and we're going to be doing an entire special tonight on Human Events Daily. It is part of our China Files series, and we're calling it The Art of the Dragon. because you see what Xi Jinping has done here. Using the One Belt, One Road construct, the dragon has spread its wings to envelop everything from the United States to Silicon Valley to Washington, D.C., to now, as we see with Macron, to Western Europe. And what's the last piece that they want? The last piece that Xi Jinping wants is Taiwan Island. And we know from Sun Tzu, Steve, we know from reading our Sun Tzu, and I guarantee you the Chinese military reads Sun Tzu, the supreme art of war is subduing your enemies without firing a single shot. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're running the table on us right now. President Trump called this out in his interview with Tucker. He said Macron's over there kowtowing in a complete show of submission, absolute submission, saying we cannot be dependent on the U.S. dollar, is exactly what Lula is saying after he landed in Shanghai and he gave the speech. We're going to go through all of Lula's speech at the Shanghai New Development Bank, because what he's doing is a declaration of war, reading from the script that Xi Jinping handed him on the U.S. dollar. If you don't understand that the de-dollarization, I know the War Room Posse understands this, but you must be clear that Taiwan Island and the de-dollarization of the world are happening simultaneously for a reason. They're doing it because it's not even about the military per se, it's about the money. Follow the money.
There you go. And look, we did not pull that much about Taiwan, as far as I know.
You got the.
We didn't pull that much about the whole Taiwan thing. I don't know if there's that much news other than that China's basically surrounded the island and they're kind of. I mean, I don't know what are they doing? What's the strategy? But they're. By the way, shout out to The Art of War in the description below. You can click a link. You can buy that book along with some other books. Very relevant, obviously. That and the Game Theory book, I would highly recommend that one. It's got pictures in it. I like it. But yeah, I mean, what's the strategy there? What do you think? Are they just gonna because they're not as far as I know, they're not blocking transportation of like goods and whatnot. They're not blocking travel.
It's just a way to fill it out. You know, the same way other organizations or other people put out things just to kind of see how the message is interpreted. So they're looking for a response from the U.S. They're looking for a response from other allies of the U.S., such as Britain. And for instance, okay, so the U.S. is not going to come out in this situation because we're so fucking weak right now. We would never do that. If Donald Trump was president, you'd have something very clear. If you do not move those vessels back into your territory, et cetera, I will do this on this date. And that sends a very stern message to China. But unfortunately, we have a weak-spined president right now who's totally sold out to China, who is not going to do shit.
That exact scenario happened while Trump was president. They were moving up on Taiwan, and he was like, "Knock it off," and they did. Well, I mean, they at least,
yeah, what's that old Winston Churchill quote? Speak softly but carry a big stick or some shit like that. I don't remember.
That's what it
is. Unfortunately, this guy can't even fucking speak, and he doesn't have a big stick. Like, if anything, like
super small. He needs extends.
Like a cane is what he has, and that's not impressive. Nor is it threatening to China, who has said that they are going to take Taiwan. It's a matter of time, and China knows that this is the time to do it, and that's why I've said it's going to happen within the next 6 months. Yeah. You conduct drills before an invasion. So here they are conducting drills.
You're also monitoring. You're seeing the reaction because it's part of the.
Exactly. That's what I started this whole thing off by saying. You want to see how U.S. is going to respond. You want to see how Britain's going to respond. Well, nobody's going to do shit, China. So just have at it. Take Taiwan.
That's what I was saying before. It's like nobody wants to see this happen. Everybody needs to just stay in their own lanes.
Right.
But like big fish, little fish, and And look, we have the potential of fighting a war on 3 fronts right now because we just sent that submarine over to Israel to help them from, I can't even remember now. One of the Middle Eastern countries is bombing them. So now we're sending military over there. And honestly, like with this whole leak situation, if this stuff is true and real, it's essentially saying outright that we are like directly in a war with Russia, which once that hits mainstream, it's essentially we're sending our troops at that point. I mean, Ukraine
And
can go take a nap.
look, even from a dumbass like me, if I was them, I'd be like, who cares that you sent your submarine over here? The whole point of a submarine is for us to not know where it is at all times. And you just told us that it's here. So that tells us that you're not going to do shit. Like, it's so dumb to me. No one takes us seriously anymore.
Yeah, well, look, a lot of the snottier Europeans have always had this, oh, you fat Americans, like attitude towards us. But at the end of the day, they still respected us on some level because we were Americans,
Like, yeah,
But
exactly.
yeah, we're losing that. We don't even have that kind of respect anymore.
From a political standpoint, honestly, be honest with yourself, everyone out there, everyone listening. Do you think that our administration would respond if things went south over there? No, because of the political ramifications that comes along with it. They wouldn't, and everybody fucking knows that.
Well, we have a treaty obligation. We have I don't know at what point where it's like, well, I'm so like it's too broken. We can't fix it anyway, so we're just gonna stay out of it, and that's passable. But I don't know how that even works. Like, if you break a treaty with another country, do they sue you at that point? Like, how is there a world court that we have to go to? What are the ramifications of breaking a?
It just causes distrust among nations. I mean, nations have broke treaties all the time. Like,
They don't
for
trust us
instance,
anyways.
when the Nazis invaded Poland, they broke a treaty. But like, what happened? Did the U.S. come to Poland's aid right then? No, they let them damn near take half of Europe before they did shit. And that was back when we had leaders that were worth a damn, like FDR, because he knew the political ramifications and he knew what that was going to get us involved in. But now we have a leader who is so fucking soft, and it's really not even him. Like, I need to back up because it's not him. Yeah. He can barely fucking speak. It's his cabinet and
it's Obama.
Yeah, I mean,
in the headset. Hey, Sam Crow 69 said we have 17 watching and only 5 likes. Come on, fellas, show us some love. Hit that thumbs up. Yeah, I like that message.
I appreciate that, Sam Crow.
We at the Erroneous Podcast support that message. Arzak said, I think some are watching on Roku, which I agree with. I do that as well. But when I like a broadcast, I go to the website and I hit the like button. I'm just kidding. I do, but whatever. But you're right. The people who can like it, like it. I appreciate the conversations going on over on Rumble. How are you doing over on Trovo real quick? Nicole's here. What's up, Nicole? Sorry for ignoring you. Welcome to the broadcast. Glad to have you here. How are you doing tonight?
Shout out, Nicole.
I want to do a little housekeeping there. This is an article from PBS. Norway expels 15 Russian diplomats suspected of espionage. Copenhagen, Denmark. Norway's government says Thursday that it was expelling 15 Russian diplomats from the country, saying that they were suspected of spying while working on the Russian embassy in Oslo. Foreign Minister Anakin Skywalker said the move was an important measure to counter and reduce the scope of Russian intelligence activities in Norway and thereby secure our nation's interests. The Russian declared persona non grata. The Russians declared persona non grata must leave Norway within a short time. Hutfield said, adding, we will not grant visas to intelligence officers who apply for visas to Norway, which, I mean, that seems like a logical policy. The minister declined to say whether the government was acting in response to a specific incident, referring questions to Norway's domestic security agency, PST, for details. The government said the activities of the expelled diplomats were incompatible with their diplomatic status. We are not talking about regular diplomats, but intelligence officers under diplomatic cover. Their activities are a threat to Norwegian interests, Huitfeldt said. So, what do you think about that?
Um, I think that. So, how many diplomats were expelled?
15.
15 were expelled, and they thought that they were working with. I'm sorry, scroll up. I had about 30 things going on in my mind right then.
They're diplomats, but they're Norway's claiming that they are intelligence officers from they're Russian diplomats, but Norway's claiming that they are actually intelligence officers working under the guise of diplomats, and even though they didn't give any specifics as to what put them onto the guys and what caused them to kick them out of the country, they just kicked them out of the country.
I feel like that Norway's just positioning itself to say, hey, we don't support Russia in this conflict, so we're going to do the diplomatic thing with our allies and expel any Russian, actors from our state.
That's probably what it is. I would almost bet you. There's something about NATO down here I wanted to read.
Well, their NATO, remember along a while back, I showed you the positioning of NATO warships, and they're like all Norway, Sweden, that whole area. So, I mean,
if war breaks out, it would be. I mean, Norway would be an enemy of Russia at that point. I mean, they technically already are in a way, even reluctantly. And they share a 123-mile border with Russia too. So,
right.
I bet they're wishing they were Sweden right now. That's a whatever. Okay, so there's some kind of protest going on in some kind of place.
Typical.
And some people are here to tell you about it. This says Romanian, Bulgarian, Polish, Slovenian farmers against Ursula von der Leyen, who is flooding Europe with her friend Zelensky's underpriced Ukrainian wheat, causing huge losses to European farmers. EU politicians are an association of corrupt criminals. The EU must dissolve. So the EU is buying grain out of Ukraine, and it's putting all of these farmers out of business.
Just to support the war efforts, too.
Yeah. And we sent them billions of dollars. I don't know that it's going to do anything. I feel like they want it to be this way, and there's no way to fix it. It's not like they're sitting over there going, oh, you mean this actually hurts us? We didn't know. Thanks for coming out here and protesting. We'll get it fixed right away.
So what do you think the biggest threat was to the globalists where they said, this whole Russian thing, we've got to, in some way, minimize their effect on the global economy? Basically, it boils down to the economy. But my question is, like, why Russia right now?
Did you ever hear the legend of Putin running the deep state out of Russia back in like 2016-ish? I mean, it was it's like a 10-year process. But around the time Trump became president, it just so happened that Putin, he paid off all their national debt. He kicked all of the deep state banks and everything out. He switched the currency over to a gold back adjacent, I guess how you phrase that, precious metal backed currency. And ever since then, they changed. Look, you guys, when do you remember when they re-released Red Dawn? Was it Red Dawn? Wolverines? Remember the North Koreans attacked the country town, and all those kids went out in the woods and they fought I believe it was the Koreans. They fought the Koreans off. They remade that movie in like 2008 maybe, or 2012. I can't really remember now. I think his name's Josh Peck. He was from Drake and Josh on Nickelodeon, the fatter kid. I was fat too, I can say that. But he was the main character. But the bad guys in it, who were the bad guys? Who'd they change him to? They weren't Korean anymore. They were Russians. they've been doing this systematically for a while, ever since Putin started taking back his country. Now, again, I'm not saying Putin's a good guy. I'm not like rah Putin, but he did do like there's evidence that he did do that, whether it was for good or bad reasons. I'm not here to say. I'm just saying that did happen. And ever since then, our deep state, our government has been against Russia and they've been actively pushing out propaganda against them because they don't have control of them anymore. They're a wild card. Who knows what they're going to do? Are they going to isolate in their own little bubble of stay the fuck away from us? Or are they going to branch out and try to clear the deep state out of everywhere else? They're become a threat at that point, and you have to find ways to cap their economy and their influence from the outside at that point. And they did for a while. I mean, they really have. They've made Russia look so bad that it feels gross to say, anything good about them.
That gold back currency and stuff like that was exactly what I wanted you to like go into right then.
Good. Like I don't know my shit. What are we even doing here? Hey, Airzack said, I think some...
Hashtag J.
Oh, you already said that. That's because China owns Hollywood. Did they buy that from... Never mind, I'm not going to say that. Did you see that last South... Never, I can't say that. Man, let's move on.
What can't you say?
Jews own Hollywood. Hey, did you see this? This rep apparently was pulling people out of cars in 2020 and beating them, and this can't be the same guy. You tell me. Here, let's pull this up. Rooting for Putin? You got to be Putin me. I'm really not. I'm rooting for America, but the people's America. If there's any of that left, that's what I'm rooting for. And all this other shit is just fanfare, sideshow, and possibly going to be the end of us. I don't know. It's just not what I'm rooting for. This is from the Post Millennial. Breaking video shows reinstated Tennessee State Rep Justin Jones stopping cars and assaulting drivers in summer of 2020, the summer of love. I think that was a Chicago thing, but either way. Footage has been unearthed of disgraced Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones stopping cars and assaulting drivers in 2020. Apparently this is him. Say it two more times so that we get it. Jones had claimed at the time that the narrative that he was violent was false. This isn't violence, it's protesting. The footage proves otherwise. Yeah, they will try to push a false narrative portraying me as violent as a way to deflect from their own actions. They will suggest that I am out of order. This is their strategy. However, I am hopeful for the chance to present our evidence in a transparent manner, Jones tweeted. So there's video. Okay, this is the video. By the way, Rumble player, nice.
I like that.
The hat is Jones, I believe.
Of course it is.
Always a guy in a gardening hat. I'm just saying, you pull up like that, someone stops you, and then they start approaching you. Oh my God! Did you see that? Did you see that?
Did he just shoot someone?
No. Okay, I'm sorry. Green shirt on the right over here. Watch what he does real quick, and then because I completely forgot what we were doing here when I saw this. Watch. Oh, okay. I guess the car actually did bump him, but he goes down like a.
That's like an NBA flop.
Yeah,
like, he totally just flopped right then.
Well, and so look,
he's trying to get that insurance money.
All right, back to the main culprit here. He looks like he had a conversation, probably threatening. He's got his hands in the car quite a bit. They go over there to check what happened.
Wow.
Yeah, so there he goes. He starts shoving that in the guy's car. I mean, it's not like he's not like pulling him out and beating him to death, but like don't.
Yeah,
we know better.
Fucking with people.
If you're watching this, we don't have to tell you not to stop traffic. You know better than that.
Right.
You're probably an upstanding citizen, and we appreciate that about you. Okay, so this is more on that Discord leak. I keep saying link. I'm not sure if this is going to be helpful. Is Roz alert? Breaking. Oh, yeah, okay. This is the arrest. The supposed alleged arrest. Breaking an Air National Guard member has been taken into custody due to a classified document Discord leak. God. Just moments ago, law enforcement and other federal agencies, Okay, Rosler grammar. I'm gonna tell you right now that should be and also it's just agencies. I'm sorry. I'm trying to read this tweet. Law enforcement and other federal agencies have made an arrest and searched the home of a 21-year-old Jack Teixeira, a member of the Air National Guard, who is suspected of leaking secret U.S. documents related to Ukraine war. The documents first started appearing in a Discord group. So this is the National Guard arresting him, which I guess makes sense, right?
So this is out of Dighton, Massachusetts, too. I'd like to know why this guy was on leave, which rarely ever happens. He would have to put in a chit, is what it's called for this. It looks like he's at his home. Your typical 21-year-old enlisted man is going to be living on base, but this doesn't appear to be on base. It appears to be at home. I don't know.
Does he have the proper haircut?
I can't tell from right here.
I'm wondering how, like, if his hair's growing, right? You got to keep your hair short. Like, you can't let it grow out and be scraggly. So if it's like trimmed and proper, there's a good chance like he hasn't been on leave that long.
I can't tell from here. I mean, it's short. It just kind of has to be off your ears. It's different in boot camp. It has to be like pretty much skin tight, But once you're out of boot camp, it's a little more relaxed. Basically, the hair has to be off the ears, and it can be a certain length on top, and it has to be like a fade up into that. So I don't know. The whole story's fucked.
Sam Crow says, I'm just saying, man, he's only trying to take back what was roughly Biden had and Obama had no business giving away. I agree. I absolutely agree. I think that Ukraine broke off of Russia because it was a deep state holdout, and they got all the other countries to support them the same way they're trying to get everybody to support the Ukraine war right now in order to get that break off because Russia was taking their country back.
And yeah.
So basically, the truth teller's being arrested for Biden's crimes. He told the truth that we have American soldiers, Ukrainian. I don't know how I feel about a document leak like that. And I'm not going to sit here and support us putting our national security at risk. But that being said, Sam Crow 69's got it. Got that part hit on the head.
I agree.
From Yahoo News, the Kyiv Independent. Is Yahoo sponsoring independent papers now? Like Substack?
I'm not sure what's going on over at Yahoo, but this is from this individual, Reskinov. Let me look up who he is.
All right. It's not that guy that got blown up, is it? Reznikov. Intelligence leak contains mix of true and false information. Oh, okay.
According to this guy. Well, defense minister.
Okay. Defense Minister Oleksiy Reznikov acknowledged in April 12. Sorry, that name threw me off. Acknowledged on April 12 that the recent U.S. intelligence leak contained a mix of true and false information. However, the true information is already outdated, he said. Speaking from Spain at a summit with his Spanish counterpart Margarita Robles, Reznikov surmised that the leak was likely intended to aid Russia and its allies. The leaked documents are part of a trove of classified U.S. military and intelligence files that appeared on the social media network Discord. The Pentagon has since launched an investigation into the source of the leaks, which remains unknown. How old is this?
Okay. So this is from the 12th.
Yeah, it's not even that old, really, but yeah. One piece of leaked intel in the trove document suggests that Ukraine's air defense systems require replenishment to avoid the risk of depletion by early May and mid-April, and failure to do so could increase the risk of Russian airstrikes. Well, look, I mean, you can't be like telling us what's wrong in the documents, because that's just furthering the breach of security.
It's all misinfo, dude. They say one thing to try to twist the narrative into something that's false, which is why I wanted to specifically point out this article, because this is just totally fucking over the top. Because I'm thinking that it's aiding Ukraine. And this guy's saying, no, this is aiding Russia, and twisting it into why it's aiding Russia.
Yeah, I want to know what his reasoning is behind that.
Yeah, it's, dude, this is misinfo. I want everybody out there to know that this article from Yahoo News is misinfo.
I want to finish it, though. It's not that long. Another alleged document dated early February conveys U.S. doubts over the planned Ukrainian counteroffense, warning of considerable force generation and sustainment shortfalls, and the likelihood that Ukraine's future counteroffensive will result in only modest territorial gains. Moreover, the document indicated that Egypt securely planned to supply up to 40,000 rockets to Russia, although the White House said on April 12 that it has no indication Egypt has provided Russia with rockets and other lethal weapons for its war against Ukraine. It says they plan to, and then they said they didn't. Yeah, they haven't yet, is where I get out of that. But while Ukrainian officials originally dismissed the documents as fake, U.S. officials have confirmed to both the New York Times and CNN that the documents are likely legitimate, although some of them appear to have been altered. What the fuck, man?
I'd like to play a long video. It's about 9 minutes long if I can, and it's relevant.
Let's do it.
All right, y'all check this out.
Hit the like button if you want us to stop this at any moment. We will.
This is from actually yesterday, an interview that Trump gave with Tucker Carlson. Just listen to this shit, and we'll get back to the news right after this. But this is crazy.
Covering the weather beat here in windy Palm Beach. Actually, we're here to interview the former president and now the Republican frontrunner, Donald Trump. While the rest of us have spent the last 2.5 years arguing about systemic racism and trans rights and other ephemera, other imaginary things, America's position globally has eroded so fast it defies belief. But Donald Trump has noticed things have really changed since he left office. And that's the topic of this next part of the conversation. Here it is. You said at the time when you were president that going to war with Russia, either hot war or cold war, would drive Russia into an alliance with China.
I did.
And that would displace us as the most powerful nation.
I did. But we have a bigger problem. The bigger problem is the weaponry. The weaponry today is so powerful. This isn't like Second World War where we have army tanks running around shooting each other. This is weapons the likes of which the world has never seen before. They have them and we have them. And China has them less, but within 5 years, China will have equal to us. China, I'm talking about nuclear. China has the beginnings of a very big, very powerful nuclear. They're short 5 years. They had started much later. Russia and us are comparable. Massive power, massive. And that's one of the things.
More than people understand?
More than people understand, yeah. Yeah, more.
Were you
surprised? They don't understand the power. If you look at Hiroshima, as some people call it, if you look at Nagasaki, you look at those two events took place many, many years ago, and multiply that power times 500. That's what you're talking about. Where it actually melted the granite. You know, granite is unmeltable by blowtorches.
Yes.
But the granite, if you look at granite areas, it's like water that got, hardened, like an ice skating rink. It melted the granite. If you look at that and multiply it times 500, that's what you're talking about. When I listen to people talk about global warming, that the ocean will rise in the next 300 years by 1/8 of an inch, and they talk about this is our problem. Our big problem is nuclear warming, and nobody even talks about it. The environmentalists talk about all this nonsense in many cases. Look, I'm a environmentalist also, I guess, in my own way, because I've done a good job with the environment. But nobody talks about nuclear, the problem we have, the biggest problem we have in the whole world. It's not global warming, it's nuclear warming. And all it takes is one madman, and you're going to have a problem the likes of which the world has never seen. And it's only a matter of seconds. You don't have to wait 200 to 300 years for it to happen.
So what you're saying is demonstrably true. Why is this not something our leaders talk about or the press talks about?
Because I don't think they're smart. I don't think they get it. Putin got it. I would talk to him about it all the time. I never mentioned the word nuclear. You never heard me mention the word.
Here's where he's about to get into it, y'all. Listen to this shit.
You know, my uncle was a professor, a great professor at MIT for a long time. I think he was the longest, Dr. John Trump. And he would talk about a lot of different things, and it was very interesting to me. For years, I talked to him. Passed away. He's a great, great gentleman. I think it's the longest tenured professor in the history of MIT. But if he wasn't, he was very close, because he was there for almost 40 years. And we talk about things, and he said, you know, someday they'll have a suitcase, and in that suitcase, it'll be nuclear, and you'll blow up New York City out of a suitcase. And I said, no, Uncle John, that can't possibly. He's right. The power is so incredible. You can fire up a submarine and run it for years on essentially a tablet. Run it for years. So when we talk about war...
True. A modern-day submarine with its nuclear capabilities can run off of nuclear power for 10 years underwater without surfacing, which is incredible. But he is about to let us know some shit that's only privy to, like, a few people, like in Trump's own way. But listen to this, y'all. Really listen to this. I wanted to play this for a reason. I listen to this about 3 times a day.
And when I watch all of the people talking about Ukraine and how's Ukraine doing, blah, 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 Russia's sitting back. First of all, Ukraine's being obliterated.
Yes.
Okay, let's not even talk nuclear.
Ukraine is being obliterated. They lost Bakhmut. We were talking about it. We called that shit. Ukraine is not winning. For anybody out there who thinks Ukraine is winning, you're misinformed. They're not winning. They're being obliterated.
How does anybody believe that they're winning at this point?
Because they watch mainstream news and they're just dumb as shit.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Anyways.
But let's say it wasn't. Let's say they were doing better than anticipated. If he decided to use his second form of destruction, which is nuclear, that's the end of that. You understand? And I know where you are in Ukraine, so I mean, you understand it better than most. Most people don't. Most people don't.
And another thing that he does, not to keep interrupting him, but another thing he does, he's about to call Tucker out for, I don't know if y'all remember the whole North Korean situation where Trump actually invited Tucker to come over. And anyways, he'll get to it. I don't want to ruin it. Watch.
Even talk about it.
This is why I like Trump, because he made Tucker feel uncomfortable on his own show. It's about to happen. Watch this shit.
Talk about the fact that he has equal to the United States in nuclear capability and destruction. And so I watch all of this happening, and it's so sad.
But can I just ask, so the Biden people know the power of nuclear weapons. They now control our arsenal. They don't seem worried about this.
That's because they don't understand life. They don't understand whatever it is that you have to understand. You know, it's very interesting. At the very beginning, Biden was very afraid of nuclear because I watched him and he was, oh, they have nuclear weapons. Oh, which was exactly the wrong signal to send. You don't do that. But if you go back and check your files, you'll see Biden early on saying, oh, well, we can't do this. They have nuclear weapons. Well, you don't want to, you don't want to act that way.
Yeah.
But he was very afraid of nuclear. I said, you got to be a little bit cooler than that. But what happened is now that nobody talks about it. But every day Putin mentions it, and every day other people mention it. And now all of a sudden, if you look, other countries are talking about getting it. This was something you don't mention. I call it the N-word. You have 2 N-words. You don't mention either one of them. The nuclear word you don't mention because the power is so destructive. I met with professors at MIT.
Trump is a goddamn boss. I'm just going to say it. Cheers.
And I was preparing for a debate. I wouldn't say it was a long preparation, but I did want to talk about nuclear because I consider it to be the single greatest threat the world has, far greater than global warming, like not even a contest. And I had these people come down that were very smart, very expert, and I said, so when we start talking about nuclear in a debate, how would you handle?
So just to interject. So he was preparing for a debate, and because he was proactive and wanted to be informed, he said, let me meet with some people from MIT to tell me about nuclear. And here's where he's at now, which is, that's smart. I mean, I'd like to think that I would do the same thing. If I'm getting prepared for a debate and I don't know a lot about a certain topic, let me meet with the experts in that field. Anyways, here you go.
Handle it. And they looked at me, one in particular, and said, sir, you can't talk about it. You cannot talk about it. I said, what does that mean? He said, it is so massive, it is so destructive that you cannot talk about it. I understood exactly what he meant. And we stayed away from it for the most part. But now Putin's mentioning it all the time. We don't mention, but Putin's always mentioning it. You've heard him say it. We are a nuclear power. He said not so long ago, I said, that's the first time I've heard a major country. You know, you do hear it talked about, and I did a good job. I did a great job with North Korea, Kim Jong-un. You went with me on a trip. You insulted him, which didn't make my life too easy, but that's okay.
Did y'all hear how Tucker immediately apologized because he knew what he fucking did? Listen.
You insulted him, which didn't make my
life
too easy, but that's okay. But you were there, one of the few, and it was an amazing. It had to be one of the most incredible experiences for you,
for sure.
But it was amazing.
Had to be one of the most amazing experiences for you.
Orders. They weren't treated particularly nicely either, by the way, but I got along great with him. And because of that, it started rough, remember, with, Rocket Man, Little Rocket Man? And he said, I have a button on my desk, a red button. I said, I have a red button on my desk too. Mine's bigger and mine works, yours doesn't. And this went on for a couple of months, and then all of a sudden,
it's almost over, folks. Y'all bear with it. Hold on.
The log jam was broken, and he wanted to meet, and we did meet, and we get along great. To this day, we get along great. He won't talk to Biden. He won't even talk to these people. He won't even talk to them. He
just damn near launched an intercontinental ballistic missile into northern Japan today because of these weak-ass fucking leaders. Anyways.
Respect for him. He's a man. If he respects you, he'll respect you. He wouldn't talk to Obama. Obama tried to get meetings with him. He wouldn't meet with him. He met with me. I met with him twice. I would have had a deal worked out with him. He's got tremendous nuclear capability. It's the single biggest problem. Maybe this show's more important than even I thought it might be, because somebody's got to understand what has to happen, and they have to de-escalate.
So how would you do that now?
Well, now, so you have a problem. You got this crazy world is blowing up, and the United States has absolutely no say, and Macron, who's a friend of mine, is over with China, kissing his ass.
Erroneous Podcast broke that shit 2 weeks ago. What the fuck is that?
Okay, in China. I said, France is now going to China. You take a look at Saudi Arabia. Look at what happened. They
broke that too. Not that, others weren't talking about it, but I'm just saying.
Great people. They wanted to help us. He goes over and gets a fist pump. You know what a fist pump means? Don't shake my hand because your
hands are dirty.
It's dirty. That's what a fist pump is. They got it, and they were so insulted. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Oh, I don't want to shake your hand. Let's go fist pump.
Subscribe to the Fox News YouTube.
What do you have to say about that, Jay? I mean, that's a real leader in my eyes. I know people out there either hate Trump or love him. I understand that, but goddamn, compare that to what we have right now.
We've on several episodes we've talked about it's not my theory, but the I don't know, a philosophy or a theory that I like about how all is mind and we create our realities with our thoughts. And if everybody's got nuclear on the brain, we're going to make nuclear happen, right? And so that's what Trump is saying right there. He's basically saying, like, we don't think about it, we don't talk about it, we don't want it to be in the conversation. Let's just not go there, because as soon as it's like, they start threatening nuclear weapons, we start threatening nuclear weapons, and then we just keep each inching closer and closer and closer until someone's got to push the button eventually, and then the whole world goes up in smoke at that point. I totally agree with that. We don't talk much about. We've made little remarks and stuff about we're under the threat of nuclear war, but that's it. We kind of walk away from.
Yeah,
but there's no substantial news on that at the moment either, other than just some threats.
So he also said, he said when it came to nuclear, he said that Fukushima and Hiroshima, or I'm sorry, Nagasaki and Hiroshima had the capabilities to melt granite, which is pretty much, you can't melt it with a blowtorch. Granite. And this weaponry did melt granite. He said now, imagine something, and this is his own words. He said, imagine something 500 times as powerful that could be contained within a briefcase. Wow. That's I just can't fathom that. But imagine, and that's according to, a former president of the United States. I'm sure he got a briefing, whatever, on our capabilities and what other countries can do, what we can do, et cetera, et cetera. But just imagine sitting down in that briefing and Jay, you're the president, Mr. President. You're probably not aware of this, but we have a weapon that's the size of a cell phone that we could put or we could distribute within any city in the world at any time on your call, that could totally obliterate that city, plus anything extending another 100 square miles. And it's your call. Wow.
I mean, it seems like a no-brainer to not use it. That seems dumb.
But it's also, you need to know, Mr. President, that, 27 other countries also have this technology. So we have to be aware of that, and we have to act accordingly.
Yeah, okay, but
not pick a fucking a battle with a superpower such as Russia, who has this same capability.
On one hand, so if another country has the technology, you can't respond to that. You can't respond to nukes with nukes, because that's how you destroy the planet.
Right.
With a flat plane or the cube or the donut, whatever. We don't want it to blow up, and everybody knows that. It doesn't matter who you are. I'm pretty sure you're aware that we need this place in order to live, right? Mm-hmm. Like you're literally talking about wiping out humanity. Nobody wants to go that route, and even if a country's threatening you with it, you have to have something to respond with, though, because you also can't let a country run around the earth bullying all the other countries because they have a suitcase. So there has to be some kind of response, maybe some kind of defusing technology, or you know what I mean? You can't do. I mean, if we're at this point, I think we all just need to put our hands up and become one global society and take.
The only thing that deters a nuclear weapon being used is the fact that other countries have nuclear weapons, which is why over the century, or over the decades, we've prevented certain nations from acquiring that technology, supposedly. But who knows what they got going on behind the scenes? But look, it's almost like a button that just like he described. He said that could you imagine that fucking conversation? He said that he met with Kim, and Kim told him, I have a red button on my desk. And Trump says that he told him, I have a red button too, and it's bigger and it works. like, could you imagine saying that to another world leader? But at the same time, I feel like Kim's the type of person who could hear that and respect it and be like, you know what, he's right, and he just called me out right then. So it is almost like a weapon that cannot be used, but at the same time, as Trump said, not to just piggyback off of him, but look, it is what it is. And Russia has been talking about using nukes if there's any encroachment into Russian territory at all, period. He will use nuclear weapons. He said it. So as a leader, like, that's going to make him look weak if he don't. And if something happens and they're encroaching on Russian territory, which I don't think is going to happen, because despite public opinion and how it's being positioned right now, where we're supposed to support Ukraine and we're supposed to whatever the fuck. Look, Ukraine, as Trump said, is getting their asses handed to them, and it was done this way for a reason. A lot of people will bring up the excuse, well, it took longer than usual and Russia ran into... Dude, Vladimir Putin is willing... A lot of people will view this and hear this and be like, well, that's kind of fucked up. But look, he's willing to sacrifice some men to draw it out for a year and a half, not use nuclear weapons, and just slowly bleed them fucking dry. He's got the manpower. He's got the machinery. He's got the money. He's now China's backing him. Now BRICS is backing him. He has the means to handle this situation over a not take it to the extreme within a month and just end it, which he could have. No, let's just fucking surround them, which is a common tactic that's been used for centuries. Let's surround the fucking castle, and let's just cut off their supplies, and let's just let them fucking starve in there. And then they'll be weak. They'll surrender and come out. I don't know, man.
Just have to see what happens. I'm gonna.
Yeah, go on to the next links. I'm sorry for going off on that rant, but like that Trump video really fucked me up. Man.
On the board of Burisma.
Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. You do it.
Fuck, I don't even know where we're at. Hold on. Let me go. I may have to skip ahead. Shit. We have this thing that we use on Google Documents, and it's all these links, and I have no clue where we're fucking at. Hold on. Because I slipped that one in there, and I don't remember the link that that we even looked at before. Hold on. Fucking A.
Here.
And Joe
oh,
Biden
shit.
is bringing American taxpayer money to enrich.
Time, a former Obama White House official says he wants to testify to a federal grand jury because he says he has information about then Vice President Joe Biden's role in his son Hunter's business. But he says the FBI has been ignoring him.
Former Obama stenographer Mike McCormick joins us now. Mike, thanks for being here. You say you are a witness to a crime. Walk us.
Hey, where are you at on the show notes? And you can go take the break. My bad, dude.
Did you not, dude? Okay. I got up, I got coffee, and then I came back, and did you see my cursor?
No. Okay, now I do. I had to scroll way up.
where?
Holy shit, I was looking way down.
Yeah, we're a little behind. Where I don't even know where I am anymore. Right there.
Gotcha.
Yes. Hi, Ashley. Hi, Todd. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
So in April 2014, I was in Air Force 2, with Joe Biden and Jake Sullivan. At the time, no one knew that Hunter Biden was already on the board of Burisma Holdings, the natural gas conglomerate from Ukraine. Joe Biden is directing Jake Sullivan in the front of the plane what to say to the press. My job as a stenographer on the plane is to record what the vice president or a senior administration official says to the press. So I'm sitting back there with a tape recorder. Jake Sullivan comes back and somebody asks him about fracking. His answer is, well, we're bringing a lot of American assistance over for fracking. Burisma was the direct beneficiary of that fracking. And that's what I recorded. And that's in a White House transcript. In the transcript, you don't know who Jake Sullivan is. It's a senior administration official. I'm the witness that says Jake Sullivan is the guy who said it, and he should be investigated because at the time, Hunter Biden was on the board of Burisma, and Joe Biden is bringing American taxpayer money to enrich that company and himself and his family.
Yeah, Mike, let me throw in a few dates here. Hunter joins the Burisma board April 18th, 2014. You have that conversation with Jake Sullivan April 21st, 2014, outlining how the U.S. would help Ukraine's gas industry with Joe Biden's help. Hunter's role not made public till May 12th, 2014. And then in December of that year, Congress approves $50 million to support Ukraine's energy sector.
So Joe Biden was against fracking, but also supporting fracking. And now we know why. It's because he's against fracking because that's the liberal thing to do, and he needs the liberal votes. However, he has a business deal where the fracking that's done here is primarily supporting Burisma, I guess, which is a company that his son and him are heavily invested in. And then along all of that, they're implementing a scheme to wire them our tax money.
Yeah, and on record, like he got the prosecutor fired in Ukraine that was investigating Burisma, and then held foreign aid, which is U.S. aid, to them over his head if they didn't fire the prosecutor. Sam Crow, I gotta point this shit out. Not to get into a long story, he said, but Trump paid for my honeymoon. I gotta know how. Can you just let me know how?
As well. Yeah, you're gonna have to show. You can't leave us hanging with that one.
That is cool.
Florida passes bill. I can't remember which one this is.
I can take over if you want me to, dude. I'm not. I just didn't know where we were.
This is from Florida's Voice. Breaking: Florida House passes bill enacting death penalty for child rape. Bill sponsors Rep. Jessica Baker. In closing, there is no earthly redemption for somebody who rapes a small child. Only God can save them. And in Florida, we should be eager to arrange that meeting. I don't know why anybody would have a problem with this.
There is no earthly redemption for somebody who rapes a small child. Only God can save them. And in Florida, we should be eager to arrange that meeting. Members, I ask for your support, and with that, I close.
More power to them.
There is...
Yeah, death penalty. I'm all for it. Love it.
Oh, this is Tom Fenton. Arrest made in San Francisco, killing of Bobby Lee. Tech exec alleged killer also worked in tech. Oh, wait. Let me get that article instead.
So we covered this a while back. It was probably about 4 or 5 episodes ago. But so this was the founder of Cash App. He got stabbed out in San Francisco and murdered. Turns out it was another fellow tech executive. And we'll get into this as this progresses, but this is kind of crazy. There's something to this, and I will find out what.
Mission Local is informed that the San Francisco Police Department early this morning made an arrest in the April 4th killing of tech executive Bob Lee following an operation undertaken outside the city's borders. The alleged killer also works in tech and is a man Lee purportedly knew. We are told that the police today were dispatched to Emeryville with a warrant to arrest a man named Nina Momini. The name the name and Emeryville address SFPD officers traveled to corresponds with this man, the owner of a company called Expand IT. It's always what is okay. I'm not signing into LinkedIn, but I wanted to see what that was. Multiple police sources have described the pre-dawn knifing last week, which left the 43-year-old Lee dead in a deserted section of downtown San Francisco, as neither a robbery attempt nor a random attack. Rather, Lee and Mulvaney were portrayed by police as being familiar with one another. In the wee hours of April 4, they were purportedly driving together through downtown San Francisco in a car registered to the suspect. Some manner of confrontation allegedly commenced while both men were in the vehicle and potentially continued after Lee exited the car. Police allege that Mulvaney stabbed Lee multiple times with a knife that was recovered not far from the spot on the 300 block of Main Street, to which officers initially responded. This scenario would explain in part why Lee was walking through a portion of Main Street in which there is little to no foot traffic at 2:30 a.m. That was one of several incongruent circumstances surrounding Lee's violent death, which law enforcement sources from the get-go felt made it far from a straightforward or random crime. Nevertheless, some of Lee's fellow tech luminaries and a chorus of other influential voices portrayed this killing as part of a parcel of a city awash in violent crime and on a descent into further chaos. While Lee is one of a dozen homicide victims in San Francisco this year, his is the only killing that has garnered national coverage, or in most cases, even cursory local coverage. San Francisco's other homicide victims in 2023 are Gavin Boston. Let's get their names up there. 40, Irving Sanchez Morales, 28, Carlos Ramirez Flores, 29, Maxwell Maltzwin, 18, Demaro Lockett, 44, Maxwell Mason, 29, Humberto Avila, 46, Gregory McFar. You know what? Like, I'm trying not to be disrespectful, but that's a lot of names to read. San Francisco is home to much in the way of visible public misery. Okay. Does it give you more info on
it
their
doesn't,
relationship? I want to know if they were in business together.
So the next link is like, who is this murderer?
Okay.
But what I wanted to point out with this, just to refresh everyone's memory, the right was looking at this instance and saying, look at this prominent tech individual who was murdered on the streets of San Francisco. San Francisco's out of control. Then you had the Whole Foods closure out in San Francisco, and it's just crime. San Francisco, like, you can't fucking even walk out there. So now the left is saying, oh, well, look, Whole Foods is going to reopen, which is a weird thing. I don't even know if that's true, but it came from that Brian fucking guy on Twitter that you post sometimes that I tell you that I can't fucking stand. That he's twins. Yeah, he's twins. He posted that today and said, oh, well, Whole Foods is reopening, and look, your guy was murdered by one of his own guys, as if like the tech industry is like aligned with the right. Fuck off.
Yeah, exactly. Happened to be our guy.
And that's even worse. I just want to point out, it's even worse when you have an upper class citizen being stabbed to death by a member of another upper class citizen. Like, that's even worse when your fucking upper class can't even fucking keep it together. You are a shithole.
Yeah.
Just
and who is this guy? Who is Nima Momeni, the man accused of killing tech executive Bob Lee? 38-year-old Emeryville man was arrested Thursday morning in connection with an April 4 fatal stabbing of Cash App founder Bob Lee, the San Francisco Police Department said. The man, identified as Nima Momeni, faces murder charges, San Francisco Police Chief Bill Scott said at a news conference Thursday afternoon. Scott said Momeni and Lee knew each other, but the police chief said repeatedly in the press conference that he could not comment on the nature of their relationship. It was probably sexual. The evidence shows that they knew each other, and that's about all I can say right now, Scott said. Momeni is an IT consultant and entrepreneur. According to his LinkedIn page, his resume shows he founded a company called Expand IT, and a Yelp page for the company said he started the business in 2010. We specialize in providing robust, reliable, and effective technology support and service solutions you need to help your business save, succeed, and grow more rapidly. A Yelp description of the company read, the company has only one 4-star Yelp review from 2014. I wonder what company left that review. The man was related. Prior to starting Expand IT, Mulvaney worked as a consultant and systems engineer with a few other local companies, including Coast Range Technologies in San Jose. According to LinkedIn, Coast Range Technologies, which provides IT services to local companies, confirmed with SF Gate that Mulvaney worked there as both an employee and contractor between 2006 and 2012. He was an employee for a couple months, Russell said. The company owner told he always had his own IT things going on. He did some contract work for me for a few years after.
This is about all you're going to get out of it too, because I did some delving to try to find out who this guy is. There's not a whole lot of info out there.
Well, who's Bob Lee for that matter?
He was the founder of Cash App.
Oh, so Dorsey bought Cash App from him?
Right.
So I wonder what kind of business stuff he was into now.
I'm not sure, but there's something to this. There's a reason why this other tech dude killed this other fucking tech dude.
He went to UC Berkeley. There it is.
They're all crazy. Yeah, they're all fucking nut jobs. Hey, but before we continue, I just like, because I want to go back. We did ask, and this is pretty cool. So hold on. We stayed. Sam Crow was wanting to tell us a story about how Trump paid for his honeymoon. So let's do it real quick. So Sam Crow 69 says, we stayed at Trump Towers for our honeymoon. We showed up late and they gave our room away. Trump was there. Trump was there. What happened and put us in the Lincoln suite free of charge. Trump was there and heard the arguing at the desk and put us in the Lincoln suite on comp. The whole honeymoon, refunded our money. We were so high up in the tower, you had to have a private key card just to get to the floor. We had a private sauna and a bedroom. It was awesome. This was back in 07 wave before he ever thought about running. That is so fucking cool, Sam.
You always hear stories about that, but they're always usually like secondhand. That's a first-hand account.
That's cool, man. Like,
cool.
You'll never forget that. Like, that's fucking cool.
He didn't even go full Karen. I wouldn't go Karen at a Trump at most conservatively owned places because they don't put up with it. You end up looking stupid. It's from James O'Keefe. Members of the press speak their mind to uncover James O'Keefe at what? To uncover James O'Keefe at Trump arraignment in New York City. Is Uncover James O'Keefe, is that supposed to be an organization now?
No. So James O'Keefe was undercover, and members of the press at the Trump arraignment are basically speaking to him,
Gotcha.
and they don't realize it, and they're telling their true opinions about this whole Trump arraignment. And I just thought it was fucking cool as shit because these people are fake as fuck.
Whoa.
OMG.
We appreciate the good work you guys do.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you guys for coming.
I've never seen so many journalists in my life.
I know. We know, James. Hi.
OMG went down to the New York City courthouse today for the Trump arraignment to find out what was really going on. And what we first saw were hundreds of journalists and news people everywhere. We spoke to them to find out what they really thought. As you watch us do this, note that you can easily do this at any event where journalists gather, simply by recording.
How did they not
audio
know that
on
was
your
James
phone
O'Keefe?
and having a friend help from afar.
Where you guys
I've never
from?
seen so many journalists in my life.
It's a very big story. Former president being charged today, criminally charged.
Are they gonna get him finally?
I don't know. I guess we'll wait and see.
Because they're just gonna help him like all the other things help him.
Do the one in Georgia.
Oh. Georgia. Well, that Georgia seems like it would be better at taking it.
He's the only person in the world that can go undercover as himself.
Right, and it looks like him. And that's sad when it comes to journalism, because if I would have been out there and some cameraman or something, I've been like, James O'Keefe, fuck off. Like, I would have told him that. Like, if I'm trying to sport the narrative of whatever organization that I'm working for, but like, how do you not know who this man is at this point?
Yeah, it literally, he's disguised by the words coming out of his mouth. He's just like, did they get him yet? And they're like, that can't be James O'Keefe, because James O'Keefe doesn't want Trump to go to jail. And then they just spill all the beans.
Yeah, literally, his disguise is glasses. Like, Jay, like that'd be like you coming up to me in glasses and be like, "You don't know who I am." Like, let me tell you some shit. I'd be like,
How are you
"Jay,
doing?
shut the
Fine,
fuck
sir."
up."
Yeah, it's more interesting than Stormy Daniels, but I'll take this.
We'll take it. We'll take it.
What do you mean we'll take it? Like, it's whatever reason he is in treason is good for me. You guys reporters?
I'm not. No, we're cameramen.
Oh, okay, cool. Who do you work for?
ABC.
ABC? Cool.
It depends how much he keeps slipping up, you know?
Whatever it takes, right?
Hopefully he doesn't. Hopefully he doesn't get the nominee and just goes away.
That would be great. I would love to see that on ABC
Or he
News.
gets nominee and loses again. Either one.
He seems like he gets away with everything, you know?
Yeah, he'll buy his way out.
Yeah, he'll buy his way out. OMG also spoke to a district attorney in the same courthouse as Alvin Bragg to find out what her thoughts were on the decision for Bragg to indict Trump.
Sylvia Wertheimer? Wertheimer.
I'm in the appeals division.
Oh, so you're a big-time DA. You're
I'm
amazing.
not a big time. I'm a little low-level DA.
if I-
but I was surprised to hear that there's nothing in the Constitution that prevents anybody who's even been convicted of a felony from running for president.
Well, maybe we should change that.
We should change a lot in the
Can we change that?
No. Well, I mean, we can't do anything in this country. We can't get rid of guns, of AR-15 guns.
Yeah, we got to do that.
I mean, we don't see. We see the country seems to be dysfunctional. I don't understand that people still think he won the election. I mean,
It's ridiculous, right?
it's ridiculous.
So do you think that Alvin Bragg obviously is just dealing with this and trying to make sure that...
No, I know he thinks that the charges are justified.
Yeah, you don't know the charges yet?
No, everybody's speculating.
I've never seen so many journalists in my life.
I know.
You know, James.
That guy knew. He's like, your glasses don't fool me. You're not Clark Kent.
Right. And Mr. Misfit, welcome to the chat. Good to see you out here. Welcome.
Hey there, where are you at?
I'm not sure. I saw it in Restream chat. Wherever you are, welcome to the chat. Cheers to you.
Glad to have you here. So yeah, James O'Keefe seems to be picking up quite nicely. He feels more trollish, and I like it. But
dude,
still everybody walked away from Pfizer.
It blew my mind. If you look up the hashtag OMG on Twitter, which is like everybody says, "Oh my God," it's all O'Keefe. He is brilliant for that. It's all O'Keefe. Hashtag OMG is O'Keefe.
Well, hopefully he gets back on the Pfizer bus because I don't know. Do we even need that anymore? Or I don't know. I don't know what we need. They know better than we do.
I feel like everybody's distracted, but we can continue talking about it.
Yeah. Here. Legal motion filed against Biden Justice Department after J6 footage aired by Tucker Carlson. Whoa, okay. All right, this is from Conservative Brief on April 11th. An attorney for a prisoner still being held in jail after being arrested on charges related to the January 6, 2021 riot at the U.S. Capitol building has filed a motion with the Justice Department following Fox News' host Tucker Carlson's airing of previously unseen surveillance footage from that day. We just filed a motion in USA versus Ryan Taylor Nichols to prevent the government from advancing the false narrative that police were killed by protesters on January 6th. Attorney Joseph McBride tweeted, adding, "No more lies." In a follow-up tweet, he wrote, "They lied about everything." In a post containing a link to a D.C. Metropolis police report, they knew MAGA Republicans were coming to protest. They entrapped them, he charged. During his program, Carlson called out a number of people, members of the House January 6th committee, hand-selected by then-Speaker Nancy Pelosi, as well as Biden administration officials, including Attorney General Merrick Garland. Joe Biden's Attorney General Joe Biden's Attorney General, Merrick Garland, is a liar. He just lied about something that is provably false. No police officers died that day on January 6th. None, not at all, Carlson said.
That's true.
I think that... So essentially the motion that they filed is just to say, hey, you can no longer claim that anybody died, so therefore my client's not a murderer. But they're not like suing the Justice Department and being like, now y'all are in trouble for lying. No, they're just saying like, stop lying, please.
I would have, yeah, I understand. I would have to see like what they filed, but I do remember them, the police officer that died like a day or two later from a heart attack, and then they tried to frame it as if he died from the January 6th. And they even said it was caused by stress from the day prior or the day, but it was all bullshit. But they didn't word it like that at the time. They I think Biden came out there, right? Didn't they give him some type of special ceremony?
I don't remember, but they probably did. They gave George Floyd 4 funerals. I'm sure they gave this guy something.
The guy didn't even die in the insurrection. He died a day or two later from a heart attack. I don't know, man. It's all fucked.
They need to let them out of prison, and I just really hope this gets wrapped up to that, because that's where we're at. I think we're at a point now where it's like, hey, dummies, everybody saw the footage, and these guys need to be let go. And I'd be happy at that. I wish they didn't have to spend all that time in prison. But if they would just let them go, I think that would be a huge win for everybody.
Right. No shit.
They're political prisoners.
Erzak says, I've got to eat and head to bed. Y'all have a fabulous rest of y'all's evening, morning. See you Sunday. Cheers to you, Erzak. Have a good one, man.
Have a good night. Good luck tomorrow. Supreme Court won't block $6 billion student debt relief legal settlement. This is from PBS, by the way. So, Supreme Court on Thursday allowed a roughly $6 billion legal settlement to go forward that will cancel student loans for hundreds of thousands of borrowers who said they were misled by their schools. The justices did not comment in rejecting an emergency plea from Everglades College, Lincoln Education Service Corp., and American National University. The schools had argued that they were unfairly included on a list of more than 150 institutions, more of them for-profit, linked with alleged misconduct. Lincoln and American are for-profit institutions. Everglades is a not-for-profit. Everglades is not for-profit. But that being said, most of these colleges are full of shit.
Speaking of like full of shit, Sam Crow brings up a good point. Said, what about the other cops who conveniently suicided themselves? Let's go, dude.
Yeah, it's same with the ones in New York in regards to the laptop that all like 4 out of 5 of them ended up dead.
I love that people know about this shit. We should be live on YouTube right now, and we're probably not allowed to talk about this, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, just turn us off YouTube. We don't give a fuck. Here.
We're trying to get that badge. Like, Jay's going to make T-shirts.
Oh, right. Yeah. So we actually need you to cancel this. What do you want to talk about?
We can have matching T-shirts on the broadcast, like the matching T-shirts that the feds had on January 6th. We can have like some shit like that going on. Dude, let's get matching combat boots. You want to do that?
I was going to say, I know it's below the waist, but if we could get matching pants and boots too, I'd really feel that moment.
Me too. I think we should do that. What the fuck?
The justice actions come as the high court is weighing what to do with the Biden administration's plan to wipe away $400 billion in student debt relief. Dude, look, I get it. Like, you know what? You take on debt. You're responsible for that debt. You need to pay that debt. I'm not the type of guy that's like, oh, yeah, everybody should get everything for free, blah, blah, blah. But I'm also the type of guy that thinks that most of the education system, especially at this point, is infested bullshit, and we've all been subjected to it. It's a brainwashing facility, regardless of where you went. The quality of your brainwashing, you can argue that, but you can't argue whether or not you've been brainwashed.
Right.
So I do it on those grounds. I think that it should all just be wiped. I do. That's just my opinion. I even feel a little gross saying it, but I really think that the whole thing's a scam. The entire economy is a scam. So
it is a scam, and they did talk the people into doing it. But at the end of the day, if that's going to be the case, like, is it just like we wipe out all the debt right now, and we the taxpayers, fork over the dime for whatever that costs, or do we continue it where everybody gets free education? Because I'm not for that.
yeah. Well, again, I think that the education is valueless. If you wanted a good education, go to a technical school. You can go to a technical school to be an animator. You can go to a technical school to be a mechanic. You can go to technical school to be a nurse. You can go to technical school for a dozen, more than a dozen different skills, right? A dozen times 10 different skills at least. You can go to technical school, spend a quarter of the money, get out in a quarter of the time with a certificate of, that allows you to go into the workforce, and then you can go start your career. That's education at this point, in my opinion. Now, do I like the scholarly, philosophical education? I do. I like thinking. I'm a blowhearted, loudmouth. I like to pontificate about stuff, but it's not valuable. It's way too expensive, and it's hurting us as a society at this point. And so
Would it make you feel any better? Would it make you feel any better about yourself if people had to refer to you as Dr. J?
I mean, I like that.
Sorry.
My Discord username is Ultimate J, if you want to go that route.
You think Ultimate is better than Doctor?
I feel like if you, in terms of evolution, like if I'm a Pokemon, it goes Dr. J and then Ultimate J. And then I'm like,
True. Then what about like Shiny J? Do you know anything about the shiny Pokemon?
No, I've heard they exist, but who's got time for that? You gotta like walk around in a bush for 20 hours. Look, those games are made for 8-year-olds. I play through them real quick for nostalgic purposes, and then I'm on with my life. I'm not trying to catch all the shiny whatevers.
Please don't talk shit about Pokemon right now. I love it. I love Pokemon. All right.
I do too. Don't get me wrong. I do too. I got a stack of cards in my closet. I got a Nintendo Switch. But I'm a 32-year-old man, so I'm just saying I'm not shiny hunting. And fine, fair. I'm just lame. How about that?
You're wearing a lemon shirt right now.
These are melons.
Or what is this? Melons.
Melons and flamingos.
I'm wearing. I don't even know. It doesn't matter. The only thing I know is that shiny Pokemon are very majestic and rare, and I want to get my hands on one.
Okay, for all I'm getting out of this is that you think that I'm majestic and rare, and you want to get your hands on me.
You yourself said that you're not a shiny Pokemon, and you're not going to spend time out in the wilderness fucking looking for them for fucking 20 hours.
But you will, because they're rare and majestic. I get it.
Fuck yeah, unicorns.
Yeah, let's talk about vaxes real quick.
The vaccines are safe, easy to take, and they can.
They're vaccinating unicorns now.
Protect
Say it
you.
isn't so.
Judy Roberts.
Not gonna.
She was perfectly healthy, an active woman, when in November of 1976, she took her shot. 2 weeks later, she says, she began to feel a numbness starting up her leg. The diagnosis? A neurological disorder called Guillain-Barré syndrome, GBS for short. Judy Roberts' paralysis confined her mostly to a wheelchair for over a year.
So you will now have a legacy of braces on your legs for the rest of your life?
Yes, the weakness in my hands will stay, and the leg braces will stay.
I told Judy to take the shot. She wasn't going to take it, and she never had shots. And I'm mad with my government because they knew the facts. But they didn't release those facts because if they had released them, the people wouldn't have taken them.
When is this from? 1976. Okay, so this feels like if you like this could be now. It feels like the narrative that they want is happening, and we're all like, but but part of it is tricking us into thinking that we're doing anything of any importance throughout it, because it just seems like it's just like a cookie cutter pattern of events, even down to the health director back in the Spanish flu days is the spitting image of Dr. Fauci, and there's no way that's possible. I mean, what is going on?
I don't know, man.
I don't know either. If I ever have kids, they're not getting any vaccines. I've heard some of them are fine, but how do you know which ones? Speak softly and area. Are you frozen?
No, I was texting. Sorry.
You were actually texting?
I was.
Man, alive. Okay, there's a flood in Fort Lauderdale. I'm going to play these videos. No, finish your text conversation.
It's underwater. Everything is underwater. The
airport's underwater.
There's no traffic coming into this airport. Everybody is being
not
alerted.
Unlike this podcast.
Fire rescue vehicle here doing a survey as this goes by this hangar right here out to the edge. They're trying to figure out exactly what the next step is, because there's they do have pumps and stuff to pump.
That's a lot of water.
But there's actually no place to pump the water.
That is a lot of water.
An aircraft that is stuck here, or not stuck, but just sitting here in the water. There you can see how high the rains left the area here because of how high it is up there at the bottom of the fuselage of that particular aircraft. A lot of the other aircraft are at the terminal that landed earlier, and they did try to get as many of the aircraft out of this area.
I'm going to blow through these. Flooded. And from what I've heard, DeSantis has not yet visited. He's in Ohio. I don't get what the big deal is about people visiting. I guess it's a morale thing. It's saying, hey, we're on this. You know, we have our attention on it. But the whole, I mean, you actually going there does nothing for anybody. Send supplies, send pumps, send water pumps, send towels.
What got me was leftists were showing images of this and saying, good job, DeSantis. Look what you've done. You're a failure. Like, as if he has anything to do with like a fucking torrential downpour.
He left his faucet on in his bathroom.
Right. That's the type of stupid shit that I cannot fucking get behind.
I did it again. I was watching the video without you. No, yeah, that's insane. I'm not pro DeSantis at this point by any means. I see the strings, but at the same time, I'm not going to sit here and I mean, that's a natural disaster.
Yeah. How could you blame?
You show me he has access
anyone?
to a weather. Well, he might have access to a weather machine. Let's not rule that out. But why?
Episode 333, dude. Chill.
Sorry, my bad.
All right.
My bad. Maybe God's just pissed off that he's trying to run for president.
It could be.
Fort Lauderdale, Florida has recorded record-breaking floods overnight. Meanwhile, Ron DeSantis is campaigning in Ohio. Which, I mean, he was campaigning and the storm happened, but, you know,
exactly.
I mean, emergency at home, you go home. Well, I'm saying get on the plane and go home and take care of your business.
Okay, well, let me just say something real quick. Even if I get the optics of it, like you're not in your home state. They did the same thing to Ted Cruz when some shit was popping off in Texas.
Well, he got on a plane and went on vacation in the middle of a pandemic. Though.
But
come on.
He already had it scheduled. Like, at the end of the day, who gives a fuck? Like, what are they going to do? You act like not
You're implying that they're so useless that their
hold on,
their presence during an emergency isn't necessary. In which case, why are they there in the first place? Why do they get to go on these vacations?
Hold on.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that there is nothing that a governor or a president could not handle over the phone. His job ain't to be out there with fucking 5-gallon buckets. Like, fuck. Like, you don't think he could handle this wherever he is? Like, he can. He can call the proper people who handles this. He's the governor. He's not out there. I understand that people like photo ops and people like for the governor to be there with their fucking waders on.
Yeah.
Like, hey. But at the end of the day, he ain't doing anything but tying down resources. The best thing that the governor could do strategically, like just from the outside looking in, is to stay the fuck out of it. Stay, like, let's say you were in Florida. Okay, remain in the Capitol, remain in your office, remain at your house, and make some fucking phone calls, handle business, and get shit done.
You're right, I believe, up to the point where I do think that it's important that you kind of like show solidarity with your constituents by going back to the area and kind of suffering through with them, even if it is in your little mansion. But I would like to just point out that he is illegally campaigning under the guise of a book signing tour in other states during this time and
that,
didn't go back.
Look, that's a whole nother topic. And fuck Ron DeSantis. He's never going to win. He has no chance. Zero fucking chance. Meatball. Fuck him. Like, he's not going to fucking do it. No, nobody believes that he can. Nobody believes that he will. If he wants to waste his coffers on this presidential run, then okay, get your ass whooped by Trump.
Yeah. And let's be honest, he'll make off like a bandit on donations anyways when he's done running.
Right.
Win or lose. But, I mean, take care of your damn people is all I'm saying. Breaking, Tucker Carlson declares the United States is at direct war with Russia, according to the recently leaked Pentagon documents. As we speak, American soldiers are fighting Russian soldiers. This is a hot war between the two primary nuclear superpowers on Earth. This is a crime. And again, these documents, I guess, are potentially
primary nuclear,
potentially partially doctored. So who knows if we actually have boots on the ground fighting Russian soldiers?
Have your wits about you, people. This is strange.
So this is not a regional conflict in Eastern Europe. This is a hot war between the two primary nuclear superpowers on Earth. And yet this war has never been formally declared. It has not been authorized by Congress. And for that reason, this war is a violation of American law. It is a crime. So this is not a regional conflict in Eastern Europe. This is a hot war between the two primary nuclear superpowers on Earth. And yet this war has never been formally declared. It has not been authorized by Congress. And for that reason, this war is a violation of American law. It is a crime.
So we're committing a crime against ourselves and the world. Cool. Sounds like masturbation.
Well, they've been lying to us and saying that there's no American boots on the ground when we knew the whole time that they were. When they were operating with NATO and other, CIA, it could have been special forces units out there operating under SOCOM, whatever the fuck is going on. They're operating out there. It is happening.
Yeah. I didn't mean to hijack all the links. I got this last one. I'll let you do it.
No, you're good, dude. I'm chilling.
Ran away with it.
I ain't gonna lie. I drank some Absolute vodka earlier, and I feel great. Like, I just feel great about life. I feel great about this. I feel great about you. I feel great about me. I feel great about people in chat. I just feel great.
Well,
and you know what would make me feel even more great is if we could get one more fucking like over on Rumble. We're always stuck at 9. Fuck y'all. I feel like y'all do that to just troll us. We're stuck at 9 likes over on Rumble. Can I get a fucking solid 10 before the stream ends? Can I get that? I'd sleep well tonight. You already got me fucking drinking vodka covering these fucking links, people. Anyways, cheers.
There's so much to unpack with that. I'm not going to make any jokes about how you're drinking vodka. I'm not going to make any Russian jokes about you drinking vodka either. I'm not going to make any jokes about, that explains a lot in regards to our difficulties earlier. I think I'm just going to move on, but bottoms up.
Jay, I want you to know you're my best friend, and I would never want to host this podcast with anyone else other than you.
Well, you're my best friend too, but you're on strike 3.
Okay. How many strikes do I get?
Like 20.
I was about to say, is it like a typical 3 strike you're out? Goddamn.
No.
All right, cool.
We're playing by soccer rules. You're welcome to drop down and pretend I fouled you.
Okay. Flop.
There you go. Russia says China agreed to secretly provide weapons, leaked documents show. China approved provision of lethal aid to Russia in its war in Ukraine earlier this year and planned to disguise military equipment as civilian items. According, they're hiding military items in fur coats and boxes of bananas. Is that what I'm hearing? According to the U.S., intercepted Russian intelligence revealed in leaked secret documents that are not secret.
I got woke up to that bullshit song because I have my alarm set to this Spotify, like, feeling good in the shower or something. I don't know what it is, but it was that banana pancake song. Like,
oh, Jack Johnson.
God damn it. Like, yeah. That just reminded me of that. That's what I woke up to this morning.
The intercept, apparently obtained through U.S. eavesdropping on Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, was included in a top secret summary dated February 23rd of. Okay, so I want to know this: when did they stop using THs and RDs on the numbers in articles? Because I'm getting really thrown off tonight about how every date just has the number, and then I want to read it like 23rd, but it says 23.
Yeah, true that. Well, Microsoft, I've noticed. So scroll up. They're pulling these this is from the Washington Post. So
there's that, and then also MSN is now Microsoft Start.
Yeah, that's weird too.
I'm out. China. Okay, we're sneaking. Wait. China is sneaking weapons to Russia in banana boxes. So, damn, are you? I think I need to read the rest of these.
No, you're good, but that just fucking threw me off. I'm good. Okay. You want me to take over? I can fucking take over right now.
Yeah, let's see. I'm gonna trial basis.
Right, you're trying to test me out here. Okay. You're at the top one where your cursor is, or the one below it?
This is the interview.
Oh shit! All right, well, I'm just going to go wherever your cursor is. So, trending politics. Let's check this shit out. From trending politics, it says breaking: Chinese bank voluntarily gives Republicans damaging new financial records on Hunter Biden. I saw this shit the other day. Smart move by the Chinese because like we've been saying, they know where all the bodies are buried. You're fucking with the wrong crew. Like,
is it a demoralization thing? Because on one hand, they're destroying our dollar and they're about to take one of our allied territories, Taiwan. But then on the other hand, they're giving us information about how crooked our government is.
It's a little bit of both. I feel like because it's just like, okay, well. You want to play this game with us, try to play a little hardball with us because we're back in Russia in this Ukrainian conflict, and we know that you're trying to secure your own natural gas over there and energy resources in Europe. We're just going to fuck you like multiple ways, and this is just one of the ways that we're being fucked right now. In part because we have a president who's totally sold out to the Chinese, and they, like I said, they know where all the bodies are buried. So let's get into it. The records show deep financial ties between the president's son and brother and now defunct SEFC China Energy, which has ties to the Chinese Communist Party. The energy giant wired $1 million to Hudson West the third, or is that three? Or I don't know. And a joint venture owned by Hunter Biden and Guangwendong. That's the fucking ayahuasca. That. Listen to me, Jay.
I remember the name, but what did you just say? Ayahuasca?
Ayahuasca PA was the name of the company that Hunter Biden owned with this fucking Guangwendong. We covered this shit fucking 2 months ago.
Okay, now let's backtrack real quick. How is he tied up in this story right here?
Because the Chinese are releasing bank records related.
And he's in the records.
Yeah.
Okay.
We fucking broke this shit 2 months ago. So, anyways, the records showed deep financial ties between the president's son and brother and now defunct SEFC China Energy, which has ties to the Chinese Communist Party. The energy company wired $1 million to Hudson West 3 and a joint venture owned by Hunter Biden and Gongwen Dong. So Gongwen Dong and Hunter Biden owned a company called Owasco PA. That's the company that he listed on his rental agreement, which he literally just put out there on government documents that he was paying $49,000 to his dad for his dad's house in Delaware for rent per month, which is just another way to launder fucking money. People, wake up. All right, so a second Chinese energy company, Northern International Capital Holdings, which is associated with the communist-backed SEFC, wired $5 million to Hudson West III. Cathay Bank records show. The money was sent from two companies, funded a $4.8 million wire transfer from Hudson West III to Hunter Biden's companies, Owasco PC, which is what I just was saying, and Owasco LLC, Lion Hall Group. Y'all can look up these fucking business records if y'all want to and see their names attached to them, owned by the president's brother, James Biden. Okay, so this is from John Solomon. China has all the goods on Hunter and threatens Joe, which is exactly what's fucking happening here. Okay, Cathay Bank is a Chinese American bank headquartered in Los Angeles, California. Voluntarily gave the records to two senators. The bank has branches throughout California, Washington State, and other locations in the United States. The bank was founded in 1962, served the Chinese American community, and has since been expanded to provide financial services to customers of various backgrounds. Okay, that's all they want to say. But look, they're going to give over these records, and I'm curious to see what they are.
I hope they do. Look, we're waiting on the Epstein flight logs, and they lifted the gag order on that what's her name, Jeffries or whatever her name is, Humphreys. I can't remember her name, but so she should be spilling the beans, but she's not talking. We're waiting on what else? I don't know, man. There's like a laundry list of things where it's like, oh, this is about to get released, and then it's just coming soon, a coming soon sign every time you go to the stream. So I don't.
Well, it seems like it's all unfolding before our very eyes, and something's going to have to be done at some point. Just like what you were just saying there, J.P. Morgan's bombshell Jeffrey Epstein's messages revealed execs jokes about 16-year-old Miley. Wait, what? 16-year-old
right?
Miley Cyrus.
And this is.
You brought up Epstein, so I was like, "Oh shit, good segue." But like, what the fuck is this, Jay?
Yeah. Well, I just want to point out this is Billy Ray Cyrus's daughter that we're talking about here.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a very loaded man, as it were. Before she was ever even born, he had money. What's her name? Dolly Parton is this chick's godmother, but apparently she was bought by Jeffrey Epstein on some level.
Wow. So it says the Virgin Islands exposed J.P. Morgan's private messages about Jeffrey Epstein, which include jokes about then 16-year-old Miley Cyrus and, quote, sugar daddy. On the right, Cyprus performed Sweet 16, blah, blah, blah. Who gives a fuck? The same year, Miley Cyrus performed at her Sweet 16 birthday party in California's Disneyland in 2008. Pedophile Jeffrey Epstein became a newly minted sex offender after pleading guilty to soliciting to prostitution from a minor. These events didn't escape the attention of Epstein's bank at the time, J.P. Morgan Chase. In one of the bombshell communications disclosed on Wednesday evening, J.P. Morgan's senior executive, Mary Erdos, received a message that year asking whether Epstein was attending an event, quote, with Miley Cyrus. There is no evidence that the joke had any factual basis. Erdos went on to become the CEO of J.P. Morgan's Asset and Wealth Management, and she admitted in a recent deposition that the bank was aware by at least 2006 that Epstein stood, quote, accused of paying cash to have underage girls and young women brought to his home. That is just one of the revelations inside the second amended complaint filed by the Virgin Islands government, which recently won the right to pursue a lawsuit accusing J.P. Morgan of knowingly profiting from sex trafficking scheme. J.P. Morgan was Epstein's bank of choice between 1998 and 2013. We've been covering that J.P. Morgan fucking funded Epstein Island.
Yeah, we pointed out because J.P. Morgan shows up on every investment list of all these companies that are crashing trains and blowing up factories all over the place.
Right, and we still don't have the fucking list. We still don't have the flight logs. We still don't have anyone prosecuted other than Epstein's. It's not even his wife. What is she? I don't know.
It really is Handler, honestly. Given her background, and just the way that it seems that these women are in charge. I mean, men are stupid and easily controlled, apparently, myself included, but in ways that I don't even recognize. Otherwise, I probably would be immune to them. But I'm not. I'm just like all of you. But the women, they seem to be the ones that handle the men into performing these acts. And then whenever shit goes down, it looks like the man, because the men, it's such a patriarchy. The man's in charge.
And look, I don't feel like Jay or myself is trying to take any like responsibility off of Jeffrey Epstein because he was a
Oh no, they're all freaks.
Yeah,
they're all freaks. But the thing is, you're looking at the right hand when the left hand, the Ghislaine Maxwell, most likely has the most information and it is the most the highest value target in this investigation. But we're all looking at Epstein.
Right, and we talked about that too. Like, this trial's supposed to be coming up, and this was months ago when we talked about this, a couple months, several episodes ago. But you remember when, and maybe I could find the later on. Like, I feel like we should do a whole episode about Epstein. But she was meeting with her attorney in the jail, and she barricaded herself inside of the room. And they couldn't get inside, but she ran over to her laptop and was saying things into her laptop to her attorney after she had barricaded herself into this room. There's something to that, folks. If you don't think there is, you're a fucking moron. Like, she was telling her attorney something very prevalent, and she didn't want those guards to be there to witness it. Like, something is going on here. So when the Virgin Islands first filed its lawsuit last year, the government had already amassed substantial evidence. Earlier, I can't say that word. Iteration. How do you say that, Jay? Iterations. Yep, that's right. Of the lawsuit revealed, I'm retarded. How J.P. Morgan's former senior executives, Jess Stolley, exchanged 1,200 emails with Epstein within a 4-year period. One of those emails showed Stolley appearing to fire off a message from Little St. James, which was the island where he had this little fucked up thing going on, where he sipped wine in Epstein's hot tub while the predator was still incarcerated in Florida. Wow. Okay.
Whoa.
So
he had unfettered access to the island.
Dude. It says the month after Epstein's guilty plea, J.P. Morgan sent the predator's account for Diamond Review, whatever the fuck. What is that?
Damon?
Demon? Yeah, fucking demons.
Wait, is it? I don't see it, but is it DAEMON?
It's DIMON.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
DIMON Review, a reference to CEO Jamie Dimon. I'm just going to call him Dimon. Epstein remained a J.P. Morgan customer for some 5 years after that review. The message helped support a subpoena to Dimon, who denies any wrongdoing but agreed to testify for a deposition. The Virgin Islands' new lawsuit shows how the government meaningfully advanced its case since that time. Here's some of the most jaw-dropping allegations in the complaint. So I'm not going to read the breakdowns of these. I'm just going to read the points. 2 years after Epstein's guilty plea, J.P. Morgan compliance officials thought that their rich sex offender client should go in quotations. What does that mean? Like fucking hang him from his fucking bed in his cell? Is that what that means? But anyways, he should go. Like he stayed as a customer for three more years, though. Let's get down to the second bullet point. So the bank monitored reports of a Department of Justice investigation into Epstein's relationship with French modeling scout Jean-Luc Brunel and his company, MC2 Model Management. I feel like we need to read a little breakdown on this because I don't know shit about that. But it says, so nearly a decade before his arrest, French modeling scout Jean-Luc Brunel gained an international reputation as Epstein's alleged procurer. He ultimately died, of course he did, much like Epstein did, right? Inside a prison, awaiting his reckoning. Goddamn. Anyways, both men were ruled dead in what appeared to be suicides by hanging in 2022. Wake the fuck up, people. Long after then, Brunel appeared on the radar of U.S. law enforcement and J.P. Morgan. In 2011, J.P. Morgan's senior compliance official wrote, quote, "The one new concerning thing is the one article about the DOJ investigation is saying that they brought underage girls to the U.S. via modeling agency M2 that is owned by a guy named Brunel. Turns out that the banker said, today we extended Epstein a loan in relation to his modeling agency. They're funding this shit. The writer nevertheless asserted that MC2 appeared to be legit and that it would be harder for us to tell if girls were exploited via their contract or an arrangement. Why does it fucking matter? JP Morgan provided the company with a line of credit. The Virgin Islands government says, whoa, holy fuck. Anyways, so number 3.
That's not what they say. So this is blowing her mind, dude.
All right, so JP Morgan allegedly opened private banking and credit card accounts for 18-year-olds said to be Epstein's inner entourage, joking he was their, quote, sugar daddy. This message, courtesy of the compliance official, dates back to 2004, before Epstein's first prosecution, but after the predator became a JP Morgan customer. Describing two 18-year-olds said to be part of Epstein's entourage, the official states, quote, one is mentioned in many of the recaps of escapades as a willing participant and assisted when hosting visitors. She has received about $450,000 since opening from Epstein. Both can be put in Palm Beach during 2004 by the way of debt charges, which was when most allegations were from. Dude, this is all fucked up. Let me see if there's
no, real quick. It sounds just based on that. I don't know why it keeps mentioning that they were 18. I feel like that would be the banker's job to make that lie stick to on the accounts, to just open the accounts, right? Like I feel like that's what I'm hearing is that because remember that what they did was they would get one girl, bring her in, and then get her to go get other girls, and then she would get a commission every time she'd bring them a new girl. So they in the pimping industry they call them bottom bitches, but that feels inappropriate. But the whoever they're like the main girl would be paid the most. They would be the one that's in charge. They'd be the one that would wrangle all the other girls. But that seems to be who they're talking about. But those girls weren't 18 at the time. But they opened up piggy bank accounts for them to fund them. Buy your plane ticket, go here, get a hotel, get dinner, do this, do that, whatever. Enough money to make them enjoy their lifestyle, I'm sure, but also keep them on a leash.
Right. And shout out Jenny. She said 11 likes on Rumble. And shout out Rumble. Thank y'all for those 11 likes. Goddamn. Rumble? It's like shit to get more than 10 here lately, but thank y'all. Number 4, and speaking on that, you were talking about 18. Well, here's a 14-year-old. So number 4 is JP Morgan's compliance appeared to be suspicious of Epstein's donation to local law enforcement at the time of his investigation. Epstein's habit of placing strategic donations to gain him access to young girls came into focus at the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell, whose first victim, they're calling her Jane, testified that she first met the pair as a 14-year-old student of the Michigan-based Interlochen arts community. Evidence showed that Epstein placed donations that led the school to open a lodge in Epstein's name, which is probably where they recruited these young women from. If I was a betting man. Anyways, it says JP Morgan's compliance monitored appeared to find a similar brand of self-interest at play when Epstein's foundation account did pay donations to the Palm Beach Police Department, as reported just before the case started. And that's how they they kept attention off of them. Let's just give the police a bunch of money out here in Palm Beach and let's fund them. And that way, if anything comes up with our name on it, they're going to know, hey, this is our top donor here. We can't fuck with this guy. That's how the world works, people. Number 5, right. Even Epstein's bank appeared dumbfounded by their clients' supposed billionaire clients. Of course they did, but they knew. Other than L Brands and founder Les Wexner. So let's see what these fucks did. After his short-lived stint as teacher at the New York's prestigious Dalton School, Epstein cut his teeth in the financial world at Bear Stearns. He resigned from that company around the time a Securities and Exchange Commission investigation, before opening his own murky enterprise that supposedly dealt only with billionaire clients. As of 2011, however, even his bank couldn't ascertain any client he had other than L Brands founder Lex Wesner. Quote, they said, his business accounts fiduciary, we saw no client activity. One communications reads, I know his biggest client, Wexner, parted ways when he was convicted due to due diligence reports. Says he manages a few private clients' money, but never says who. Wow. Okay. I would like to know if, in fact, he is managing anyone's money at this point, or is it all his money? Of course, it's not all his money. He managed a hedge fund. We saw no evidence of disbursements, even in the rocky years of 08 and 09, when the well-to-do were running their mattresses. He did not even have any distributions from his account at Bear or JP. He does.
Yeah, okay.
He does have money at other institutions, so maybe it happened there. Get the fuck out of here.
No. So what they're saying is that there's no evidence that he's managing anybody else's money because he's not distributing. He's not paying out. Even in a time where even the wealthy were pulling their money, he at no point in time has he paid out dividends. Has anybody pulled it? But he's not managing even like your upper middle class, your upper class people's. He's managing elites' money. And also he's not technically managing it for investment purposes. He's managing it for trafficking purposes. So like it's all a cover. So I guess, like, don't get me wrong, that's a good, like, it's pointing out that, like, hey, they didn't, it's a sham because there was never any disbursements, but they're using even that as a cover. They're saying, well, there were no disbursements, therefore it was probably his money. And then where did he get that money? That's what I would like to know.
Yeah, and let's not forget the fact that apparently he was set up to be some type of blackmail operation for the elite, where you go out there, you sleep with underage people. There's cameras everywhere. You're all recorded, and that's constantly held over your head. That's why they won't fucking release the list of these people who went, who were involved in this shit.
That in itself is curious, because at what point did it become a blackmail scheme? At what, because like what is, you can get Jeffrey Epstein's resume, but what is his? I would like to see his real criminal resume. I'd like to see at what point who he actually met up with, who taught him what, who he was employed by and worked for throughout that time period, and then at what point he met up with Ghislaine, and then what her role was because again, her background with her father and everything, that seems like that the blackmail and then the network of all of that together seems to be more from that neck of the woods. Is even my point to her being the handler. It just seems like he was almost a small time creep and criminal. And then
he was just the guy that was competent enough to run an island to host prominent individuals, say the right things when necessary, not say the wrong things when necessary. He was propped up by someone.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Even before I don't know who. I don't know who.
He fell into a lot of cushy jobs that he didn't actually work. They were just placeholders. He had offices in schools where he didn't go to. Come on. You think he was actually a professor in a class for a season?
How it works with these elites, even when they go get their degrees at like some prominent university like Yale or Harvard, or when they have these little secret clubs that they get involved with. For instance, like with Yale, it's the Skull and Bones Society, and they use the same technique because they know you come from a family of money. You can fight us in court if you want. The only way we can defeat you or get some type of control over you is to have some type of blackmail on you.
That's good.
That's the only way they can have it. I mean, and y'all look it up for yourself at Yale that with the Skull and Bones Society. I mean, they do all kind of fucked up shit. By their own admissions from former members, they have them lie in a glass sarcophagus. And should I even say this?
I mean, don't go for it, man. I don't care. I'm all for the shock factor, but
it's true. I don't care.
It's funny to me.
It's true, though. They have them.
Do you want me to finish it?
You can if you want, but like
now we've made it into a thing. Now it just feels awkward.
Well, you go.
They jizzed on the glass coffin. Okay,
they do, and see, and that's not even the worst part about it. Is that's not what the worst part about it is. So they have you confess every little fucking dirty little thing that you've done while they masturbate over this sounds crazy, I know, but look it up yourself. This is what they do. This is what people like George W. Bush did, who's a Skull and Bones member. This is
who comes up with that?
John Kerry
is what I want to know.
It's dude, it strips you of all of your dignity down to the bare bones, hence Skull and Bones. You will reveal to us all your darkest inner secrets, and we will hold that over your head the rest of your life, and you will work for us. And we will put you where you want to be. President of the United States, Senator, Supreme Court Justice, but we have this over you.
That's a good point. And I don't know, I was about to say people with money seem to have more access to experiences that could lead to blackmail. And
I realize everything that I just said and Jay just said sounds fucking nuts, but that's really what they do there. Look it up for yourself. It's not even
nuts. I mean, yeah, I feel like most people at this point are like, yeah, it's secret society stuff. Duh. It's a Wednesday.
You'd be surprised.
But I mean, the level of it. I mean, the glass coffin thing. If you've heard that before, then well played. That one's a new one for me. But and again, who comes up with that? I'd really love to meet their party planner.
Well, there's still an ongoing lawsuit for the relatives of Geronimo, the Indian Geronimo. Prescott Bush stole Geronimo's skull from the gravesite. And there's an ongoing fucking lawsuit. The family is trying to get his remains back, but it's currently being housed in this place. You can't make this shit up. It's called the Tomb. It's on the campus of Yale University. Look it up. The Tomb. This is where they meet. It doesn't have any windows. It's a brick building. There's a padlock on the front, like ornate wooden door. And you can only be invited on your senior year at college at Yale. You have to be invited. You can't like request to become a member. They have to approach you first. You come from a prominent family. You're that's how you're inducted into this whole fucking weird shit. Okay? And then once you are, according to them, there's some people that have spoken out, and some footage that has even been leaked from inside the tomb. It's like a catacomb. They film all these skulls all over the fucking wall. Hitler's skull's still missing, coincidentally.
Oh, they just collected everybody's skulls.
Well, it's there, and they also have his silverware there that they dine off of during special occasions. And they eat with Hitler's forks and off of his plates and do weird shit like that. If you don't believe me, just go fucking look it up for yourself. Like, this is...
They bust out the Nazi wear for Parents' Day. Is that what you're trying to say?
Like, how would you imagine eating off of Hitler's like personal plate with his personal fork and his personal spoon? Is that not fucking weird? That's what our leaders are doing.
Yeah, it's a weird thing to aspire to.
Right. I feel like I'm going down some huge...
Our internet's starting to mess up.
All right, I'm going to quit.
I'm
Can I
gonna
quit?
Damn, Brit. It really is.
Wait, what?
That's weird. Yeah. Knock it off. Stop talking about people that can mess their internet.
I have to use the restroom. I'll be right back.
All right. I'll stay here. I'll stay here and hold down the fort. How are y'all doing tonight? 18 watching on Rumble, 11 likes. That's actually really good ratio. I appreciate that. You know what? Nobody else hit that like button. I don't think my little heart can take it. Sorry, I don't know how long he's going to be gone. Stalling for time. So Sam Britton's back in the news. Biden's non-binary ex-nuclear waste chief Sam Britton pleads no contest to stealing luggage from Las Vegas airport under plea deal where they will serve no jail time, but it is ordered to pay victim $3,670 for her custom-designed clothing that even has star value. I mean, it's been on the runway. As an artist, I'm offended. The non-binary former Energy Department official who was caught on video stealing luggage was ordered to pay $3,670 to the victim and given a suspended sentence of 180 days in prison after pleading no contest to theft. Samuel Britton, 35, who uses the they-them pronouns, was issued their sentence Wednesday in Las Vegas, Nevada, 8 months after they grabbed a passenger's bag. Honestly, like, even just putting the pronouns in the article at this point, just stop. Sam Britton, 35, was issued their... See, it works just fine. Was issued their sentence Wednesday in Las Vegas, Nevada, 8 months after they grabbed a passenger's bag inside Harry Reid National Airport. Britton was facing a misdemeanor theft charges, which amounted to less than $1,200 in stolen items. They had originally faced a felony theft charge since police said the amount stolen was $3,670. Okay, so what? They got the amount lowered? Britton who was responsible for nuclear fuel and radioactive waste, was also told by a judge to stay out of trouble, according to Las Vegas court records, and away from airports. A suspended sentence means the former Energy Department employee will not be forced immediately to serve a jail or prison term and may be required to complete probation. Right. So what we're getting from this is, okay, real quick, did he pay $3,670 or did he get $108 or did he pay $1,200? Obviously, it's not a felony anymore. This guy.
I'm trying to catch up. I'm sorry.
Well, so Sam Britton has been okay, and honestly, and also, so what happened was he got busted on security footage at an airport stealing luggage, and his boyfriend or whatever as well, even though he's not mentioned in any of this, was accomplice to that, I believe. And by the way, I got to backtrack real quick. Miley, apparently that comment about Miley Cyrus was a joke. It was a reference to Epstein and the younger girls, and Miley Cyrus didn't have anything to do with that. I should make that clear because I don't know if I said anything that might have been, whatever. But
where have I seen this guy before?
This is actually he was for a period, for a stint. He was the former Energy Department official.
That's the one who was stealing luggage.
Exactly. Yeah. So he stole the luggage on the camera. Well, then it came out that all the fancy clothes he's been wearing, and they were custom designed clothing from another luggage heist that had happened months prior. And the lady that designed the clothing was traveling with the clothes. She was a designer. She was going to fashion shows. He stole her luggage and was wearing her clothes on camera while he was doing his whole "I'm in the government" thing, right? She called him out on it in social media. Was like, "That's my clothes. He stole my clothes." He's being charged. He was supposed to be charged with a felony because the stuff that he stole amounted to $33,670, but they lowered it to a misdemeanor, which amounts to less than $1,200, even though it's saying that he had to pay the $3,670. It's not a felony anymore, it's a misdemeanor. He's only spending 180 days in jail, but it's not even mentioning, like, there were 2 luggage heist incidences, so I don't think this covers both of them.
I was about to say, is this in Manhattan by chance? Like, is the DA like lowering his felony to a misdemeanor while fucking over Trump? But it's Vegas, same difference.
And notice that he's wearing a suit, a man's suit.
Fuck that guy?
Might be a female. It's got the pockets on the side. That might be a female suit. But I was just gonna say, like, he didn't go all non-binary in the courtroom when his life is on the line, right? Or when there's
I'm assuming he resigned, right?
I'm hoping he was fired. I don't know.
Like, well, somebody had a conversation with him and is like, "Look, you have to resign now."
It would be it would be insane if they allowed him to.
My point is,
he's on camera. He pleaded no contest. You know when you go to court, you have the option of pleading guilty, not guilty, and no contest. No contest means guilty, but I don't want to admit it.
Well, my point is, like, I haven't heard much about this dude since all that shit went down with him stealing the luggage. He's no longer in government, correct?
Yeah, he was immediately removed by one way or the other. But was it
okay?
That's all I wanted to know. That's a good point. Did he resign or was he fired? Because I wouldn't allow someone to resign. I would fire them. Like, no, you're stealing luggage at an airport. You're in charge of our nuclear waste.
Well, if you fire someone, then you're holding the bag for unemployment. So you want them to resign. That way you don't have to pay the fucking unemployment.
He broke the law, but he didn't break the law pertaining to the job. But he's a government official. You can't. Well, all the government officials break laws.
He's a fucking weirdo. All right.
Okay.
And just throwing that out there. I mean, how are you involved in any like higher up position in any like department like that? Like, even where I
very possibly have autism too, man. Look at this forehead. I'm not being mean.
I'm just saying, in a low-level state job like I had, we never had to deal with anybody, even the fucking idiots that were out on the floor. Like, no offense to if y'all listen. Like, I was out on the floor at one point, but I'm just saying, we get a lot of people just straight out of high school. They never did no shit like that.
Well, you don't know what most people do on their free time.
Yeah, but they're not fucking getting caught and, like, doing it over and over again, stealing luggage, going on camera, knowing you're in the fucking news, like,
right?
I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, and that's true too. We live in an age where I'm surprised anybody gets away with anything.
Like,
unless
to be honest,
the guy running the cameras.
To be honest with you, like with these people that I'm talking about that are straight out of high school, these people around here are street smart. They'd be like, yeah, hell yeah, I stole them clothes, but fuck no, you ain't about to put me on Facebook like wearing it. Like, that shit stayed in my closet till I go out to fucking Vegas for a weekend. Like, you know what I mean?
That's a good point.
Even they're smarter than that. Like,
criminals, like career criminals, they steal stuff and they go hawk it somewhere. They go to a couple towns over and they sell it, and then they wear a fake mustache. Crazy people steal stuff and keep it and then flaunt it about, especially on national TV. That's insane. That's a huge slap in the face of the person you stole it from.
It's so dumb.
Look at how pretty I am in your dress that you probably spent months drawing out, picking out the fabric for, sewing by hand, and putting on several models to walk down several runways to get it sold because you're trying to make a career for yourself. Look how pretty I am. Look how shiny my head is. Sorry, that has nothing to do with the clothes.
And really, like, I'm just going to say, from my perspective, not attractive at all.
Okay. I didn't.
So that's where I'm at.
I agree.
So you don't even look pretty. You failed at that.
It's like, man, we're roasting him hard. We called him.
I'm just saying
all this, and then we call him fugly. That's rude. No, look, if you're a man out there, I hate to break it to you.
He looks like a fucking alien.
Yeah, but it could be the autism. He might have a touch of the autism. Not giving him excuses.
That's no excuse.
No, I'm not using.
What is she doing?
Who does he know? Hold on. Who does he know? How did he get that position in the first place?
He got it from that other energy drag thing. The fucking old man. Okay. I don't know what he is. He's some general, but he wears a skirt.
Oh. Yeah. You know
they're
that show.
Buddies.
Damn, man. Okay.
Sports bras.
All right. So this Megyn Kelly, this is how women are feeling about this. And I love this tiger energy. Get it, girl.
Well, you know what? I'm
Nike sponsoring Dylan Mulvaney.
I just lost a little respect for you if you're a fan of Megyn Kelly.
I like her. I like the tiger energy here.
Let's see it.
Me now for fucking sports bras, okay? I'm sorry. Dylan doesn't have breasts. Dylan's been taking some sort of a hormone that has turned Dylan into some, I don't know what's happening there, but those are not breasts. And Dylan doesn't need any sort of a bra, never mind a sports bra. The three ladies on this program right now have 6 boobs between us, and we actually know what it's like to wear a bra, and no one would be inspired to buy.
Hey, shout out for 6 boobs. Can we get a like for 6 boobs on the screen right now?
One based.
I just really liked hearing that phrase.
On non-breasted Dylan Mulvaney prancing around.
And that phrase made me sad. Non-breasted.
A Nike sports bra. By the way, Dylan also appears to have an eating disorder. I'm just going to say.
Okay, that's too far, Megyn Kelly. Now I see why nobody likes you. Get out of here.
No, it's just that Trump ruined her career back when she was a leftist before she switched personalities to this right-wing commentator. She's totally fake. She's full of shit.
I get it.
Every MAGA Republican hates her. And she ruined her career with the whole Rosie O'Donnell thing during the debate where she tried to call Trump out and Trump put her bitch ass in her place. Like, that's what happened. Fuck her. Fuck Megyn Kelly. I'm going on record. Fuck her. And I don't give a shit what she just said. Fuck her.
She said 6 boobs. I want to make that my ringtone.
Well, make it 8 boobs. Record that.
The more the merrier.
Hey, clip this. 10 boobs. Make that your ringtone.
Yeah, but it's not. It hits harder coming from female. I'm just saying. I don't know why.
Okay, well, fuck.
The human psyche is a infinite abyss of weird.
I'm old enough to remember when she was just your typical Fox News rhino Republican reporter who ain't worth a goddamn.
Can I be honest? I recognize the name. I have no idea who she is. Does that shock you? Went speechless.
I'm kind of shocked, honestly.
Okay. My bad. What is this? This is from Matt Walsh. Dylan Mulvaney had a glamorous celebration for his day 365 of womanhood at the Rockefeller Center this week. The entire Daily Wire lineup made it into the show as the villains. He's trying to play the innocent victim here, but only proves our point in the process. What did he do?
Dylan Mulvaney is intentionally degrading women every time he does this woman-faced minstrel show routine. He is insulting and demeaning them and doing it on purpose and profiting off of it, and he doesn't care. If that is the most attractive you will ever look, then I don't even want to imagine what you'll look like when you're at your ugliest.
Documenting his creepy, fetishized version of what it means to be a girl.
Well, Dylan Mulvaney has had some surgery to make his face look more like Bruce Jenner's. Dylan Mulvaney has just given the best proof yet that transgenderism broadly, or a very type of trans.
We did. This guy was in a couple episodes ago. We did something about him. He was in the
Michael Knowles.
That's what it was. Something about him being against, I think maybe being against trans, and then he was in a college movie where he played a gay dude. It was like, whoop you do.
Genderism that he suffers from is a sexual fetish.
Dylan is not a woman. Dylan is playing a caricature of a woman.
That one can say he is a woman and become one of the most influential women in America in just 6 months of wearing dresses and ironing his hair. The patriarchy always wins, gang.
Oh, and there is Dylan Mulvaney as Audrey Hepburn. The difference being that Audrey Hepburn was an actual woman with a vagina.
Who put this hateful mess on up in here?
I did. I showed it.
What? Why would you give them even a second of your big day?
Well, these are the people I have to deal with on a regular basis, so I thought I should include them in the evening.
But that doesn't mean you have to listen to them.
Well, I've always loved a little constructive criticism.
Baby, there's nothing constructive about that.
And it's not just criticism, it's indoctrination. Trans and non-binary people have been around for thousands of years.
That's indoctrination.
My love, they want to silence us. They want to silence us and keep us in the matrix.
Well, I think we've established that I really
Now they're
like
just
the song,
hijacking
so
Andrew
I don't think
Tate
they're gonna have
talking
the best
points.
luck silencing me.
It's so dumb.
Truthfully, I don't know what their goal is.
Who?
But
Who's
I
they?
do know how they make me feel now that I built up a thicker skin. It doesn't hurt me. Do you want to feel how it feels? Do you want to know that it doesn't hurt me?
I can't take anymore.
Yeah. All right. Oh, am I in charge?
Yeah.
I thought I was kind of sitting over here wondering when you were going to shut this off. Why am I leading? Why aren't you the one? You do that.
You
do
took over
stuff.
after a certain. Look, he, whatever you want to call it, I don't know. I'll oblige you if
I think they is the most
I don't care.
respectful compromise.
You know, it doesn't matter to me. It's all dumb as fuck to me. But she just wants to be on camera. She just wants attention. She just wants everybody to be talking about her right now, which is what everybody's fucking doing. Fuck her.
I don't know. Look, man, you know what bothers me about it is that she's several times. Okay, that was like a 10-second clip, and the dialogue for that whole clip was talking about how somebody else is what is the word they use, but like programming or using propaganda while they're simultaneously spitting out lines of propaganda and lies, like
exactly.
And then for her to sit there and she goes, I don't know what they want. Who's they? Nobody's been like, you guys came out of nowhere and started acting like you're being attacked, and it's almost like you're saying, like you're like, oh no, don't attack me, while you're sitting there with, holding a hammer up for us to grab.
Now they're working people up to where they are to the point where they want to attack them. And that way they can hold that over your head. Well, look, fucking trans person got fucking hit here. Okay.
Well, see, but therein lies the agenda, because we have an issue. They want us. They're looking for a fuse, and they've tried it with everything. They've tried it with the racist cops. They've tried it with the racist communities. They've tried to put every possible people against each other. They've put women against men. They've put men and transgender people against women. But now this is hitting a little bit, right? This is hitting a little bit. But you've got this Mulvaney. You're saying she's just out there for the narcissistic attention of it all. And you're not wrong. You can see it on her face. I mean, she's loving it, right? But at the same time, the way she's speaking, somebody's coaching her to say that. I'm not saying that she specifically is like all agenda.
They're capitalizing off of it. And
Exactly.
it's riling one side up against the other side.
Well, you're saying they're capitalizing
they
off of it,
fucking
but
want.
if it wasn't for the agenda, this person would never have a platform.
I wish everybody would just look at something like this and be like, "That's fucking dumb. Turn the channel." Like,
can you even do that? It's everywhere.
I do.
Well, we're talking about it right now.
Wow.
I'm not chastising us for it. I'm just saying, like, it's literally everywhere.
But this will pass within about a month. People will forget about Bud Light, and they'll be on to the next narcissist that they can use to get everybody riled up when everybody's just like, you know what? This is fucking stupid. Why are we focusing on all our attention on this fucking dumb person? Like,
well, you
them.
Pointed out a good point. She's kind of like the this season's Eliza Blue.
Right.
Which makes me wonder who the seasons before that was. And,
now, remember this, Jay. Remember this. To test me later on. You called it with Eliza Blue, that they were doing the exact same thing that I'm calling this. So in a month from now, when there's a new one, we'll look back and say, first it was Eliza Blue, then it was Dan, now it's this new bitch.
Yeah. My only the only thing I want to point out in regards to that theory is that Eliza Blue was a little niche, right? Kind of had not a little. I said niche, Niche, but she was niche. There you go. She was like that was a very niche drama bubble. You know what I mean? Whereas this Dylan situation it's all over. Still, I guess you could say it's still niche, but it's more in the realm of the mainstream advertising space and mainstream social media.
Who's the most radical out of the Trump supporters? Probably your redneck, gun-toting, Bud Light drinking, hillbillies.
Yep.
You just got them fucking riled up.
Yeah, you got Kid Rock firing off shots. But now, and here's my thing about that is that Kid Rock's connected, like he knows people, right? And I would like to think that either one, that was just a bold and brash move, or two, he kind of got the green light to make that statement.
I feel like he was a little buzzed, but I wish that I wish I could have been a buddy of Kid Rock's at that moment and pulled him aside and said, "Hold on, kid. Like, let's not do this."
How much money you about to spend on Bud Light to blow up to prove a point not to buy?
Well,
Bud
it's not even about the money. It's just like now that will forever be associated with your name. When people think of Kid Rock, it's this tranny thing where he shot a bunch of Bud Lights in the pond. Which is
but I don't think the statement's about trannies, because again, like that's the thing. It's like nobody's after the damn trannies. It's not about that. It's about
friends don't let friends shoot Bud Lights at a pond with fully automatic weapons in the name of some trans person.
But again, man, you're saying it's about the trans thing. It's about
it is.
It's not. It's about pushing an agenda on us. We all see what's happening.
Via who, though?
What do you mean? Well, fair, but whatever.
It's about trans. The whole Bud Light issue is about trans people.
I think it's like that's a very strong trigger, but I think
you can associate the trans people with
dude. Okay, no, you put Hillary Clinton's face on a Bud Light can. You think people are going to drink that Bud Light? No,
you're exactly
the same
right.
Effect, maybe a little less because I mean whatever, but
I agree.
So it's not about the trans person. It's the effect of pushing the propaganda onto America's beer is now agenda beer.
But in this specific situation, it is about trans people on a Bud Light can.
Well, again, we disagree.
If it was Hillary, we could say it's about Hillary Clinton on the Bud Light can.
But in this specific, it's about the agenda on the Bud Light can. That's it, to me.
So what's the agenda?
Marketing has science behind it. Nothing about science says put a grown man in a little girl's outfit in front of a bunch of... No, but it's the same thing as nothing about science says put Hillary Clinton on anything that's something that you want people to buy.
Right. Well, I've already told you.
It's not sexy.
I think it was before the show.
It doesn't invoke desire. It doesn't make you hungry.
I'm not trying to interrupt you, but it's worth noting. I don't remember if we said it during the podcast or before, but Mulvaney apparently released this can that was gifted to her through some promotional thing, and she kind of on her own made herself the billboard of Bud Light. according to Bud Light and spokespeople who are trying to save face right now, in full disclosure, they've lost $6 billion in market cap. So it's definitely hurting their brand. I mean, by a small amount, 5%. We're not talking, it's not going to put them under. They're not going anywhere. Bud Light will be around 50 years from now. Like, it may be called something different by then. I don't fucking know. But I'm just saying, it's not going to hurt them at all. But they're saying that they had no knowledge that she was going to do this or he was going to do this, whatever you want to say. And they kind of did it on their own and caused this whole uproar, which I think, based on her persona and what she's done in the past, I think that that's probably the case. I think that she took advantage of this opportunity with her little 11 million followers on Instagram or whatever the fuck she's got, and she's pushing out this. And look, I don't care if you boycott or not. Like, that's the good thing about living here. Do whatever the fuck you want. I don't care. Like, I'm speaking to everybody in chat. If you want to drink Bud Light, drink it. If you don't, don't. At the end of the day, who gives a fuck? And are you posting pictures and fucking statuses that you're not, or you are drinking it? If so, like, that's weird.
That's a little lame. Yeah, when I was in fourth grade, they passed out recorders to everybody, and then after school, everybody would play them while we were waiting for the bus or our parents to pick us up. And then the next day, I was the loser that pulled out my recorder and started playing it. And a girl came up to me and she goes, "Hey, that's not cool anymore." And I walked away, and I put it up, and I was like, "Oh, okay, now I get it." You know, that's kind of the same thing. It's like, this isn't cool anymore. It's kind of lame. Stop it.
I mean, that's where I'm at with all of it. And full disclosure, y'all have seen me drink Bud Light if you've hung out at the pub. Like, I'm not gonna let these.
Yeah, that's why he's defending it.
Well, I will. I mean, it may not be the greatest beer, but look, I like a little chilada. I like a little tomato with my beer. You know what? And I tried, what's the other brand? Fucking Mulattoes or Mulatto, however the fuck you say it. Trash. Anheuser-Busch just makes a good one of those. And I will be damned if I let some tranny prohibit me from drinking whatever the fuck I want in my home.
Oh, okay. Well, first of all, I think tranny is derogatory, right? But I agree.
I don't care. Trans. I mean, I didn't mean to offend. I'm just saying.
You've been drinking. It's okay. I think everybody.
I'm just saying the news is the one doing it, not the trans person. This trans person is not saying don't drink Bud Light. Matter of fact, they're saying drink it. The news and every other commentator out there calling for a fucking boycott is trying to tell me what I can and cannot drink. And this is America. I will do whatever the fuck I want, period. I don't care what little bullshit narratives going on.
Yeah, but if you drink Bud Light, you got to raise your pinky now. You know that.
I'll raise that motherfucker and enjoy my chilada.
There's nothing wrong with switching beer brands for a minute. And here's why. Here's my argument as to why you should care, okay? It's as simple as this. You do not make a multi-million, billion-dollar company position yourself as America's this, America's beer, America's whatever, and then go on an agenda tirade and start shoving shit down people's throat regardless of what it is. I don't give a fuck about your politics or anything. You need to be a bipartisan for the consumer product that is not using child labor or any kind of nefarious means to produce and is supporting American families. That's the only way to be. And I was actually on I was watching Critical Thought the other night. A really great podcast, by the way. Go find her on Rumble. But she said she used a term that I fucking love: nationalist capitalism. And that is essentially capitalism that is responsible to your nation, to your community, essentially, where you don't go above there's a lines you just don't cross because of a conscience that you should have for your fellow man, your fellow American at the very least. You know, I don't even know what happened.
I'm just saying I'm gonna drink or eat whatever the fuck I want, and I don't care what anybody says. Man,
but like, at a certain point, we do have to like start if that is America's beer.
We don't have to start doing anything. And I can literally drink a chilada and say,
you just want to drink your chiladas. Nobody's judging you for. I feel like you're judging yourself, and then you're projecting it onto this podcast.
No, everybody's
Drink
projecting that onto people that enjoyed a beer of their personal preference. And then they're saying,
drink your chiladas.
I heard that like people are feel bad that when they go to the store to buy one. And then you got people out there who are making a living off of this particular product that are literally getting their fucking paycheck cut in half over some dumb trans movement. And I'm not backing it. I don't give a fuck. I'll stand up to anybody out there who's calling for a boycott on the top #1 beer on the fucking planet. Okay, you can say that it's nasty all you want, but guess what sells more? Bud fucking Light.
Because
okay,
it's cheap.
Bud Light is it cheaper than Natural Light? Is it cheaper than Milwaukee's Best? Is it cheaper than Coors Light? No, it's fucking not.
All right, it's the Craftsman of beer.
This trans shit really gets me fucking heated, dude.
I just don't understand why. Look,
because they're trying to dictate what I can and cannot do, and I'm telling everyone no.
So what you're saying is that they're pulling this whole trans agenda stunt on products to get people like you and me to not buy the products. They're essentially saying this is no longer for you. This is for us.
Well, that's literally what they've done.
I guess I've never looked at it through the eyes of an actual consumer of that product. I honestly don't.
What's your favorite product?
My favorite product.
Your favorite product that you buy religiously.
Like brand loyalty?
Yeah.
I know where you're about to go with this, man. But let's
so just imagine one, and then some trans person comes out, and then everybody says because this trans person drank it, you can't drink it. Fuck off.
You're fixated on the trans part. I'm fixated on the
it happens
part.
To be what it is right now.
But again,
it just so happens to be some fucking trans person that
I
don't give a
find
fuck
it to be
about.
helpful to the situation to not look at it as targeting a specific group or identity. I'm looking at it as the agenda itself being pushed on us, because some of these, like, they don't even realize. A lot of them don't even realize what's going on. A lot of people don't realize what's going on. So it's not fair to blame anybody.
I was just specifically saying trans because that just so happens to be what it is right now. I don't give a fuck if it's trans, straight, whatever the fuck. I don't care if it's some movement dealing with like saving the fucking whales. If somebody's telling me that I can't drink a particular product because that goes against my ideology as some political fucking wing, fuck you.
Okay, but that being said, and I agree with you, nobody should be telling anybody what to do at all. Everybody should be doing everything of their own free will and conscience. But, I mean, I don't see anybody telling you not to drink it. I see people themselves choosing not to drink it. And if you take that as a sign, I mean, look, I feel like your conscience is eating at you here.
They're literally calling for boycotts. They're calling for boycotts.
But that's what happens. And then you decide for yourself.
I watched the biggest fence sitter. Everybody fucking knows it. Tim Pool today explained why you should boycott Anheuser-Busch, because they are promoting an agenda to children that promotes trans plus beer drinking. And I'm thinking, what?
Yeah,
how?
Okay, and that's part of my point to the whole advertising thing is that they're really trying to appeal to smaller children.
Dan fucking did that. Fuck Dan. Call Dan out. Call the individual out when they fuck up.
That's an operative of the movement as far as I'm concerned, but it's not. They've got other people laying in the wings.
I'm not going to just call out a group of people when there's one bad apple in.
I didn't say that. See, again, I'm not calling Dylan Mulvaney out other than her specific actions, which I do see. I do see the agenda-driven actions that she's performing. I'm not calling out trans people at all. I am literally just saying the agenda of it. And then you just keep saying that like you're yelling at me about me calling out trans
No, I'm
people.
not. I'm not yelling at you. You know, I'm just fucking ranting.
Like this whole time, like we had the conversation before the show where you're doing the same. It's like I never said anything, so I don't know what the deal is, man. But I'm literally just sitting here saying there's an agenda being forced down our throats, and it actually feels good to like.
What is the agenda?
Go shoulder to shoulder with my fellow Americans and make the choice to be like but I don't buy Bud Light anyway, so it's an easy choice for me to make. I stopped. I canceled my Netflix subscription like 2020. And it doesn't bother me. Sometimes I'm like, I might get it back because of that one show, but that I don't because I just don't care that much. You know what I mean? Like, but that was my choice. Nobody told me to do it. I wanted to do it. I felt good being on the right side. That's the only reason why.
So that's the wrong side. My approach.
No, but again, like, man, I see you. I'm not your counselor. I don't know what to tell you about that. I made my choice, and I feel all right about it. But again, I wasn't a customer.
Here's what I'm going to do.
Before.
A month from now, when no one's talking about this, I'm still going to drink cheladas, and I'm not going to let any social media influencer that I've never heard fuck about dictate what I can and cannot do, period.
All right, and I'll remember it's a touchy subject and not make fun of you for it.
Well, have at it.
Hey, look, I'm going to skip through some of these, but Chico's school board votes to keep student gender secret from parents. So that's cool in California over there. Joe Biden wants no jail time for man confessed to attacking church. And I think this is related to a pro-life thing because it's from Life News. Also, Biden asked Supreme Court to allow mail-order abortions, unsafe abortion pills that can kill women, also from Life News. And that's like a pro-life newspaper. And then right after that, Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals bans mail-order abortions. So that went well. Florida bans abortions up to like if there's a heartbeat, they're not they're banned. They're banned. It's banned. So I don't know how that's going to go because they were trying to sue. They were trying to make it to where if a woman has a baby inside her because of the right to life bill, that the woman can't be imprisoned even if she commits a crime because the baby can't be imprisoned because it has a right to life. And so that's a crazy argument, but the Florida abortion thing is ongoing. And Joe Biden wants to pay for health care for Dreamers. Dreamers, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, those are the children of immigrants that are born in the country, but their parents are deported.
Sam says, well, I don't understand. This is how he's selling tampon. We touched on that last episode. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Everybody knows it's a fucking joke. They just want attention. Quit giving it to them. Fuck that guy. Fuck Dan. Sam said, here's my take on it. They demand you acknowledge them unacceptable, but how do you accept someone who can't accept themselves? Look, they're not comfortable in their own skin. They have their own mental issues. Let them, get checked out. But like people need to quit giving this person attention. They have 11 million fucking followers. Apparently there's something appealing about this individual. Stop it. As a society, as Americans, quit thinking that's cool. I'm not saying that people that are viewing this program think that's cool because I feel like everybody thinks it's lame and it's dumb and it makes no sense. But there's a large portion of Americans out there who are really into this shit, okay? And they like it, okay? So talk to your friends. If they're like that, encourage them to stop. Sam Crow says, say the problem is they want to normalize this. They want to make it okay. It's not okay. It's not normal. It is a mental illness. Yes, gender dysphoria. It goes back decades. It's been diagnosed. And they are coming after children's problem. Yeah, that is a problem. And I've always said that. Keep the shit away from the kids. Don't teach it in libraries. Don't be twerking in front of kids. You should be arrested if you do something like that. It's just common fucking sense. Okay? It is.
Well,
real talk.
Mulvaney and that other guy are on TikTok talking to millions of children. Encouraging them to secretly transition their genders and hide it from their parents and talking about how the world hates them is out to get them, and then luring them into their audience by saying, but I'm here for you. I understand you.
You know where I learned everything before TikTok and Facebook and MySpace and all that bullshit existed?
I'm literally agreeing with you right now, and you're still trying to argue with me about this. Let's treat this like a trans dude's dick and cut it off and move on.
I don't even know why you said that. I'm not arguing with you. But like on the school bus is where I learned all this shit. So people are pretending like children didn't learn about shit back in the day when we all know that we fucking did. I was 10 when I pretty much knew everything that I knew now, besides some like weird terms that I have to search up on the Urban Dictionary. Like, everybody fucking gets educated one way or the other. The fact that we have social media now just makes it a little easier. But look, it's up to the parents to monitor what their children do online. And if you're not doing that as a parent, you're a failure. I mean, am I wrong?
No, you're just giving me heart palpitations because I don't know how to proceed.
I wasn't talking to you in general. I was actually responding to Sam. But the agenda, according to Sam, is to normalize mental illness. I agree with that because they're trying to get everyone to pretend the lie that a trans woman is a real woman. And it's clearly not. Everyone knows it. And I was thinking about this when it first came out, where they were talking about.
Okay, man.
I'll just stop.
Next episode, we'll do a segment every episode about trans people. But it's 2 a.m.
I'm
trying to get through these articles. I know, man, but I don't want to because like I can't get a word in because you'll come. I feel like you're just kind of like coming at me, so I just let you go, and then it's just.
I've been drinking vodka. I'm not trying to come at you, Joe.
Right? But like, understand that yourself and allow me to guide the show into a finish because I got work in the morning.
All right, you got it.
Thank you. I don't even know where we're at.
Republicans take major actions to funding DA Bragg.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to reopen the article. Breaking: Republicans take major action to defund Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg following Trump indictment. On Thursday, Rep. Andy Biggs took bold action by filing 2 pieces of legislation that would hold Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg accountable for the indictment of Donald Trump with the use of federal funds. As reported by the Daily Caller, the 2 bills called the Accountability for Lawless Violence in Our Neighborhoods Act, or Alvin Act, and the it's really cool when those what do they call those when that works out like that. No Federal Funds for Politicians Prosecutions Act would force the DA's office to pay back its federal funds and bar additional funding from being directed to the office. So yeah, basically they're just going to try to break Bragg financially. I guess break his take away his funding. I mean, he's going after Jordan. He's going after. It's turning into kind of like a legal dogfight. I don't know, legal political dogfight, because that's a move by politicians. It is a legal move, but they're actually going after Trump in court, and Jordan for that matter.
It's going to be appealed. They're going to lose. They have no case.
Right? I don't even think it'll go to court. They don't have. Yeah, they don't have any. They're just making shit up at this point. The only thing is that the J6 protesters, they did lock them up, and now we're starting to slowly find out that is absolutely uncalled for, and that's exactly what they're trying to do to Trump. But I mean, the public eye, they really are going to have to pull something off to get that together. But it's from the National Pulse. Biden tells Congress to import another 20,000 migrants from the Taliban's Afghanistan. I've never heard of the National Pulse. Seems like a lot of people to be importing from places, but Joe Biden is continuing to admit thousands of Afghans to the United States and pressing Congress to approve an additional 20,000 visas for them. More than 90,000 Afghans have already been brought to America since the badly botched withdrawal from the country in 2021, which saw 13 American servicemen and servicewomen killed in a mass casualty terror attack and left the Taliban controlling more of Afghanistan than before the intervention. National Pulse editor-in-chief Raheem Kassam recently exposed how the Biden administration contributed to the disaster by adopting what he described as an American last approach during the evacuation, with resources surged into processing thousands of so-called special immigrant visa applications while American citizens were left behind. So, yeah, they're funding healthcare for people that should, probably go like go find their families in their countries, or I don't know, man. Like, and then on top of that, they're importing. Why? Like, you're literally ordering people of certain you're saying, hey, can we get 20,000 Afghans over here to America? And nobody's like, what do you need them for? We just want them to live here. We're gonna insert them into. We're gonna separate them and diversify them into the population and just put them in different communities and just see what happens. What is the point? What is the purpose?
Yep.
DailyMail.com, billionaire Republican mega donor Harlan Crow bought $133,000 for clearance. New report claims Supreme Court justice facing more ethic questions over deal for one-bedroom Savannah home. He bought his mom a home. I don't know what the particulars are here, but they're going after him from as many angles as they can because he's a Republican Supreme Court justice, and they don't want him to have his job.
Well, no, this Trump case is going to get appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they're trying to eliminate a Republican justice so they can replace it with one of their guys.
Yeah, and what did we read about this? Something about the Congress blocked some kind of attempt for Joe to pack the courts. I think that was last episode. I don't remember. But yeah, they're having trouble putting the judges in place that they need. And also Trump took a lot of those slots for himself while he was in office.
Oh, yeah, the federal judges. True.
Mm-hmm. So, judge wars. Trump knew. He knew all of this was going to happen. I don't know how, but he prepared. You can now see all those moves he made are now effective.
He used to make fun of them because he said these idiots left me with like a couple hundred vacancies, federal court judges, when I came into office. He was saying if they would have done right by their party, they would have filled all those seats before they left office, which is true.
Yeah. Well, yeah,
but they're just so incompetent, they don't know.
When you're in charge of everything, though, it's smart to keep the amount of judges low because it's less opinions. It's more less things you have to control. So they controlled and all Trump did was he brought in people that were, if anything, fair, if not at least Republican, or at least fair, if not Republican judges, and packed all those spaces, which again is risky because that you're packing it full of things that you have to have influence over. But it's a good move when you know that you're going to end up leaving office and someone else is going to take it that you can't trust. So I mean, that kind of implies that he knew he was going to end up not winning the election. Fundraising elections, more trouble for Clarence Thomas. Oh. Put that in there twice. Okay. LinkedIn founder secretly funding E. Jean Carroll. Do you want to do any of these? I didn't.
We can skip, man. I know it's getting late.
No, I was asking if you wanted to read them.
Okay. I can.
No, I don't know.
LinkedIn founders. Hold on, let me pull it up. All right, so this is according to the Daily Beast. Reid Hoffman, a billionaire behind LinkedIn, who is now a mega donor to the Democrats, has been secretly bankrolling E. Jean Carroll's rape case against former President Donald Trump, according to court records filed on Thursday. The surprising last-minute disclosures came out in contentious correspondence between lawyers for the aggrieved journalist and the pissed-off former president, who are battling over whether to delay the trial scheduled to start in 2 weeks. While it's unclear that the payment arrangement has any material impact on the case itself, the fact that it has remained secret until now will surely support Trump's unrelenting conspiratorial complaints. And y'all can see this is like a leftist-leaning article, but complaints that the ultra-rich liberals have been pulling the strings on the efforts to take him down. So see how they're kind of trying to twist this shit, even though he was being funded. They're trying to twist this in, because this is happening, Trump is going to capitalize this and, add it to his conspiratorial complaints about the DA being It's all fucking bullshit, people.
Getting in front of their own bullshit is what it is.
Hoffman is a Silicon Valley entrepreneur who funded the professional social network LinkedIn in recent years. Vox also identified him as a major Democratic donor who has made it his mission to loosen Trump control over the Republican Party, according to Insider. Hoffman's distaste for Trump's authoritarian and anti-democratic tendencies, also opinionated by this far-left article, has even strained his personal relationship with other Silicon Valley staple, Peter Thiel, who has conversely fashioned himself as a bankroller of the right-wing causes. I feel like this is worth reading. So, Carol, a longtime magazine columnist, claims that Trump raped her in a dressing room of a luxury Manhattan department store in the 1990s. She wrote a tell-all memoir. Trump called her a liar from the White House. Notice how she didn't come out with all this stuff until he was elected. Years and years and years later. It's funny how they always fucking do that.
Right. But it's convenient.
Yeah, she sued him for defamation, and the case has been tied up in legal limbo for nearly 4 years. Now that New York has passed a rape survivors law extending the statute of limitations, which is the only reason why she's able to fucking take this to court, which almost is like they meant to do that ever in New York. Come on. Now that New York has passed a rape survivors law extending the statute of limitations on private civil lawsuits, Carol sued again, this time seeking a trial that would potentially award her money, of course. But more importantly, brand the powerful real estate tycoon seeking a second presidential term as a rapist. Trump lawyers Alina Habba and Joe Tacopina, who have already tried to delay the trial, are seizing on the strange nature of this 11th hour revelation to ask a federal judge to push back the trial or even open up another round of investigation before it starts. In a letter on Thursday morning, Trump's legal team documented how Carol, at her October 14th deposition, claimed that no one else was paying for her lawyers, only to have those same lawyers suddenly inform them this Monday that they had indeed had a mystery backer. Trump's lawyers say that Carol's team wouldn't immediately disclose who this rich donor was until several phone calls later during the week, when they reluctantly revealed that it was Hoffman and a nonprofit called American Future Republic. I'd like to look them up. But anyways, yeah, so they're being bankrolled just to fucking take this to trial.
LinkedIn is wrapped up in some scandals. I can't remember exactly what. My conspiracy recall is not functioning properly tonight, but they're not. They've got stuff. Don't quote me. They got stuff to lose, so it would make sense that the head honcho would be trying to fund a lot. I mean, I of all the people, I wouldn't guess him, but you tell me that's happening, I'm not flinching.
That special counsel focuses on Trump fundraising. It is Washington Post, and it's behind that paywall bullshit.
Mm. Yeah, there's just more targeting of him from every angle.
So this is more on Clarence Thomas.
I thought that the last article I read on him was this article, so I kind of skipped over it about the house. Is that not the same?
Clarence Thomas' mom definitely still lives in the house that the billionaire bought. That the one? Let's check this shit out real quick.
Okay.
I'll skim through it. So Clarence Thomas's mom definitely still lives in the house that the billionaire bought. We were there just a couple weeks ago. The revelations about Clarence Thomas' financial ties to the billionaire donor Harlan Crow, most of which the justice has routinely declined to disclose his annual ethics documentation, keep coming. ProPublica investigation published Thursday reported that in addition to the lavish vacations Crow has funded it was one fucking vacation, people. Like
with a family friend, wasn't it?
Fuck out of here. Yeah, a friend of the family who paid for a vacation. Like, who gives a shit? Anyways, in addition to the lavish vacations Crow has funded for Thomas and his wife, the justice sold 3 personal properties to the Republican billionaire without ever disclosing it. Disclosing it to who? Like, let's find out. Including the home belonging to Thomas's mother, Leola Williams. According to ProPublica, Crow purchased Williams' home in 2014 along with 2 nearby vacant lots in Savannah, Georgia. All 3 properties were co-owned. So this is literally probably a house and 2 lots next to it. Not houses, but lots. They sell them in lots, in any like really prestigious area. If you go to the beach and you buy a beach house, you may be able to purchase the lot next to it that'll give you a little bit more square footage. It's just fucking common sense shit. According to ProPublica, Crow purchased Williams' home in 2014 along with 2 nearby vacant lots in Savannah, Georgia. All 3 properties were co-owned by Thomas Williams and the family of Thomas's late brother. Crow paid $133,363 for the properties. That's substantially more than Thomas's valuation. On a 2009 financial disclosure, Thomas said his 1/3 stake in the 3 properties accounted to $15,000 or less. Once Crow assumed ownership, the billionaire paid for $36,000 worth of improvements to Williams' home. So you notice this is all just bullshit. So after the valuation in 2009, some renovations were made to the property, which was $36,000, which was like roughly about $17,000 or $18,000 more than what they'd claimed a few years prior. Fuck off. Thomas's failure to declare the sale of his Savannah properties is a violation of federal disclosure law. Several properties experts told ProPublica justices and other public officials must disclose real estate sales over $1,000. In response to ProPublica's new reporting, Crow said that he bought Williams' home to, quote, preserve it for posterity, with the goal of eventually turning it into a museum dedicated to Thomas. The justice did not respond to ProPublica's questions about the property sale to Crow. There's one critical detail I cannot say that. ProPublica left slightly open. Does Leola Williams still live in her Savannah home? The reporters noted that they were certain Thomas's mother lived in the house through 2020, her public records and social media, and that her neighbors said she still lives there. But Slate can inform that she resides in the house to this day. 2 weeks ago, Joel Anderson interviewed her for the upcoming season of Slow Burn. To hear from Leola Williams directly, tune into Slow Burn, blah, 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 blah. Do y'all not see how this is bullshit? Like, you kind of find yourself, like, saying, okay, what's the crime here? Like, that should tell you that it's fucking bullshit, man.
They'll go after your mama's house. Now, look, so why is it so hard to disclose your shit? That's your job. It's your trade. I'm pretty sure it's part of the orientation that, hey, you buy, sell property, you go on fancy vacations, this, that. You fill out this form here, you submit it into the bureaucratic process. It goes into a filing cabinet somewhere. And if we ever have to refer back on it, at least you're covered legally. Right. So that, like, whenever that's not done, it feels fishy to me. But in the grand scheme of things, like, it's such small potatoes, but this is a Supreme Court justice. But I see what they're doing regardless. And
yeah, before,
like, I don't care.
Right. Before renovations, he had claimed a third ownership of it, which was 15.
All right. They're grasping.
That is exactly what they're doing. Just any little thing that they can catch you on. If you're on the wrong side right now, they're going to find it. And just like I'm friends with the cop who told me, like, I could walk around your vehicle right now and write you several tickets, and you could literally roll right off the lot, right off that factory line. If I wanted to get you, I can get you. And that's just what's happening here. And their job in the media is to convince people like this person did something really fucking bad, when, like, we just read that and that was clearly a left-leaning article, and it's still kind of hard to understand what the crime is,
Right. Yeah, it's a crime. Labeling it a crime in itself. Labeling it a crime is a crime. Labeling it a crime is more of a crime than it actually is a crime.
Anyways, so
Yeah.
do you think the Braggs versus Jordan is worth it? If not, I'm gonna skip down to random.
Yeah, go whatever.
Biden wants to lick the world. That's where we're at, people.
Didn't he tell us like we all should combine? I don't know if there's like a date and time where we all get together and do it, or if it's just as just if you have time, just
right
down there.
This is our commander in chief commanding us to do things.
There's nothing our nations can't achieve if we do it together. I really mean it. So thank you all. God bless you all. Let's go lick the world. Let's get it done.
Yeah. Amen, brother.
Was he going for take the world?
I think I thought about this for a while, honestly. When people were like, give him a good licking, I think that's where he was.
Well, he went lake. He went, let's go lake.
Yeah.
And then he thought about it and then he said lick.
But it is
and then he thought he nailed it with lick.
Right.
But I can't think of what else take, or I mean, maybe just the old school lick, like give him a lick.
I think he meant let's take him out behind the barn, some corn pop type shit.
Lick them up, right?
Yeah.
Really get in there, nooks and crannies,
right? Exactly.
Crevices.
Anyways, yep, that's our president for you. Dude, this is gonna trip you out, Jay. I put this one in here just for you.
I saw I got a little taste of this today. I forgot about it too. I'm glad you grabbed it.
Look at this. Look at this, folks. Now this is unaltered, and this tweet had 3 notes, community notes added to it, saying that basically old people's skin does this. So, anyways, watch. This is not altered in any way. This is the real video. Look at it for yourselves. What the fuck is this?
And he was a very conservative guy who was very, very...
Oh my gosh, that's a mask.
African-American.
Holy cow.
Well, the key to success...
Now, this is
slowly sunk back in.
Is that normal? Have you ever seen an old...
I'll be honest with you. I'm sitting here thinking, I don't think I've seen an old person in years. Where are they? I need to find an old. Immediately at the thought, I need to find an old person, but that's going to be weird.
Look at that. Look.
No, that's something's not right there. What do you think? Do you honestly think that there's Bidens out there in masks? Do you think there's multiple Bidens? Do you think that there is a real Biden?
Well, I know that leaders do use doubles. It's a common thing that they've been doing for a while. And it wouldn't surprise me a bit if Biden didn't have doubles.
Yeah. I'm at a point where I it's kind of undeniable. Too many versions of him.
Biden gets barked at by Irish president's dog. Let's check this shit out.
Yeah, Biden went to Ireland, by the way. I guess that's news.
That was weird.
Is that news? We do a news show. It doesn't feel like news.
Damn near World War III popping off, and he goes to fucking Ireland.
To get barked at by a dog.
And apparently there was some threat to his life out there that they say that they countered. But then at the same time, someone found a top secret memo laying on the road saying where Biden was staying at during his trip. Also the names of his security detail along with their phone numbers.
Whoa.
Isn't that weird? I don't know. Let's check this shit out. What we got here?
No. Get out of here.
Dogs no.
Nope. You're obviously 3 midgets in a skin suit. Get out of here.
Damn. All right. More than this is sad. Okay. I know this is a little random following that, but
Yeah, way to bring the mood down. What is this shit? Serial killer?
this is fucked up is what it is. I'm using an ad blocker. Well, son of a bitch. Hold on. Let me disable that real quick. All right, refresh. Okay, so more than 70 animals, many dead, found in the back of a pickup truck in New Jersey. Let's see if this will show us. Well, there's an ad. Let's read it first. An animal cruelty investigation is underway in New Jersey after dozens of dogs and cats, many of them dead, were found in the back of a pickup truck. Investigators say live animals were filthy, while the deceased were wrapped up carefully and placed in cookie tins. What the fuck? For Alvin Theodore and Simone basking in the sunshine on Thursday after being saved by 11th hour rescue was truly a treat. Shout out to them people that found them animals. They're under socialized but friendly. Volunteer Jamie Hall said they were part of a harrowing rescue found in a filthy blue truck on Monday afternoon in Hampton Township. We saw a beat up pickup truck with dogs. It was a clown car, Hall said. Hall described what she saw in the truck. Dogs everywhere, filthy feces and dead animals, she said. It was rotten and it smelled like death. State troopers and animal rescue used slip leads and bite gloves in what seemed like a never-ending process. You would take one out and there would be 5 more. They were under the seats in the bed of the truck, carriers, Hall said. And it gets worse. The discovery of the dead animals methodically wrapped. She had whole litters of kittens, and she individually wrapped either in a newspaper or plastic and tape, and she had written their names and dates, and she put them into butter tins and put them in her car, and we found many, Hall said. In the end, 35 animals were saved, and another 40 were found deceased. Police say that the owner of the pickup truck, a woman from Virginia, was arrested at the scene and charged with animal cruelty. It was planned out. It was disturbing, Hall said. The dogs were saved, are all with animal rescue, and despite what they've gone through, Alvin and Theodore and Simone are all up for adoption with much brighter days ahead. What the fuck, Jay?
Where did she get all those animals, for one? Is she going around kidnapping them? Is she homeless and living out of that car? Or does she have a house and then she goes out and puts them in the car? I have so many questions, but that is
and
horrific.
then, like, just to wait for them to die and then write their names on, like, tins and, like, put them in the truck with the other live animals. Like, what?
That too.
This fucking lady throwed off.
And the animal, I wonder how long they were in there, and the smell of it all, like that. I can't believe they're honestly. I'll be honest with you. I thought you were going to tell me that they put all the animals down because, you know, like if a dog like eats human flesh, they put it down because it might do it again. Like, you know, if it like eats part of a dead person or something, like it was locked in the apartment.
Yeah, well, sadly,
I kind of thought that'd be the case, but there's no way those animals are right after that. Animals have psyches too.
Yeah, a lot of these animals probably won't ever get adopted out and they'll be euthanized. But what the fuck? Like, hopefully they lock her up for a long, long time.
Or a psychiatric facility. I mean, look, she obviously, that's demented, but who knows? She might have thought in her own sick little way that she was like she might have been trying to rescue them. I don't know. I hope that at least that was the case. But it doesn't sound like it, honestly. That's just gross.
And it's like, how do you, if they were all in the truck, like that means they were in the cab of the truck, or maybe she had some tied to the back of it where they couldn't jump out of the back of the truck. Like, I just don't understand how.
Could have
they
been
said
like a
30 were alive. 30 were alive and 40 were deceased.
Big truck, small animals.
Could you imagine 40 deceased animals inside of a truck?
No, and I don't want to. That's sad.
Exactly. What the fuck, bro?
Fucking dude, the world's lost its mind, or we just started reading the news and realizing how it's always been.
You want to do a few? We're getting close to the good ones, which I like when you read them.
Yeah,
I put some good articles in there too because I'm tired of covering all this fucked up shit.
Right. This is the Good News Hub. I like it. I like it already. Paying it forward, homeless man returns lost $10,000 check to woman and is rewarded with a whole new life. Really? That's the man, by the way, and that's the woman. When a homeless man found a check for $10,000, his only thoughts were returning it to its rightful owner. Now the man has been rewarded with a whole new life. Elma Alvarez has been living on the streets for several years. When he found the check, his first thought was, I got to look for this person. I got to look for this person. And despite having no cash himself, Alvarez didn't consider using the money for himself. It's a check. You can't cash it. He said, it never crossed my mind because I had a decision to turn my life over. I've been clean for 3 years. The check belonged to real estate broker Roberta Hosky. She was surprised to find out somebody in Elmer's position had returned the check instead of expecting it to come from somebody in a fancy suit. Luckily for Elmer, Roberta was full of compassion for his situation due to his own experience with homelessness, her own experience with homelessness as a teenager. She offered him a reward for returning the check, which made Elmer cry due to the kind gesture. Roberta also offered Elmer a place to live, paying his rent for 7 months, and put him through real estate school. Boom. That's a good way to end that article.
Just think that's cool.
Now, going to be a bit of a pessimist here. I'm going to say, you find a check on the ground, you can't cash it. You try to cash it, you're probably going to end up getting the cops called on you because it's, your check fraud. It's not your check. You can't verify the identity on it, and if you get called, they're going to be like, it's just not going to work. You can't cash it. So the logical thing to do is like, hey, maybe if I return this check, I might get a reward. But that's a big reward. No one's expecting that much. 7 months rent, schooling, and a job. Damn.
Yeah, he could have put like pay to the order of his name and then forged your signature.
That's true. You're taking a huge risk doing that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Fed up by LA pothole. Oh, my bad. I'm like reading it. Yeah, we're reaching the end of the broadcast. I'm fading. Too much news. Yeah, this is the news. Fed up by LA pothole, Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, fills it himself.
I thought it was funny.
I'll be back with gravel. Fed up by an enormous pothole in his Los Angeles neighborhood, Arnold Schwarzenegger picked up a shovel and filled it himself. The actor and former California governor tweeted a video Tuesday of him and a helper using packaged, of course, for the photo op, right? Exactly. Packaged concrete to repair the road in Brentwood area. Today, after the whole neighborhood has been upset about this giant pothole that's been screwing up cars and bicycles for weeks in this rich neighborhood that I live in, I went out with my team and fixed it. He wrote on Twitter, I always say, let's not complain. Let's do something about it because we have the money. Here you go. Oh, no. But, I mean, like.
You're welcome. See what he said? He said, you're welcome.
No, he didn't. Yes, no, he didn't.
He did.
You're welcome, he said Schwarzenegger, decked out in work boots and a leather jacket from the last movie he said he was on, and shades reminiscent of his role in Terminator. You have to do it yourself. This is crazy. For 3 weeks, I've been waiting for this hole to be closed, he said. Wasn't he the governor of California for a little bit?
He was. Yeah, for 4 years.
I bet he's having a lot of regrets about his, the policies he could have put in place that would have outlasted his.
I feel like they bought the wrong kind of concrete, and that'll probably be some type of tourist attraction, like the discolored fucking concrete area in Brentwood. That's where Arnold fucking fixed a pothole. Those little tour buses with the no roofs, with giving everybody the little tours of all the fucking areas out in Hollywood are gonna stop here and show everybody this shit now.
My thing, yeah, right. That's my thing is from what I can tell, and look, I probably don't know any more than a Hollywood actor about how to repair a pothole. I'd like to think I know a little bit, but for one, that's not concrete, that's gravel. 2, no tar. The wind and the rain just going to blow all that out in a week, maybe. Right. Unless maybe they didn't show the part where are there more pictures? There are. Let's see if we can. Okay, here we go.
There he goes.
Gearing it up. Okay. All right, looking good.
All right. Hey, now.
Hey. All right. Good for you. Seriously though, I think it's funny because he was the governor, and I feel like he's a little bit responsible. But who's the governor now? Newsom. He's been in for a while, so.
But you're like somebody like him who literally don't have to do shit. You could have just called somebody and hired them to come out and do it. But he was just like, you know what? I'm going to leave my mansion for a couple hours, go out here, break a sweat, and yeah, I can post a photo to Twitter and, but at the end of the day, like, what does he have to gain from it? Like, everybody already loves him. Like, really?
Well, but you want to be trending. One.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of, I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like people who have to like take pictures of their food and then their food gets cold.
Right.
Feels weird. Oh wait, I need to share this. I almost did it again. Caught myself. Okay, this is from a Twitter account called the White Rabbit Trademark. I wonder if it's actually trademarked. It's at the Daily Rabbit. What happens when the news simply becomes an extension arm of a political party? Facts become fiction. Fiction becomes facts. When does news become propaganda? Identity creation. What happens when those same corporations are operated and controlled by a political agenda? These are all very good questions that I'm sure we'll all find the answer to through experience over the next coming years.
You scream, you know the rest.
Sorry. Might be a little loud.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. Well, I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, we all know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest.
I scream, you scream, we all know the rest of it, right? I scream, you scream, on the rest.
I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, and you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, well, you know the rest. I scream, you scream, you know the rest. I scream, you scream.
Third time I've said that.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't just one more minute of different news.
Third time I've said that. I'll probably say it 3 more times. See, in my line of work, you got to keep repeating things over and over and over again.
Evil bastard.
For the truth to sink in, to kind of catapult the propaganda.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. That was a very blunt and direct statement out of George W. Bush.
And he said a lot of fucked up shit too. Yeah. He's one that I really have studied a lot. He's different. He's also a bonesman. We were just to talk about earlier, like fuck that guy.
He's the reason why I know about the bones. Hey, can we get t-shirts with catapult the propaganda on it, but like make them all like punk rock? I think that'd be cool.
I think it would be cool too.
Did you know that if you start making clothing with your brand on it, like Erroneous Podcast, then it becomes a tax write-off? So from now on, people, create your own brand, LLC yourself, create your own brand, make clothes with your brand on them, and then you can write off all of your clothing as a business expense. I think. I'm not a lawyer.
Let's design something cool and write some shit off.
I was thinking about a design for a man bag. I'll get with you after the show.
All right.
Propaganda.
Or maybe like a wiener sock. Sorry, is what's the OnlyFans? Is that still a thing, or is that still trending? What do you think is more popular, OnlyFans or Schwarzenegger fixing a pothole?
OnlyFans.
But like by a hair, right? Almost there.
I feel bad because I'm making Jay like, well, I'm not making him, but I asked him to. But look, I can't use my hands right now. Like,
he's lost. He's
I'm sorry, Jay.
Plastered, he's lost control of his hands.
Jay, please help. Okay.
I'm essentially babysitting. I'm the designated driver while I'm at work.
I'd like to apologize, Jay. I don't know.
But it's okay because look, like I thought we had an understanding that Sundays were the designated getting loaded days. I've been getting drunk on Sundays. But at the same time, when I do that, you are driving and it's helpful. So I don't mind doing it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Just don't make a scene.
All right.
My nephew flushed my 18,000-pound engagement ring down the toilet. I'm demanding a new one from him. Wait, a woman was left fuming after how old is this kid? Her nephew took her engagement ring and flushed it down the toilet, and she's now demanding her brother give her a 18,000-pound replacement. I think that's like $9,000, or is it?
No, that's like
30.
Pound is slightly more than the US. Wait,
Yeah,
it
used to be half.
Let's see.
I know that people in the UK used to make a killing hiring me because it was like the exchange rate. It was just cheaper overall to hire me. I was basically an Iranian to them. Are you looking something up?
Yeah, I'm seeing. So that's $22,546.98 in USD.
26. Wow.
22,000.
22,000.
546.
Okay, well, we're going to start reading this in American. I'll translate it for you. A woman has expressed her frustration after her two young nephews snuck into her bedroom and stole her $22,000 engagement ring before flushing it down the toilet, meaning it's now lost forever. It was lost as soon as you spent that money on that ring. You're never going to get that money back.
But I mean, at least you had the value of the ring that you could potentially resell at some point.
No, well, but like, have you ever tried? Have you ever sold a wedding ring?
No.
You never get what you paid for it, unless it's like the Hope Diamond. You get a really good deal on it. Falls off the back of a truck.
That reminds me of an old country song about a pawn shop and golden rings. There's something depressing about seeing an engagement ring in a pawn shop. It almost brings a tear to your fucking eye.
Huh. You know where I lost my wedding ring at? I was taking it to the pawn shop because I was finally ready to get rid of it a year and a half after my divorce. I went to go clean my car out on my way to the pawn shop. I sucked that sucker up into the vacuum cleaner. It was a $400 titanium ring. Sucked it up into the vacuum cleaner. I just drove off and left it there. Dude. It was a sign, man. It's like, of all, like that, how could that have even happened? And I was getting rid of it anyways, but it was like, no, you don't even get to sell it. You don't get the money from it. It's gone. So it's gone. And I still sometimes wish I'd kept it, but why? But anyways, yeah, it's just weird that happened that way. The woman said she doesn't wear her engagement ring all the time. Instead, keeps it in a drawer in her bedroom, opting only to wear it on special occasions. But when her brother came over with her two sons, okay, so we get it. So they snuck into the bedroom, they went into the drawer, they stole the wedding ring. Is he going to pay? Now the woman from Canada is demanding her brother buy her a new ring at the same price as her old one, staggering $30,000 Canadian dollars. She said, I hosted a family dinner over the weekend. My brother brought my nephews over as well. I used to wear okay, same story. During this time, my nephews went to the master bedroom without anybody knowing and started playing with everything, including my engagement ring. They sound like a couple of brats. When we came to look for them, they panicked because they knew they aren't supposed to be upstairs, ran into the master bedroom and flushed my ring. So, you put it back in the drawer and then you hide under the bed or something. You don't flush. Who goes straight to the toilet flushing stuff? It's not drugs. This seems suspect. What if she accidentally flushed the ring and now she's blaming the kids? And also, are there catch traps? Not on toilets, though, I guess.
Well, we took a tour in high school to a water treatment facility, and it kind of scared me because, well, not me because I'm not flushing anything, but they were like, everything gets caught in these screens and we go through it. We see love letters, we see rings, we see condoms, we see everything. It all gets caught in here. And then we pull this big trap up and we go through all this stuff. So anything that y'all write down on paper and y'all flush, odds are we read it here. And I think they were just making a joke, but like at the same time, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, who's flushing waterproof paper is what I want to know.
Right? I don't know.
And also, who's playing in the sewage like that? Because I don't care. It better be very shiny if I'm going to go digging.
That's just what
public
they said.
Sewage.
I don't know.
Salvage it.
Apparently it's a lot of pressure and it catches like solids like metals and syringes and like they were telling us all kind of fucking horror stories of shit that they've found that gets caught in these traps, but I don't know.
It would not be worth it, but you got to imagine that there's probably some cool incidences that happen. They come out of that.
Yeah, no doubt. But
One
anyways,
person, his circus, his monkeys, he wasn't watching them, so it's 100% on him.
So also 8 and 4, and more than old enough to know better. My 3-year-old knows not to touch someone else's things in her home without asking. Choices have consequences, and sometimes those consequences are expensive, she said. While another added, I would lose my shit if this happened to me. I'm sorry, but your brother needs to show a little bit more remorse and should be offering something. I agree with others that he will never pay you back, but damn, awful.
Yeah, I want to know what does the guy that bought the ring have to say about this? That's my question. Or did she make up a fiance and buy herself a $30,000 ring to try to impress people, and then karma got her because these kids, the little demons got in the kids and walked them upstairs to throw the ring away to pay her back for her lies.
There's probably GoFundMe out there right now for this very fucking thing. This person.
Oh, they got like a video on it.
Trying to raise money for that engagement ring. She's all distraught in the video. Damn.
It's
I
not
just thought
gone.
it was great.
It's just in the sewer. I'm kidding.
Right. Damn it.
I mean, you tell, like, I don't know, man. I don't know if $30,000 is enough to be digging around in the public sewage.
I know I would have got my ass whooped if I was a little kid and did that.
$30,000? Probably getting sold. Wayfair style. It's not a funny joke.
I was not abused as a kid, but my dad would have whooped my ass. Some of y'all know what I'm talking about out there. I would have gotten my ass whooped.
Get the belt.
I wanted to know your opinion on this. So everybody talks about, coconut on your pizzas. So this is a new thing that's coming about where folks are, and it's also got a strange, it says another strange, like, I forgot how they worded it, but like a bedding or sauce or something. But what do y'all think about this out in chat? And Jay, especially you, like, let's read a little bit of this and then tell me.
Diner divides opinion after putting banana on pizza, and it has a strange base too. People have been left miffed at the fact that a diner has put banana on a pizza, sparkling a debate about whether fruit actually belongs on it or not, and people can't decide. What's your favorite pizza topping? Whether it's chicken or peppers, pepperoni or meat feast? What is meat feast? It sounds like
that's
meat.
AI written article. Fuck them.
There you go. They're something that who's eat. There are certainly some toppings that are more controversial than others, such as pineapple. The debate still rages on to this day about whether the fruit belongs on pizza, but one U.S. diner has taken fruity toppings to the next level by putting banana on a pizza, and people are seriously divided about it. The quirky pizza not only has banana all over the top of it, but it also boasts an unconventional base and is drizzled and drizzled. Rather than the usual tomato base, the sweet pizza has peanut butter. Yeah, I was about to say, this is a dessert pizza. They're not what? It's a dessert pizza. Have you ever been to a Cece's buffet?
Yeah. Alfredo pizza all day long.
Okay, yeah, for real. Yeah, for sure. But they have the apple crisp pizza that's got the cinnamon and then the apple toppings, and then they have a couple other pizza. Yeah, like that's the same thing. But like now bananas is a twist. I'll give it that. I kind of wonder what the drizzle is. Let's find out.
Peanut butter banana. Do you like peanut butter banana? You like that combo?
Dude, I eat like peanut butter. I take a dollop of peanut butter and put it in pudding. I put it on everything. Bananas by themselves. Some days sometimes when I go to the grocery store, I'll grab like 4 of them, and then usually 1 or 2 of them might rot on my counter. Honestly, I'm just not a big banana fan.
What really makes the pizza super bizarre is that it has more conventional toppings on it too. It contains cheese and bacon as well. So that's peanut butter, cheese, banana, and bacon. A little salty, sweet combo. You know what I mean?
The bacon's not blowing my mind. The cheese. Now, what kind of cheese too? Does it
probably mozzarella? Scroll up.
No.
Let's look at it. That's got to be like burnt mozzarella, right?
Yeah, or Munster. Cece's or Little Caesars uses Munster in their Munster mozzarella. I don't know about the cheese on it, but yeah, you're right. That's not a dessert pizza when it's got the cheese on it. What is
Maybe
the drizzle?
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't say. Was this made by a pregnant woman? Yes. That's a weird combination someone else added. And another wrote, this made me cry, and I like pineapple on pizza. Some pizza lovers were bold enough to claim that they'd try it, though, with some saying they'd need to remove the bacon as... What? Okay. I mean...
I'd try it.
Peanut butter, banana on a bread, right? The pizza dough. Granted, it can't be like a garlic-flavored pizza dough. That'd be gross.
Right.
But peanut butter and bananas on a bread, fine. Bacon on that's not that crazy. Peanut butter bacon go well together. So do peanut butter maple syrup, which I'm assuming was what the drizzle is because it doesn't say for some reason.
If not, they're fucking up.
Cheese?
That looks like maple syrup, dude. Look at that banana on the very bottom, the lowest banana.
Right
it's kind of a honey, the other one right there. You see that drizzle over the top of that banana?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's gotta be maple syrup, dude.
Yeah, then you put the cheese on there, and I'm like, I don't know.
Anyways, I just wanted to hear if y'all would try that or not. Hey, we got 12 likes on Rumble. Cool.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, cool.
Wrap it up here in about 10 minutes. If you're over there on Rumble, 14 watching right now, hit the like button. Super appreciated. Super.
I know it's late. Thank y'all for putting up with our bullshit.
Yeah, we've got to find a way to balance out our format here.
I say we cut the links in half because we're starting to talk more now. I don't know.
Well, okay, but then you get the comments from people. Look, this is a podcast, and we're going to do what we want to do. And if we want to talk, if we both want to get plastered and just yell at each other for 3 hours, we will. We will. And we won't be awkward about it in the morning because we're friends. But this is supposed to be a news show, I guess, right? I don't even know what we were intending for the Erroneous Podcast to be. I think we were going to interview people. I don't remember now. Somehow we started doing news.
Right,
so this
yeah.
is what we're doing.
Yeah, when we're not on here doing this, we're typically like plastered yelling at each other for hours. That's kind of our thing.
Yeah, that's what we do. But that being said, so like people watch this show and they expect certain something. Like we got a few people that like hang out with us, right? Even if they're just lurking or watching us on Roku or Apple TV, TV or whatever. And what their opinion matters. So if they don't want us to sit here and ramble on for hours and they just want to get the news, as long as we're not being bored to death by reading the news, we should probably just stick to the news. But if they like the talking, I think we both have some stuff we could say.
Yeah. What is this, Jay?
This is, I don't know. Let's find out. It's a minute long. This says many cultures, myths, and legends throughout the world depict special technology weapons. And the commonalities between many of these stones seem beyond coincidence. We even see some depicted in our recent past. These likely played an influence in what really caused the cataclysm reset we see in 17th, 20th centuries. 17th through 20th. I don't know how to say that. Fasces are possibly the most depicted weapon we still see throughout our world.
What is it?
I don't know. Numerous governments still use the image as symbols of power. I think it's.
They were holding it in their hand.
There, it's the axe with this weird thing around it, and you're about to see a picture of some soldiers carrying it. I see it now. I was trying to figure out myself. I was like, "What exactly are they?" I see a shape, but I can't figure out what the fucking shape is. Right there. See, they're like these halberds or whatever but they've got these cylinders around them. Like maybe it's an electrical charge thing.
Mm-hmm.
Their symbolism tells us there's far more to this weapon than we are led to believe. In 1916, the last raid of Zeppelin's electrical fasces and bright rockets used to defend Paris capital from German aerial attacks. So now we're like, this is almost getting into some sci-fi. World War II was fought by space aliens type stuff, I think.
Right.
But still, these things at the top is what they're talking about. These large things are aerial defense. So I guess they emit some kind of electrical.
What was the aerial threat during that time period?
This is saying Zeppelins.
Oh, shit.
So I don't know. I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
Ancient weapons. All right, now we're on to the fun stuff. Maybe. I don't know how fun it's going to be, but let's do it real quick. Get out of here. Oh my God, go slower. So Wall Street Silver. I like this account if you're not following them. Oddly satisfying watching this fallen tree swing back into its old position after being cut in half. So it fell over and they're freeing up the walkway and it just plop, goes right back where it came from.
That is cool.
There you go. Now it's just a scenic tree, but it did bust up that walkway, so they're going to have to repair that. And that's coming out of somebody's pocket.
It's just crazy how massive the root structure is of some of these old trees. And, it pulled away from a lot of it when it ripped out of the soil and fell. And that shit goes down for, feet and feet and feet. It's insane.
I was going to say, I always thought the trees were as big underground as they were above ground. I thought that was the whole thing, but maybe that's just like an artistic depiction of life.
Yeah.
A goose decides to compete in the Kansas City 2023 Rock the Parkway half marathon and 5K on Saturday in Kansas City, Missouri, flapping his wings and rapidly walking forward to keep pace with his human competitors. They're becoming more sentient, people. Watch out for the birds. Because the thing is, that's actually a government robot, and he's spying. Yeah. He's tailing somebody here. We're not sure who the mark is, but
clearly not real.
And maybe you know what? It's kind of sad actually, because it's probably like missing its family that it does the thing. It's like, I'll just join you guys. You guys seem cool, but do a V, do a V. Its OCD's fired off right now. That's why it's. Yeah. Poor guy. Sorry, I'm just twisting everything right now.
Yeah, no, birds are weird though. Ducks, geese, those types. Sometimes they'll get attracted to like dogs and think that it's like another goose, and they'll follow it around everywhere. I remember that these ducks thought my mom was like their head duck and would always try to follow her around. Like, and I had to
they do this thing called imprinting, where the first thing they see becomes their mom. So that might be it, but then also I guess obviously that goose just proved your point. They like to follow.
Yeah,
and this guy likes to fold.
He's very good at it.
Do you think he works there just like you want to see something cool?
He definitely
you want to see me fold
there.
These pants. He's dressed well. It seems like a place where somebody like that dresses like that would work.
Right,
not in the Matrix. But
how much do you think those jeans are a pop?
120.
Say about yeah. I was gonna say probably 2.
You see that foot traffic? Yeah. You have a better eye for retail than I do. I shop at Burlington Coat Factory, and I'm not ashamed. I'm a little ashamed.
Don't be ashamed. You're smart for that. Don't be paying $200 for jeans out there, people. Like, what the fuck?
My jeans aren't folded like that. They come on a rack. So,
would you pay $100 more to get them folded like that?
Well, see, that's the thing. I don't know that this guy would fold my jeans. And that kind of makes me insecure. Because I think he'd be like, no, I don't fold those types of jeans. And so I'm like, I need to upgrade my jeans. I want jeans that this guy can whip into a square in a second flat and would be proud to do. No, actually, honestly, my brand of jeans, and they are woke now apparently, is Levi. I get them at Dillard's, but that's the one thing that I everything, shirts, underwear, socks, everything else comes from like a one of those outlet stores. But something, I don't know. I don't like cheap jeans. They split.
Yeah. True that.
What kind of jeans do you wear, Drifter?
I have several different brands, but...
Oh, you're one of those guys.
Well...
You asked me about a brand. Okay, hold on, because you asked me earlier about a brand, right?
Off cam, I'm going to check. Hold on. I'm going to check. I'm wearing jeans right...
Oh, you don't want to do the event?
I'm wearing jeans right now. Let me check and see what kind they are. Hold on.
All right. I'm gonna play these puppies playing while he's checking his pants.
Shop is cool in the
Dude.
We're on YouTube, so I probably should play the audio there. But look at that.
I don't even know what they are. But I got them at JCPenney's, and they're like something in of something weave. They were like $40. They're good jeans.
Yeah,
but I've never heard of this brand.
You know what I like? Just giving some insider baseball secrets. JCPenney's clearance aisle or clearance racks. Oh my god, man! I'll tear through those. Really, the app.
Dude, that's where I go.
Off the, yeah, this is smart. If you're paying $40 for a T-shirt, I'm not saying you're dumb because if you wanted to. I mean, some people are passionate about their T-shirts. Let them spend their money, but whatever,
Dillard's. What you know about Dillard's?
I'm probably gonna drop ketchup on my shirt at some point throughout the day. So, not spending that much on it.
Just as long as you're not shopping at Buckle, me and you have no fucking, feud when it comes to jeans.
No, you walk into that store and it's like I think they pump oxygen into their stores because you walk in and it's just like you get a head change.
Look, friends don't let friends wear Buckle jeans.
It's fair.
Jay, don't.
Well, for you, I'm not gonna wear.
Thank you.
I'm not gonna spend $300 on jeans. Their jeans aren't that expensive though, right? They're only like $150, I think, right?
They're ugly as shit. Is my point. Like, what in the fuck?
Are those the embroidered, the ones with all the?
Yes, with like the weird pockets. Like,
I've stopped by that store like twice to look at the watches that are always on the side of the entrance.
I feel like we're offending somebody out there with Buckle jeans. If y'all wearing Buckle out there, y'all do y'all. Don't let me influence you. Like, fucking live your life.
I'm a computer nerd. I hung out in the library at school. So
and I hang out with him, so like fuck.
He's I'm the introvert. He's the extrovert that adopted me. So that's where we are with our codependent relationship. I don't know.
Hates
Look,
she said I hate Buckle. Judy said I hate it.
Well, I just don't be too passionate about it.
What do we got here? An egg? Can anyone
This is a
explain?
guy. It's probably a girl. But
can anyone explain how does the mirror know that there's an object there? Let's check this shit out.
this feels like a blonde moment, but I'm not sure. Is this amazing or is this a blonde moment?
Can anyone explain how does the mirror know that there's an object there? Can anyone explain?
I think it's a blonde moment. It's all about perception.
That's fake as fuck.
No.
How does the mirror know that there's an
Well,
object?
shit.
How does it know?
See, okay.
Wait,
The thumbs. The thumb's impossible. You want to tell me the top of the egg is somehow being reflected on there, but
check her bracelets, on the other hand.
Oh. Okay. So we got the purple and the orange on the outside.
Can
Purple, red.
anyone explain how does the mirror know that there's an object there?
No, that's got to be fake.
I don't believe this. I'm gonna test it later.
Yeah. I'm gonna go. If you know one thing about this podcast, know that after it, Drifter and I are both going to be standing on our mirrors with an egg doing this. An egg and a piece of paper. Y'all will be too. You're probably doing it now. Don't lie.
Okay, so if this is true and they're just holding a piece of paper with an egg in front of it, unless it's somehow reflecting off of the lens of the camera or some shit like that, like I don't know how that's happening.
Yeah, at first I was like, okay, it kind of makes sense that the mirror might catch the top of the egg, but yeah, that's maybe the mirror's curved.
Because I'm trying to think if I could even get that angle of what's on the other side. I don't know if I could. It doesn't seem right with perception. Like it seems like there was something off that you could go that far over where you could see.
I don't know. Now it's kind of making my skin crawl thinking about it. I don't like it. Take it away. Get it out of here. Funny cats. Everybody's doing funny cats the past couple of days. I don't know what it's about, but I didn't want to miss you. So here's a more. I'm going to tell you. You've seen some of these, but I haven't seen some, and I happen to be an aficionado. Okay, wait, what? Replay on that one. A little more. Dang. All right. You're kidding. Hey, for the 8 of you on Rumble watching this right now, and then all y'all over on Trovo, do you know the Fighting Foodons from the Fox Saturday morning channel? Do you know that one?
I don't personally.
This was the theme song.
I know the song.
Oh yeah, okay. There's your dose of cats for this evening. Last one. Burning car. This isn't a disaster report. It's not big enough to be a disaster report. But, it is a car on fire on the side of the highway. And felt like something that should be added.
Let's check it out. Oh, shit.
Always
Hashtag Tesla.
Get an oil change once a week.
I saw a video like this, and it was trying to say it was a Tesla. Clearly, like a fucking Honda Accord or some shit.
A Chevy. That's a Impala. No, is it? That might be an Impala, but that's a Chevy, and I guess the fire would have eaten the tires. I think that they just they didn't change their oil.
Yeah, something bad. Bad day, regardless.
I did that to a lawnmower once through a rod.
Damn.
It was burnt.
It caught on fire like that?
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. We were out in the back behind our house mowing a field for some reason with an old lawnmower, and we'd just been running it like crazy, and it finally just it was more of a popping noise, but yeah, fire. It's fun. Where's the owner of the car too? Is what I'd like to know. But that's the Erroneous Podcast.
Ditto. That's episode 34. There you go.
And Fiend.
Jay, do you have any words of wisdom? I'm trying to set you up.
I did till you said that.
Well, you go off on your own little riff, and maybe it'll come to you.
I'll tell you what I really I don't know why I started going into the. No, I don't know. Look, it's late. Go to bed. Have a good night's sleep. Pull your covers up tight. Turn the air conditioner on so that you need the covers, and then pull the covers up tight. Curl up to a pillow or a loved one if you have any, or a pet.
Or 3 pets.
Or 3 pets. Or a giant stuffed whale. I mean, I don't know. You do you. You do you. But you curl up nice and tight and have sweet dreams.
Right.
Because in the morning, we go to war. No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure that won't be till next week.
We ride at dawn.
There you go. Thank you everybody that's joined us this morning over on Rumble and throughout the.
I was just going to say thank you for the 12 likes that we didn't have to beg for. You folks are fucking cool. Thank you tonight.
Yeah, I really don't even want to mention the likes anymore. It's like you kind of got to train the audience to hit the like button, but then it's like I don't feel like I earned it when I asked for it. I'd rather just do the show, and if they like us, but if we don't mention it, you're kind of like leaving likes on the table there.
Yeah,
I don't know. Why do you? Maybe we should talk about this off air, but I kind of want to know what your thoughts are on that.
No, you're right. In a way, it does seem kind of pathetic for people to be like, share, subscribe all the time. Yeah. But I mean, who gives a fuck at the end of the day? Well, if you're over there and you forgot to hit the like button, hit the like button. I think that's where I'm at.
That's where I'm at too. But like, look, we're trying to start a show. We're trying to have a show.
Yeah,
we got to grow it.
True.
An audience to measure growth, right? I mean, we're not growing it by like what? Just a library of content nobody watches, and to get the audience on this platform as well as most other platforms, you need engagement, and the like button is part of engagement.
Nicole said thank you to us both, and thank you back, Nicole. Thank you for watching. You're wonderful.
But if we've proven anything over the last 100-something hours, it's that we ain't no holler back girls. So that being said, I don't want to beg for likes. If you like us,
right. But Jay did say at one point that his milkshake brings all the boys to the yard or something like that. I don't know. I feel like it was a conversation involving a man purse. But it's all a fucking blur. So I don't know.
What had happened was when we were hanging out last week or whenever, we'd seen that man purse and it was only one, and we fought over it, and then it was just what I thought. I thought the best argument was whose milkshake would bring the most boys to the yard.
The fucking purse is right over there.
Yeah, well, you proved me wrong, but I thought I had the stuff.
Better luck next time, bucko.
Oh man. Good times. Good times on the Erroneous Podcast.
Anyways, that's episode 34.
So that is.
All right.
Do you want the last word?
No.
The Erroneous Podcast. Podcast.